Thank you for your patronage.
Thank you!
What's up, guys, and welcome back to another episode of Mentally Gone Reacts. I'm Gabriela Lopes.
And I'm Callie Lacerda.
And today we will be reacting to Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 1.
And I'm wearing my Slytherin scar, and I don't want to look at the camera because I am too camera shy.
Wait till your father hears about this, Malfoy. Come on.
My father hears about this. Hello, guys. I am the voice behind the puppet here. Shadow wanted to say what's up to you guys because it's been way too long. He was having a lot of health issues, having a lot of health problems, buddy. So we got him a Slytherin scar, as you guys can tell. I got myself a Harry Potter sweater.
And me, Gryffindor.
Quite proper Gryffindor attire.
Yes.
And yeah.
And we're back.
and we're back. So he wanted to make an appearance.
Also to say thank you to everybody who sent him best wishes and good health while he was feeling sick.
Yeah.
He really appreciates it. And as you could tell, he's very lethargic. So don't mind him. He'll sleep all day.
Is there anything else?
No.
Okay, so we're going to get him now out of the studio because otherwise if we start talking too loud, then he
starts talking to us back.
Yeah, he starts howling. He starts trying to communicate. But he's feeling much better now. We had to take a few weeks on just, watching him and making sure that he recovered. He had some stomach issues. We had an incident where we took him to the hospital, to the emergency room. And it was something out of like a horror movie, but in retrospect, it's kind of like a comedy because we were all panicking and we were just freaking out, and so was he. But he was crying like a human being, like crying really loudly, and just blood, poop, and pee everywhere. A lot of blood. And we got to the hospital. As soon as we opened the automatic doors to the hospital, he just completely did all three of it, just all at once.
Yeah, right in the entrance.
Right at the entrance. But then they gave him a lot of medication. We also gave him a lot of medication at home, and we were just making sure that he recovered. And now he's fully recovered, so now we're back.
But he had a long day because walking in the sun makes him pretty tired.
Yeah, and there's a heat stroke here on the East Coast.
Yeah.
So not the best weather for a little husky like him.
Yeah,
He's just a big
he wants
baby.
the snow.
He's 4 years old, by the way.
5.
5 years old. I'm a great dad. Did I mention I'm a great dad? 5 years old, but he's still a big baby, and he likes to be babied a lot, as you guys could tell. And he likes this spot. This is his spot. I just borrow it for reaction videos, but this is where he lives, and now he's
He's trying to get comfortable, but you won't be here for long.
You trying to get more comfortable?
No, you won't.
You trying to look at the camera?
Can I have a kiss? No, I don't.
Do you want to see if he can howl?
Sure.
Okay, but then we'll move the mic a little bit further, and we'll try to just get him to howl. And then with the howl, we will escort him out, and we will begin the reaction very shortly. Ready, buddy? All right, just like we practice, okay? 1, 2, 3. Say thank you to the people. Say, thank you for the support. Thank you for the support.
And now give me a kiss. Can I have a kiss, please? That's his anxious.
Licking the booty. All right, so that's his sign that he wants to get out of here and he wants to go lay in his own little hub.
Give me the treats really quick.
Oh yeah.
Well, let me show you guys. I taught him how to give a kiss on command.
Sit.
Shadow, sit down. Ready? Give a kiss. Give another kiss. Give me another kiss, please. Give a kiss, buddy. Kiss.
He's
Thank
like,
you, buddy.
one is all you
Good
get.
Good job, buddy. Okay, say bye.
All right, say bye.
Look over there.
Now look at over there and say bye. Whoa! Whoa! Careful with your glasses. They're going to break. Say to the camera, buddy. Say bye. Bye.
Bye. He's like, who's leaving? Oh, he doesn't like when we say bye.
Okay.
Anyways, now we're back with the real Callie Lacerda, and we're ready to actually get into Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 1.
But before we do that, there's more. There's more we like to share with you guys. We took a trip down to Barnes & Noble, which just so happens to be our favorite bookstore. And I don't know if it's our favorite bookstore. It's just the most convenient one. It's the closest one.
And guess who worked there before?
I used to work there.
Guess who had discount?
She used to have a pretty cool employee discount. Yeah, it was pretty cool. It was like a half off on everything. It was pretty wild.
Pretty good.
But anyways, unfortunately, we do not have half off on everything, and we had to buy everything full price with our own money. But what we found, and we thought that it was fitting for this culmination, right, leading to the finale of the whole series, with only two movies left, this one and part 2, we got we got these sticks.
we got Voldemort's wand.
Voldemort's wand.
We did look for Harry's wand, but the store we went to didn't have Harry's wand, and also, you know, Voldemort's wand is pretty badass. Like, it actually looks
It's the
pretty
coolest
cool.
one. Yeah, so how she made this wand is she took the bone out of my femur, which is why you guys really can't see my legs, and that's one of the reasons why we took so long off. One of the reasons why we took so long off, and we're speaking over each other because it's rusty. We've been rusty.
No, we're excited.
But then she took out the femur bone out of my leg. Awkward. But then, so I picked out, I don't know if you guys could guess what wand is in here. If you guys want to do a educated guess, I'll give you guys 5 seconds. 5.
I would like to guess.
Okay. No, you can't guess. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So comment below. You had 5 seconds to comment below, and then just comment on your comment if you got it right or not. But I went to Ollivander's and I met up with him, and I asked him like if he had the specific one that I was looking for, and the one I was looking for, obviously, is none other than Dumbledore, which I got very emotional with the last movie with his passing, and we found out like halfway through the whole series with people commenting that the actor who played Dumbledore also passed away. And so to honor Dumbledore, we got his wand. And yeah, I'm just kind of rusty, guys. I don't know.
The last movie left me like absolutely wrecked because of Dumbledore's death. And not to mention, one of the best fighting sequences so far has been Voldemort versus Dumbledore.
I kept telling her about just how crazy that scene was. Like I was completely blown away. It's like the sound design, the intensity of it. I've never really seen magic being portrayed that way on screen. It's like that was the first time for me. And I just like how badass Dumbledore is.
And
you know?
I like that mine is which mine didn't come with a box, because that one is a bit special and we weren't able to find it with the box. But mine is capable of the unforgivable curses.
Yes.
And it gave Harry Potter his scar. So mine is pretty cool.
Yeah. But Professor, you said that Voldemort gave me this scar.
He's been doing that for the past
It's so
3
addicting.
weeks.
It's so addicting. I've been telling her that I've been itching to finally get back in the flow of things again with the reaction channel. And every day I've been having a moment or another where I'm like, but Professor. It's like randomly throughout the day. Like I just like saying it now. It's just funny.
And I've like also I know it seems like, okay, it's 2 months have passed, and then it's kind of like, hey, did you guys forget what happened in the last movie because you guys waited too long? But we always like rewatch scenes from the previous movie that we finished watching before we sit down and watch this one too.
Yeah, we watch our own reaction.
Right. So one of my favorite scenes is from the first movie with them in the chest, and then it's like Once I make my move,
Once I make my move,
the king will take me.
you're free
then
to
you're
check the
free
king.
to check the king. And then it's like, no, Ron, no. What is it? He's going to sacrifice himself. No, you can't. There must be another way.
See,
You want to stop Snape from getting that stone or not?
that's actually crazy. She has great memory, and I have really poor memory.
Hey, you did pretty well.
No, I don't have good memory. You don't have to say that for the camera. Like, you know that I have bad memory. So I have the worst memory, and she has the best memory. And so it's just a good little kind of like mesh up, I guess.
And it helps me in the argument.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, she's a record keeper. She's a keeper of
I'm
records.
Like, what about that time when...
What about 5 minutes ago? And I'm like, what do you mean 5 minutes ago? What happened 5 minutes ago? I don't know.
That's funny.
Oh, and the last thing I just want to show off before we just jump into it so we don't spend too much time. I got this hat, which I'm not wearing today, but I'll eventually wear it on the channel because I do like wearing hats because there are times when I want to do a reaction and I don't really want to like deal with my hair and like having to whatever, like sometimes it's outgrown, which is getting to that point now, and I need to get a haircut soon. So in the meantime, I'll be rocking hats every now and then.
This is outgrown.
Yeah, it's like a Rapunzel.
I'm like, guys, it's almost like no, it is all the way down my back at this point. I don't know what I'm going to do. I may chop it off at some point. Who knows? Who knows?
Go completely bald.
Yes.
So just really quickly recapping so far. On the last one, Dumbledore passes away at the end. Snape kills him because Draco is incapable of performing the killing curse on him. Draco did the unbreakable vow, which it was his responsibility to see it through, that Dumbledore would no longer be alive. He failed because he got scared and he just couldn't do it once he was looking at Dumbledore in the eyes. And then he's the one that led in the Dementors, the Death Eaters into Hogwarts with the Vanishing Cabinet, right?
Yeah.
Do you have anything else?
There was a lot of romance stuff going on.
A lot of, it's very romance heavy. There was Ron kind of figuring his hormones out, his puberty. He was flirting with the crazy girl who was just obsessed. And
I saw someone left a comment that said that it's not fair that we were so harsh on the girl because she genuinely
joking.
like she genuinely, like, he just ended up dropping her, and so it's understandable.
It was kind of Ron's fault because Ron misled her and wasn't open about what he wanted. Right, like he didn't really assert himself in terms of what he wanted. If he wanted a serious relationship, if he wanted just a fling, if he wanted just to have fun or whatever it is, he didn't tell her up front. So it is Ron's fault. But then I just say, like, kind of joking, like there have been in the last video too, like I saw a comment where somebody said in the scene where Harry performs the Secto Sempra, I think on Malfoy, right? He performs one of the spells in the potions book, in the Half-Blood Prince book.
Yeah, which we find out is Snape's
book. And then during that scene, I was just like, in the moment, I was like Team Harry. And then I just got very like team-minded, very tribal in that way. And then just for the sake of like enjoying and immersing myself in the story and the narrative, I was rooting for Harry. And so when he finally got Malfoy, I was like, yes, whatever. But someone, not a lot of people, just like a few people who I guess don't understand the idea of just, I don't know, like what they don't understand. But then they commented saying that, like, how could I be excited at the pain of others? It's like, dude, it's a movie. Relax.
Yeah, and it's more so like, Malfoy's kind of been tormenting him
been
for
annoying,
years.
Dude. Yeah.
But I do understand, because I was kind of like shocked that Harry did that without even knowing what he was even doing. And I felt bad. I genuinely do feel bad for Malfoy, especially seeing him crying in the mirror right before Harry barges in and just kind of like corners him and stuff.
I felt bad for Malfoy in the last movie because of the pressure he's under, and it's the whole idea of him being under the shadow of his father, which we talked about. And so I feel like he is stuck in that predicament and he has no freedom. So he's a slave to his father's expectations, his family's honor, his family's name. And for that reason, I can't really judge him fairly because he doesn't really have free will on his side. Like, he has the will that is bestowed upon him from others. It's like the will of Voldemort through him, the will of his father through him. So it's not really him being himself. So I am curious if we'll get to see Malfoy kind of unfiltered and removed from all of those, all of that facade.
Yeah, finally let his guard down. I feel so bad. Oh, imagine growing up with a dad like that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, like, what's worse, right? To grow up with a father like Lucius
Lucius
Malfoy,
Yeah.
or growing up without a dad like Harry Potter.
Yeah, I'm
Comment
not
below
sure.
what you guys
Yeah,
think.
let us know because there's like pros and cons to both. I think for sure.
There's both, yeah. But anyways, so anything else before we jump in?
That's all. Let's jump in. I'm
Okay,
so excited, guys. I've been waiting for this moment for so long.
So now we are hunting Horcruxes because we learned that Tom Riddle, a.k.a. Voldemort, asked Professor, what's his name, Fudge?
Fudge. I guess. Well, I don't know. I forgot.
Is it Professor Fudge? I have to see. Hold on.
And then there was initials R-A-B, right? On the...
Yeah.
Or
towards the end.
R-A-D or R-A-B.
So Cornelius Fudge is the Minister of Magic. So I got it confused. Lughorn is who I'm thinking of. Professor Lughorn. Yeah. Slughorn. Sorry. That's why, I'm going to occasionally, like, when I have these, like, brain fart moments, I don't think it's wrong to pick up a phone real quick and just, like, double, triple check, like, fact check before posting this out to potentially hundreds of thousands of people. So forgive me, guys. Again, this is Mentally Gone for a reason. I am half of a potato on a good day. And that's it. It's like, this is just YouTube.
I would know. Okay,
Yeah.
He's a little baked potato.
I'm a baked potato. I'm a chicken nugget. All right. So with that being said, guys, special thank you to everybody on Patreon. Obviously, we took a 2-month leave from our channel, from everything that we've been doing, Patreon, everything involved because of our dog Shadow and other things. But now, moving forward, we're going to have a rhythm. And I'm not going to say it anymore. You guys are going to see it for yourselves.
Yeah.
But a lot of stuff is coming to this channel, to Patreon, and our other channels too. So to be announced.
Yeah. Also, there's a lot of stuff that happened. I got a scar.
Oh yeah, she
just
got
like
burned.
Harry. So, like, a lot of stuff has happened in the past weeks.
Do you want to explain it? She's so weird sometimes.
And
Like,
that's it.
I got a scar. I'm mysterious.
Callie tried to cast a spell on me, and then I got burnt. No, I'm kidding. I was cooking. What was I cooking? I don't know. But then the oil splattered, and then I got like a 1st-degree burn.
You're putting meat. I think you were putting
into the oil.
A ground beef patty
Yeah.
into like a steaming hot oil.
Oh, well, what are you gonna do, right?
And then it's just splashed, and I was like, oh god.
And guys, I don't know, maybe I have bad luck, but my glasses had broken also, so there was a lot of stuff going on. And then I was without glasses for 2 weeks because my eye doctor refused to give me my prescription because they told me to come in for another exam. And I'm like, hey, I don't really want to pay for another exam. And, you try to get me to pay however much money for glasses. I just want to get these cheap ones online. So not sponsored, but I got these cheap ones online for $60 with the lens and the frame.
Which, by the way, as a lifelong glasses user, I've been using glasses ever since I can remember, ever since I was like 6. Buying glasses online is literally a fraction of the price. And it sounds like a commercial, and it's not. But buying glasses online versus going in store, and like they scam you in store.
Yeah.
It's like $300,
$500.
$200. Yeah, it's like upwards of like hundreds of dollars for the same thing that you could get for like $50-$60.
Guys, $60. And I want to be sponsored, okay? So it'll be a competition.
All right. So with that being said, thank you so much to everybody on Patreon. You get early access, reactions on Patreon, uncut. And we can connect on a more personal basis on Patreon as well. Like, we can have a conversation through direct messaging, respond to comments, and just create a more intimate community on there moving forward. So for the patrons, I'm going to do a 5-second countdown so that you can sync with your own copy. You do have to have your own original copy, but you can watch it along with us by syncing your copy with the one that we are watching. Thank you very much. Adjusting the volume. All systems go.
Ooh, I love these dark intros.
And if you're new to the channel, we take notes while we watch movies. And then we talk about it for hours after, so...
Oh, I was like, is it going to play the theme song?
It is.
Yeah.
Ooh. Ah, it's like nails on a chalkboard. Ah!
It's coming! It's infiltrating
Oh
my
my God.
brain.
These are dark times, there is no denying.
What an opening.
Our world has perhaps faced no greater threat than it does today.
Who is this?
Your ministry remains strong.
Oh, he's doing like a report.
Dark Mark sparks panic. Daily Prophet. Muggle family murdered. Violence spreads.
What? Death Eater numbers grow. Wow, we get to see her room. Oh shoot, let me get my notes.
Mom.
So she lives in a Muggle world, right?
Yeah.
Still don't understand why we have to leave. Because it's not safe for us here anymore.
Oh, they're leaving?
It's crazy how grown they are.
I know, compared to the first movie.
It started off pretty intense.
Obliviate.
What?
What?
What does that mean, though? Obliviate.
Oh my gosh.
Hermione obliviate.
What? They're leaving him behind?
Privet Drive.
Wow, I think she, like,
You think she wiped their memories?
yeah, she made it so that she doesn't exist to them.
Ever?
Probably because they're killing Muggle families now.
Oh, she can't be associated.
Yeah.
To protect her family, she had to...
Oh my gosh, that's so sad. What the heck?
Damn, that's intense.
I hope she can undo that.
That's what I was going to ask. It's like, is it temporary? Can she undo it? What are the specifics? Ooh, Death Eaters. I don't like Death Eaters.
But she seemed really, like,
I know.
hesitant about it.
Ooh, it's so dark. Oh,
The biggest Death Eater of them all.
the killer. Killer's on the loose.
Eating the death of Dumbledore right here.
How could he, right? That's crazy. He's like a triple, quadruple, like what is he considered in terms of spionage? Spionage, is that what you say?
Espionage?
Spionage.
Espionage?
Espionage, yeah. Uh-oh. The Last Supper. Oh, I saw Peter Pettigrew's stupid face.
The Aura Office no longer plays any part in the protection of Harry Potter. Those closest to him believe we have infiltrated the ministry.
Well, they got that right then, haven't they?
What say you, Pius?
Pies. Ooh,
Oh
the
my
snake.
gosh. This guy.
One hears many things, my lord. Whether the truth is among them is not clear.
My feet. I don't like snakes.
As inspiring as I find your bloodlust, I must be the one to kill Harry Potter. But I face an unfortunate complication that my wand
Get your wand.
and Potter's share the same core.
The Phoenix Core, right?
They are, in some ways,
Twins. Yeah.
twins. We can wound, but not fatally harm one another.
Wow, that's interesting.
Ooh.
I am to kill him.
Oh.
I must do it with another's wand.
Who's gonna be the lucky goose?
Not my wand.
What about you, Lucius?
He looks stressed. He does not look happy.
I require your wand.
You could just give your wand to someone?
I don't know. I thought it was assigned to you.
I know. I thought it was exclusive. Like, you can't. Damn, his wand is cool. We should get his wand with that holder.
Wow.
Look
He's
at
got a
that.
sleek back black one.
And the core.
Dragon heartstring.
Dragon heartstring.
Oh, you just broke it.
I think it just took off the thing, the end of it.
To those of you who do not know, we are joined tonight by Miss Charity Burbage, who until recently
Nagini.
Oh, she's a professor.
speciality was Muggle studies.
Oh no.
she would, given her way, have us mate with them.
Oh, yeah, they're all pure bloods.
Oh, shoot.
Severus, please.
Oh, man.
We're friends.
I didn't even see Malfoy there. Oh my god, imagine.
Oh, my God.
Your coworker, probably for years,
Oh, my gosh.
begs. Oh my god. That's a huge snake.
Dinner.
Dinner. Damn. I don't like it. It's coming towards me. Ah! I don't like snakes.
It just ate me. Ah, I could never. Oh, my pen.
Look, Dumbledore's falling.
My pen.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
Oh well. No notes for you.
Oh, no.
You can reach and get a pen real quick. Quick, go.
No, it's okay.
Go get a pen now, quick.
I'll just do it when we stop. Don't worry.
Okay. You can borrow my pen if you need it. Do you need to write something right now?
No.
Okay, so when you need, just leave it here. Then write and then put it back.
This is a 3D experience. Look, R.A.B.
R.A.B. Dumbledore. These people love wallpaper, huh? It's Dudley's or Dursley's? Dursley's, right?
Dursleys, yeah.
Look at him revisiting where he started.
Wow.
The cupboard. We just put it there. Ooh, a motorcycle equals Hagrid. Right?
Hello, Harry.
Yep.
Aww, yay!
Let's go.
Aww.
Let's say we get undercover before.
Mad Eye Moody.
Look, they're all coming into the Dudley's home. The Dursleys. Oh, I said Dudley too.
Kingsley, I thought you were looking after the Prime Minister.
You are more important.
Hello, Harry.
Oh, shoot!
Dead.
True enough. I was also a werewolf named Greyback. I hope to repay the favour one day.
Oh, you're still beautiful to me, Willie.
Just remember, Fleur.
Fleur.
Oh, shoot. She looks a little different.
Yeah, from the Goblet of Fire, right?
Wait till you hear the news. Remus and
Right
I.
down, right.
Oh, she's pregnant.
We've got to get the hell out of here.
They won't know which Harry Potter is the real one.
The real one?
I believe you're familiar with this particular...
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely not.
Told you you'd take it well.
No, if you think I'm going to let everyone risk their lives for me...
That's crazy.
They've all agreed to take the risk.
Technically, I've been coerced. Mundungus Fletcher, Mr. Potter.
Mundungus.
Always been a huge admirer.
Nip it, Mundungus.
All right, Granger, as discussed.
Blimey, Hermione.
Oh, yeah, the hair.
Blimey.
Blimey, Hermione.
Oh my god, they're all gonna become Harry Potter? What?
Fair warning. Tastes like goblin piss.
Ooh.
Experiences with that, dear Maddo?
Yeah, how would he know?
Ooh.
Oh, look at his face. Oh,
Oh, look, he got shorter.
is he gonna get taller? No, he got taller. He's getting taller. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, this is. Oh my god, look at Hermione. Oh my god.
Hermione.
Oh, there goes sleeping tonight. I can't sleep after that.
What?
Wow, we're identical.
Not yet, you're not.
There are 7 Harry Potters. Interesting, right?
Change 2, Potter.
Bill, look away.
Oh my god.
Your eyesight is awful. That's us.
Dungus, stick tight to me. I want to keep
Yeah.
an eye on you. As for Harry,
Yes?
the real Harry, where the devil are you anyway?
I brought you here 16 years ago when you were no bigger than a bow truckle. Seems only right that I should be the one to take you away now.
Oh. This is so cool. Oh my gosh, they're riding the Thestral.
Thestrals, right?
Yeah.
Thestrals are basically invisible to muggles, right?
Yeah.
That's so cool. He has a motorcycle too. Oh my god, look how many. Oh, wow.
Hagrid, we have to help the others. I can't do that, Harry. Mad Eye's orders.
Oh, he hit the nitro.
Oh my gosh.
I
Wow.
Oh my god, they're infiltrating the Muggle world. Ooh.
Oh my god. This is like John Wick.
Oh my gosh.
This is like Batman, I mean. It's like that Dark Knight scene with the Batmobile in the tunnels. Ooh.
I'm scared.
This is so crazy. Oh, Hagrid passed out.
No.
Oh. I hope he just passed out, right? Like he didn't die.
Hedwig. Ah, Hedwig! No.
Oh, man. Is that Voldemort? It is Voldemort.
It is. Look, again. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Oh, he's using Lucius's wand.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh, they like entered like a force field.
Oh my gosh.
It's intense.
They were on us right from the start, Molly. We didn't stand a chance.
No one's back yet.
Thank goodness you two are all right.
Oh, she's probably so worried about her kids.
I thought we should have already been back. Tad and Fred as well.
Oh no, who's that?
What creature sat in the corner the first time Harry Potter visited my office in Hogwarts?
Are you mad?
What creature?
Grindylow!
We've been betrayed. Voldemort knew you were being moved tonight. I had to make sure you weren't an imposter.
Oh no.
Somebody gave it away. I bet it was the weird bald guy who had to grow, who said that he was forced into it.
Wait!
The last words Albus Dumbledore spoke to the pair of us.
Harry is the best hope we have. Trust him.
Wow. Oh my gosh, I'm getting so emotional. Aww.
I won't be standing here without him. Really?
Always its own surprise.
Man, I love Ron.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sad.
Where's George?
Oh my god, it was George. Oh no.
He's still breathing, right? Otherwise they would be... Yeah, he's still alive. Has to be.
How you feeling, Georgie?
Saint-like. I'm holy. I'm holy, Fred.
Oh.
Get it?
He has a hole on his head.
The whole wide world of ear-related humour.
The whole wide
you
world.
go for I'm holy.
Oh, man.
Mad Eye's dead.
Oh my
What? Just like that? Oh, Mad Eye went with the bald guy.
Oh god.
No, actually, Mad Eye went alone.
Mundungus took one look at Voldemort and disapparated.
This guy, Mundungus. Ooh, just like that, huh? Hedwig and Mad Eye, right in the beginning. This is gonna be fun.
Oh, that's like so sad. Wow.
I don't know if you remember, but in the last movie, they kidnapped Ollivander.
Oh, yeah.
The werewolf-looking guy, the hairy guy.
greyback, yeah.
Yeah. He kidnapped him. So Voldemort probably went back to Ollivander and said, like it didn't work, you know?
Where's he going?
Going somewhere?
Oh gosh.
He doesn't want to put their lives
Nobody else is going to die.
at danger, yeah, at risk.
You may be the chosen one, mate. This is a whole lot bigger than that. Come with me. I'll leave Hermione. You're mad. We wouldn't last 2 days without her. To kill the other Horcruxes, we have to find them. Where are they? Where do we start?
It's a good question. Because it could be anything, right? Oh, Bill and Fleur. So it's their wedding.
Oh.
It's your brother's wedding. Dumbledore's secret. Dark secrets revealed. Rita Skeeter. I hate Rita Skeeter. She's the gossiper.
Oh, she's the reporter, right?
Yeah, the weirdo.
Yeah. Weirdo's an understatement.
Oh, there he is.
Oh god.
Remembered by Elphius Doge.
Sit me up, will you?
Oh, Ooh, showing a lot of skin.
I forgot they shared a kiss.
Yeah, they have a whole romance going on.
Yeah, they're together now.
And she looks like his mother.
Oh.
It seems silly, doesn't it, a wedding, given everything that's going on?
Hmm.
Maybe that's the best reason to have it.
Wow.
Because of everything that's going on.
Very poetic. Oh, Georgie.
Oh, he's okay at least.
He has an ear. He has a toothbrush in his ear.
Morning.
Awkward. he's like so Harry, you saw the Quidditch match?
Excuse me.
All together now.
That's funny. Morning.
3.
Oh, this is reminding me so much of Goblet of Fire so far. Even with the Death Eaters at the beginning, you know?
Yeah, the tent.
Yeah, the tents, the Rita lady.
Hell, what's the Minister of Magic doing here?
To what do we owe the pleasure, Minister?
I think we both know the answer to that question, Mr. Potter.
So Cornelius is out?
The last will and testament of Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. First, to Ronald Bilious Weasley, I leave my Deluminator, a device of my own making, in the hope that when things seem most dark, it will show him the light.
Dumbledore left this for me?
Yeah.
Oh, that's the thing from the first one.
Yes, when he caught the lights from the street lamps.
Mm-hmm. Wow, look at the full circle moments.
Oh my gosh.
Hagrid and Harry. Deluminator. That's crazy.
Wicked.
Wicked.
To Hermione Jean Granger, I leave my copy of the Tales of Beedle the Bard.
That's gonna write it down.
Hope that she find it entertaining and instructive.
Mum used to read me those. The Wizard and the Hopping Pot, Babbity Rabbity and the Cackling Stump. Babbity Rabbity.
Rabbity.
To Harry James Potter, I leave the snitch he caught in his first Quidditch match at Hogwarts.
Wow.
A reminder of the rewards of perseverance and skill.
Look, a golden snitch.
It's right here.
Dumbledore left you a second necklace, the sword of Godric Gryffindor.
Wow. What an honor.
Unfortunately, the sword of Gryffindor was not Dumbledore's to give away. As an important historical artifact, it belongs
To Harry. It came to him when he most needed it in the Chamber of Secrets.
The sword may present itself to any worthy Gryffindor, Miss Granger. That does not make it that wizard's property. And in any event, the current whereabouts of the sword are unknown. You can't fight this war on your own. He's too strong.
Well, he's not alone.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's alone.
Look, they have like security.
That's really cool. And it's so easy for him to catch it now.
Yeah, it's his. Wow, this is nice. It's so weird that Ron had a crush on her and now she's married to his brother.
Oh, let's go.
Come on, get dancing. Oh, look, that's probably her dad, right?
Yeah, they look alike. It's the same person. Oh, that's the reporter guy that was in the magazine.
Oh, yeah.
In the Daily Prophet.
I trust you know, Mr. Potter, that we, at the Quibbler and like those toadies at the Daily Prophet, fully supported Dumbledore in his lifetime and in his...
Oh, what's that?
You're just as funny. Thank you.
What was that weird shot, close-up shot of his necklace?
Just too polite to say so.
I'm gonna write down necklace. Luna's father necklace.
I found what you wrote in the Daily Prophet really moving. You obviously knew Dumbledore well.
Well, I certainly knew him the longest. That is, if you don't count his brother Aberforth, and somehow people never do seem to count Aberforth.
Aberforth.
What?
Who are we talking about? Bathilda Backshot.
Bathilda Backshot.
Hey, yo.
Backshot or...
She's like 12 years old here. Backshot.
to take a peek into that bird's rattled cave.
Oh, Godric's Hollow.
Bathilda Bagshot lives at Godric's Hollow.
Well, that's where she first met Dumbledore.
So he lived there too.
The family moved there after his father killed those 3 muggles.
What?
Honestly, my boy, are you sure you knew him at all?
Oh my gosh, what?
I'm just writing down the names. Bathilda Bagshot, Godric Hollow. Ooh.
Ooh, what is that?
Is it a Patronus?
Ministry has fallen.
Oh, it's...
Minister of Magic is dead.
What? Oh my god, it's a message.
Nice meeting you, Mr.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
I don't know who that was. Get away, get away.
Ah!
Oh my gosh.
London. I've been there.
How did they do that?
So they're in London now.
What the heck?
Undetectable extension charm.
How deep is that bag? Is she sticking her whole arm
What
in
the
there?
heck? It has like a whole wardrobe.
That'll be the books.
What?
Just fell.
That's magic, right?
Yeah.
I wish I had that storage ability.
Do you think we should go back?
Put everyone in danger by going back.
Ron's right. Coffee? A cappuccino, please.
What she said.
Same.
Is this the same diner that Harry was in the last movie?
Oh, with that girl that wanted to hang out?
Yeah.
Don't remember.
You joking?
Oh no, I don't like that.
Just in case.
By the way, these jeans, not my favourite.
I see it
Oh
once.
my gosh! She's making the cappuccinos.
I wish I could be that unbothered in life.
Oh my god.
That level of unbothered. Woo. Petrificus totalis.
This one's name's Raoul. He was on the astronomy tower the night Snape killed Dumbledore.
Oh yeah, he was.
Oh shit.
So what are we gonna do with you, eh? Kill us if it was turned around, wouldn't you?
If we kill them, they'll know we were here.
Ron.
Suppose you did Mad Eye. How would you feel then?
Forgiveness.
It's better we wipe their memories.
Hermione, you're the best of spells.
So he's like petrified because he's kind of like twitching. Her wand is pretty cool too.
Obliviate.
Wow.
Oh, so this is how we learned that she wiped her parents' memories. Very interesting. The way that they tell the story is incredible on film. I can't wait to read about it in the books.
Can't be. Choice breaks 17 is visiting law.
They're spending so much more time together
I know.
already. Like the 3 of them.
Mm-hmm.
Celebrate your birthday, Harry.
Aww.
We prepared a cake.
Hermione, honestly, I appreciate the thought, but really, given the fact that we were almost killed by a couple of Death Eaters a few minutes ago?
Yeah. Oh, Sirius Black's house. You think it's been jeopardized? You think it's still safe?
Maybe only they can really access it, right?
Yeah, members of the Order. Oh. Booby trap.
Who's that? Is
Dumbledore's
that Dumbledore?
ghost? Oh my god.
What's that all about?
What is that?
What's up with the jump scares?
This...
In case Snape decided to come snooping.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he can still access it. Oh, God. That sucks.
Homenum Revelio.
Homenum Revelio.
Oh, like reveal a man, basically, right?
Yeah,
like,
reveal anyone, right? Yeah.
Omenum is man.
Another one! A different one would work, I swear. Must be another way.
Ooh, it keeps talking about the wand. He
Yeah.
can't just use it like any wand because Lucius's was weak.
Mm-hmm.
No surprise there.
No surprise there.
Mr. Lucius.
Yeah. He's
Mr. freaking...
all talk.
Yeah. Wait till my father hears about this.
Till my father hears about this. But, Professor...
Red hair and a hand-me-down robe. You must be a Weasley.
A lot of sentimentality, man.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna cry like during our discussion because I have a lot. Like I didn't have time to process everything, but
Everything's so fast, right? In these movies, it
I
happens so
know.
quick.
But I'm feeling emotional about a lot of things already.
I feel heavy. Yeah, like it's heavy.
It's hard to really smile at the good things.
Oh look, it's Bathilda Bagshot. It's Bagshot, right, and not Backshot.
I know, it's just funny.
Backshot.
It's a little homophone there.
So somebody came in. They were trying to find something in this house, right? They like flipped it.
Yeah.
A Bellatrix.
Oh.
Regulus Arcturus Black.
I thought it was Bellatrix.
R.A.B.
R.A.B.
He's related to Sirius Black.
I have stolen the real Horcrux and intend to destroy it.
R.A.B. is Sirius's brother.
The heck? Who goes there?
Oh yeah, I forgot about Creature. Creature is his name. With a K.
I don't really trust this one.
Yeah.
Is Master Regulus's locket? But there were two, weren't there? Where's the other one? Creature doesn't know.
But did you ever see it? Was it in this house?
Filthy mud blood, Deathy doesn't come in the arm.
Oh my god.
Answer her. It was here before Master Regulus died. He ordered Creature to destroy it, but no matter how hard Creature tried, he could not do it.
Oh.
He came in the night. He took many things, including the locket. Who did? Who was it, Creature?
Mundungus. I knew it.
Oh god, I
Slimy.
knew it.
Slimy.
Ooh. Ooh. Oops.
Oh, Hogwarts Express.
Oh my gosh, why would they even get on it?
My father will hear about this.
What
My
the
father
heck?
will hear about this.
Everyone's father is gonna hear about it.
Hey,
Oh
losers.
no, Ginny.
He isn't here.
They're looking for Harry.
So they took over the Ministry of Magic, right?
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Oh, I saw
spot a
pink.
little.
Oh, I don't like seeing pink in Harry Potter anymore. It gives me trauma.
Minister for Magic.
No. Oh.
I promise to restore.
That's the guy.
Yeah, they took over the
Pius.
ministry.
He's the new minister. Oh, look, here he is.
When Scrimgeour first gave it to you, I thought it might open at your touch.
Hmm.
The Dumbledore had hidden something inside it.
He has to put it in his mouth again.
That's how he swallowed it, right?
Yeah.
First time. Yeah, I was
So
trying to remember.
Maybe he'll think of it.
Dobby! Harry Potter must not go back to Hogwarts.
Get him. Get that man.
Ooh.
Abracadabra.
Yeah.
What's your plan, Ed? Setting a pair of bleeding assholes on me.
Dobby was only trying to help. And then Dobby heard Creature mention Harry Potter's name. And then Dobby saw Creature with the thief, Mundungus.
You foul little git. I'm a fire of prayer and...
He's the reason why Mad Eye died, right?
Probably.
There I was, flogging me wares in Diagon Alley, when some ministry aide comes up and asks to see me licence. Says she's a mind to lock me up.
Who was she?
Well, she's there. Bleeding bow and all.
Who is it?
Oh, of course. Educational reform. Oh, this lady just doesn't quit, huh?
What was her stupid name again?
Dolores
Dolores
Umbridge.
Umbridge.
Umbridge, yeah, Umbridge.
Look, it's the lady that was standing next to her. Oh! Oh, there you go. It's probably her secretary.
Oh, CCTV caught all of it on camera. Oh, I see.
Oh.
Polyjuice.
Just try and act normal. Do what everybody else is doing. If we do that, then with a bit of luck, we'll get inside. And then...
It gets really tricky.
Correct.
They just need some liquid luck, man.
She always gets frantic doing these.
We've got Horcrux to find.
It's funny how they kind of look like the characters, too.
They do.
You have a redhead, blonde redhead for Ron.
Look, they're all grown up.
Yeah, you gotta go to work 9 to 5, cubicle life.
I mean, she has PTSD from her other polyjuice experience.
Yeah, she turned into a cat.
Yeah. Oh my god, they're gonna... What are they doing?
You have just a line of people just waiting right outside.
Oh, don't tell me.
Is this like the...
We flush ourselves.
I keep hearing the toilet flushing.
Yeah, I thought it was the powder, the diagonally.
Oh god.
Diagonally.
Do they travel through the tubes and stuff?
Diagonally is what he said.
They're like, hurry up, I want to go. Ew.
That's funny. That's interesting, right? Like they go through the toilet.
Somebody number 2 right before.
I know.
Oh, they're checking.
They even have the Nazi arm patch thing. The totalitarianism.
How long did you say this batch of polyjuice would last, Hermione?
I didn't.
Oh god, they don't even know. They have to be quick.
It's still raining inside my office. It's 2 days now.
Have you tried an umbrella?
I do realize I'm going downstairs. Don't you got them all?
Downstairs?
To interrogate your wife. If my wife's blood status were in there and the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement needed a job doing, I think I might just make that a priority. You have 1 hour.
Well, it's not really his business because he's not really that guy.
Yeah, but if the wife dies or if something happens to the wife, then it's his fault because he took the body.
That's sad.
What am I gonna do? My wife's...
You don't have a wife.
Not yet.
How do I stop it raining?
Try Venite Incantatum.
She knows all the spells. Pretty impressive.
This is you, Ron.
Oh, he has to go fulfill his duty as a husband?
Venite Incantatum. Okay. And if that doesn't work...
Bye, Ron. Good luck.
He can't just Google it, right? Like, he can't take out his iPhone and Google.
Yeah, imagine it's like iPhone something.
Magic and support staff. I'd say if we don't locate Umbridge within the hour, we go find Ron and come back another day. Deal? Yes.
Oh.
Elder, Travis sent you, did he? Good. We'll go straight down.
Perfect, though.
Albert, aren't you getting out?
Oh, no.
Petrificus totalis.
Hermione alone.
Ooh.
With the devil. Oh, God.
That's so interesting.
Albert, get back in, Albert.
Why is he walking like that? He's walking weird.
Maybe that's how the guy walks. He can't control it.
Look at them printing out propaganda.
Wow.
This is literally Nazi Germany.
Uncle?
That was the minister. Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister. Head of the Muggle-Born Registration Commission. Wow, that's... Ooh, this is pretty heavy stuff. Oh, that's so interesting. This is probably from Fred and George's shop.
Yeah.
Disrupting. Order! Oh, her and her cats. Wow, look at her office, though. She really upgraded from Hogwarts, huh? I guess.
Oh, gosh, I don't know if you'll be able to spell that one out. What if he polyjuiced as her?
That'll be interesting.
Also, secondly, how the heck did she get out of the woods?
Yeah, how did she get out of the woods?
Runcorn.
Morning.
Ron, it's me, Harry. Blimey.
Ron is so funny. And they have to hurry.
Father was a wizard. William Alderton. He worked here for 30 years. Perhaps you know him. Always wore his jacket inside out.
Oh, man.
Ooh, do you think they eliminate the the impures? Probably, right?
Yeah, and they can't help everybody because they have to stay alive.
Yeah.
Of 27 Chiselhurst.
Oh, look at the Death Eaters, the Dementors.
It's here.
Mother to Maisie, Ellie, and Alfred.
She's wearing it.
It's Ron. It's his wife.
A wand was taken from you upon your arrival at the ministry today, Mrs. Cattermole. Is this that wand? Would you please tell the court from which witch or wizard you took?
Wow, Dementors.
It chose me. Wands only choose witches, and you are not.
But I am. Tell them, Reg. Tell them what I am. Reg, tell them.
Oh my gosh.
What on earth are you doing, Albert?
You're lying, Dolores.
Oh my gosh.
And one mustn't tell lies.
Oh my god. Wow!
Oh, they got it. Oh, they unleashed the Dementors.
Oh.
It's Harry Potter.
Oh my god.
This will be fun to tell the kids.
You gotta tell the kids. He's like a celebrity.
He's still pretending.
Run, run! Don't keep looking back. Yes, there are Dementors chasing you. Ah! Woo!
Oh my gosh. Go, 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 go.
Expecto Patronum, yeah. Expecto Patronum, I knew the spell. I knew it because my survival instincts kicked in. Ah, Expecto Patronum. Patronum?
Sorry, I only know Avada Kedavra.
Yeah, it's the only spell she knows.
Sorry.
Stupefy.
It's the only one I use. Too good to use anything else. Or too bad.
Mary, go home. Get the kids. I'll meet you there. We have to get out the country, understand? Mary, do as I say.
Oh, Hermione is not gonna like that.
It's not her fault. Oh my
look.
god, he's changing.
Oh, he's into older women. Confirmed. Ron likes MILFs. Oh my god, that's the real guy. Oh, the marriage is done.
Who's that?
The marriage is an
Long
old.
story.
Nice meeting you. Oh.
Hey, shut up, sir.
Oh, he's literally the most wanted man in the universe.
You're not getting paid to tell them.
His face is plastered everywhere. It's so funny. Like, he's just right there in plain sight. Look at that. Look at all the wanted paper. Here you go. Here I am.
Oh, there is a reward.
Yeah.
Does that guy get his reward?
Wow. Oh, they're like locking down.
No.
Quick.
Hurry, Ron. Hurry. Please, no one get left behind. Please.
Jump.
Please. Oh, shoot. He's going to make it too.
Oh my god. My brain is crying. Ooh, there's a lot, like I feel kind of overstimulated. Ooh, a lot going on.
Wait, he stays in the clothes? Clothes.
They got the locket. Okay. Is everybody alive though? You never know.
Harry!
Oh gosh, no.
There's a bottle labelled Essence of Deepening.
Oh, I see his arm.
Oh my gosh.
Accio Deepening.
It's all right. Unstop it.
Hermione, his arm.
I know, just do it.
Oh my
His
gosh.
arm feels like it's gonna come off.
Ooh.
It's gonna sting a little bit.
Oh my god, I see his muscle fibers.
I knew once he'd seen where we were, we couldn't stay, so
but Ron got splinched.
Oh, sure. Oh, it's healing.
What's up with the Weasleys getting fatally wounded? Man. They need some liquid luck. That's what he needs.
I know. Can't they whip up one of those potions and then get enough luck to kill Voldemort?
I know, right?
Salvia Hectia.
Huh.
What are you doing?
She's
Protective enchantment.
she's casting a hex.
I don't fancy another visit like the one we had in Shaftesbury Avenue, do you? You can get going on the
Tent?
Protego Total.
Where am I supposed to find a tent?
Repellum.
Where do you think?
Muffalata. You first.
Creature said that he tried everything.
Hmm.
He couldn't destroy it.
Well, maybe wizards have different abilities.
More specifically, Harry Potter.
Incendio.
Yeah.
Because he destroyed the diary.
Yeah, but that would be nice if he had that sword, huh?
Yeah. Or Basilisk Fang, right? Or something.
Reducto!
Oh, that's the sound that we heard at the beginning. The screeching. A Muggle family. There's the symbol again. You saw the symbol?
Ooh, yes, I did.
It was stolen from me. Who was he? It was a boy. It was he who took it.
What?
I swear on my life.
No way.
I believe you.
It's right here. Here you go. Psych. Voldemort thought I would give him.
Oh.
Does he create a Horcrux every time he Avada Kedavra someone? That's a question.
I think people said no, because he's Avada Kedavra way more than 7 people.
You can't keep letting him in, Harry.
Oh yeah, the Snape.
You know who has found Gregorovitch? I don't know what. He wants it desperately. It's as if his life depends on it.
So he wants the wand.
What's he expecting to hear? Good news?
I think he just hopes he doesn't hear bad news.
How long before he can travel?
I'm doing everything I can.
You're not doing enough!
Uh-oh.
He's on edge, right?
Take it off.
Oh, God.
I said take it off now.
You could hear it. It's like a coffee pot, a coffee kettle, or a kettle.
A tea kettle, yeah.
A tea kettle.
Oh, it's screeching my ears. I'm thinking I have like tinnitus.
Better, yeah.
Oh, it's way better for me.
But why do they have to wear it? Why take turns? Why not just put it inside of her bag?
They
She
can't.
said we'll take turns.
Yeah, but they can't risk like leaving it somewhere that's, not in their reach, kind of.
Like not on their person.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Because he already lost his bag, so. No way. God, he's the new headmaster now.
She's on watch duty.
Oh, what's the sound?
Is that the Marauders map?
Yes, look.
Marauders, yeah. Yeah, it is.
Oh, he's watching.
Oh, it's like a live feed.
Look,
I forget.
He's in Dumbledore's office.
Mm-hmm.
What the heck? Oh, no. Oh, she's invisible right now?
Oh, is it the hex that she put, like the barrier? Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's the same barrier at the Weasley Manor, at the Weasley house.
He could smell her?
What you doing? He's heavy. Oh, sorry. Do you want me to carry it? Yeah, I can't be ridiculous. Pick it up.
Talk about a close call.
Snatches. Good to know your enchantments work.
Whoa, close call.
Ron isn't strong enough to apparate.
Well, then we'll go on foot.
Harry said he likes her perfume.
Oh, it looks like they went somewhere to do something.
Oh, God, and he's not been in a very pleasant mood.
I know.
Oh, gosh.
Look at his eyes.
Oh, he's wearing it.
So whoever wears it, so it's kind of like a Frodo situation, right? With the Lord of the Rings.
It is.
This is very interesting. Wow. The Death Eaters flying above remind me of like those World War scenes where they have the enemy airplanes.
Yeah.
And then they're telling like who died and who's alive and the body count.
Oh no,
Gabriella?
I died. No.
He doesn't know what he's doing, does he?
None of us do.
Oh my gosh, turn off the radio.
I know, like listen to music.
What are you gonna do anyways if you hear bad news? It's just gonna make it worse.
It's Goblin Maid.
Brilliant.
No, you don't understand. Tom Riddle's diary in the Chamber of Secrets.
With a basilisk.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me you've got one of those in that bloody beaded bag of yours.
Don't you see?
Hey, don't doubt it.
In the Chamber of Secrets, you stabbed the basilisk with the sword of Gryffindor. Impregnated with basilisk venom.
Ooh.
Exactly, which is why
It can destroy Horcruxes.
Dumbledore left it to you in his will.
You are brilliant, Hermione.
You kind of said that a few minutes
Yeah,
ago.
but I wasn't even thinking of all that.
He's looked past extraneous detail.
I just thought how he killed the thing.
There's only one problem, of course.
Oh,
Oh God, here comes Mr. Drama.
Mr. Grouchy.
I'm still here. But you two carry on. Don't let me spoil the fun.
What fun are we having?
Nothing's wrong, according to you, anyway.
He's been weird ever since the Goblet of Fire.
You think I don't know how this feels? Oh, you don't know how it feels! Your parents are dead. You have no family.
What?
Fine. I get it. I saw you two the other night.
There's nothing. Ron,
Whew. Yeah, this necklace brings out the worst, huh?
He left.
And he did the thing that got him injured. Are they in Muggle territory or Wizard territory? I would like to know. If there are snatchers. Oh, I thought he left without
Oh
her.
my gosh. I thought someone else casted a spell on them. Got scared for a moment. Oh God, I feel so sad for her.
Because they have to move on. Muggletum. Repel them. Muggletum. Repel all muggles.
Salvio Hexia.
The most beautiful shots. Look at these landscape shots.
The acting.
The acting.
This one?
The most intense, the most pristine. It's like it gets better with every movie gets better. So far, it's what I'm realizing. The train that goes to the kingdom.
Uh-huh.
That's so beautiful, man. It's crazy. Somebody cutting onions in here? Hey.
He's gonna do it! Put it in his mouth. Do it, Harry. Put it in your mouth. Oh!
I open at the close.
Hermione.
I have to write this stuff down. Hold on.
Snitches have flesh memories, but I didn't catch the first snitch with my hand. I almost swallowed it.
I open at the close.
I open at the close.
Yeah, what do you think that means?
I found something as well. At first I thought it was an eye, but now I don't think it is. And it isn't anywhere in Spellman's syllabary. Somebody inked it in.
Look again, the symbol.
The book, somebody drew it.
Luna's dad was wearing that.
Mm-hmm.
Why would someone draw it in a children's book?
So the book had the symbol for a reason.
Hermione, I've been thinking. I want to go to Godric's Hollow.
And it's a lot of synchronicities.
I was born, it's where my parents died.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but it means something to him too, Hermione.
Oh, that's where he was born? That's where his parents... Oh, that's where he lived.
If Dumbledore wanted you to find it, but didn't want it falling into the Ministry's hands, where better to hide it than the birthplace of the founder of Gryffindor?
Hermione.
That's interesting, right?
Don't ever let me give you a haircut again.
Hey, it's not too shabby.
What's the name of the sword?
The Sword of Gryffindor? Godric?
It's Godric Gryffindor's sword.
Yeah, I think so.
Godric Hollow, Godric Gryffindor's sword, Harry Potter's birthplace. Harry Potter's parents died there. Dumbledore lived there.
Mm-hmm.
But all, like, it's this little hub.
These apologies, Bush.
Interesting.
No, this is where I was born. I'm not returning as someone else.
Godric Hollow, right? Is it Godric Hollow?
Godric's Hollow.
Godric's Hollow.
Harry, I think it's Christmas Eve. Listen.
Do you think they'd be in there, Hermione?
Oh, it's a cemetery.
I've never
Yeah, I think they would.
visited my grandma's grave yet. It's been 10 years. Can't get myself to do it. Oh, again, the symbol. What?
Oh, what is that?
I've noticed.
Isn't Dumbledore's name Percival?
Hey, Harry.
Yeah, Percival.
Pebble.
Oh, I think you found it. Oh.
Those are called garland, right?
Mm-hmm.
Merry Christmas, Hermione.
Oh, they're being watched.
Harry, there's someone watching us behind the church.
I think I know who that is.
Oh, it's what's her name? Bagshot.
Hermione, she knew Dumbledore. She might have the soul.
Oh, that's his old home. Untouched even, right? Ever since the accident.
Hmm.
This is where they died, Hermione.
Lost the time. Oh my god. Oh my god, she scared me.
She's pretty scary.
Oh my god.
You're Bathilda, aren't you?
Oh, she looks pretty scary.
She looks like those traditional witches that you hear about in fairy tales.
She looks like those horror movies. Like,
Yeah, like jump scare. Oh, she doesn't look nice. Nice meaning like she doesn't look friendly.
No. I'm scared.
She doesn't talk? Oh, that's the guy he found. He saw in the vision.
Who is this man?
Maybe she can't speak.
That's why she's a writer. Perhaps, right?
Yeah, maybe it's like a curse or something.
What's going on here? Oh, she sees the necklace.
Oh no. Don't let her get her eyes on that.
Oh, is it parcel tongue? So she's like a Slytherin as well? And oh, she only speaks parcel tongue. Interesting. Uh-oh. Got flies, never good a sign.
Oh no.
When it's festering. What the heck is going on, babe?
Oh my
What's
gosh.
What's going on? What's going on?
Oh my gosh.
What's going on?
Get out, get out, get out, get out, get out, get out, get out.
What's going on? Oh my god, it's Nagini.
Oh my god.
It's Nagini. Oh my god, oh my god. Imagine this in 3D.
Avada
Quick, get your wand, do something.
I can't.
Help.
I'm not Harry. Oh my gosh. Oh, wow.
Ah! Oh my god, I almost popped a vein in my neck. I felt like a vein in my neck.
Your scream scared
my
me
scream.
more than
My scream.
that.
7 movies in and my scream now is a problem.
Ah!
Oh my god.
I got so scared. What the heck? Oh gosh. That was a trap. Of course it was a trap. They thought they were going to get a sword.
My heart is palpitating.
Oh, me too. I need some water.
Came here once with Mum and Dad. It's just how I remember it. The trees, the river, nothing's changed. You wanted to know who the boy in the photograph was. I know. Grindelwald.
Gellert Grindelwald.
We've heard that name before, no? Grindelwald?
He's the thief I saw in Gregorovich's wand shop. Where is my wand? Oh, no. Where's my wand, Hermione?
Oh, it broke.
No.
Nagini broke his
Not
wand.
Harry's wand. What is he gonna do?
Leaving Godric's Hollow, I cast a curse and it rebounded. I'm sorry.
Hmm.
I tried to mend it, but wands are different.
It's done. Leave me yours. Go inside and get warm. I'll take the locket as well.
Oh God, this is gonna be bad. Doesn't have his wand now. That's what's been protecting him against Voldemort's curses.
Where's this mirror from? Is it from that Mirror of Desires? What's the name of it? Arides? Is that right?
Erised?
Erised. Great memory. See, like that's proof. You have a great memory. Erised, yeah. I thought it was like a little piece that they took with them.
Oh, it's a Patronus.
Oh, it's like the one he casted in Prisoner of Azkaban to save himself. This is reminding me of Prisoner of Azkaban, how they just kind of go on their own adventure away from Hogwarts.
Yeah.
Well, within Hogwarts, but you know what I mean. Do you think it's him traveling through time again?
I don't know. He didn't cast it, so...
But his is a stag with
yeah,
antlers.
I was going to say that right now. I was like, I don't think that's his, because his was like a... This one's like a doe.
Yeah. I was going to say deer, but I think it's a doe. Oh, it's doing what it did when him and Dumbledore went inside of that cave. And the light went underwater. What is that?
It's the sword!
Oh, the sword.
Oh, shoot.
What? It's in a frozen lake? Huh. That's crazy, actually. Is there going to be like a shark in there? Like what's
What the heck? That's going to be freezing.
Well, they say that you can't go with your clothes on if you're going to go into super cold water. Because your clothes hardens.
Oh,
and then it weighs you down or something like that. So you have to do it naked.
Oh, shoot.
Cold plunge.
Hey, has got a lot of health benefits. Oh, shoot. Oh, it's a trap again.
Oh, the necklace is resisting it. Scared of it.
Oh.
You see it? Because it knows that it's used to destroy it.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Hermione, where are you? Oh, shoot, there's somebody there.
Oh. No, I thought that was you.
No, my Patronus is a stag.
That's what we realized. That's why.
I can't. Then why are you here? Why did you come back? No, I'll have to speak to it in order for it to open. When it does, don't hesitate. I don't know what's in there, but it'll put up a fight. A bit of riddle that was in that diary tried to kill me.
This will be the third one they destroy. We'll be halfway there almost. What the heck?
Oh, there's an eyeball in it, you saw?
Yeah? Why did he start?
Oh my
gosh.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
And I have seen your fears.
No.
Wow.
Loved by your mother who craved a daughter.
Wow.
Least loved by the girl who prefers your friend.
What?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
No, don't believe.
Who could look at you past Harry Potter?
Oh my god.
Don't believe it.
You are nothing, nothing.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god. This is insane. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
And it had an eye inside of it. Oh god. This is beyond profound. This is oof.
Just think. Only 3 to go.
3 to go? So they destroyed 4?
3 to go?
Yeah, he said 3 to go.
Is everything all right?
It's fine. Actually, it's more than fine.
Hey.
Uh-huh.
She's angry.
You show up here after weeks and you say, hey? Harry Potter, you give me my wand!
You destroyed it.
And how is it that you just happen to have the sword of Gryffindor? Don't think this changes anything.
They all look like models for like Gap or something.
Yeah, it does. This looks like a commercial.
Look at the clothes.
A voice. Your voice, Hermione.
And what exactly did I say, may I ask?
My name. It floated toward me. The ball of light. Went right to my chest. Straight through me. I came to this hillside. It was dark. I had no idea where I was. Just hoped that one of you would show yourself. And you did.
You saw how subtly the sun just shined through for a
Yeah.
split second, and he felt the presence of the divine.
Just keep talking about that little ball of light touching your heart. It'll come round.
This is going to sound crazy, but I think that's why Dumbledore left it to me, the Deluminator. I think he knew that somehow I'd need it to find my way back, and she'd lead me.
And gorgeous.
What's going on in there?
Oh my god.
I want to go and see Xenophilius Lovegood.
Sorry?
See this? It's a letter Dumbledore wrote to Grindelwald. Look at the
What
signature.
the heck?
It's the mark again.
He made
Albus
the A with
Science.
the...
You've got no idea where the next Horcrux is, and neither do I. But this means something. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, Hermione's right. We ought to see Lovegood.
He's like agreeable.
Let's vote. Those in favour.
They're like, hey, we've always been in favor of our plan, except for you.
We've always agreed with Hermione. She knows best.
Also, she needs her wand. Like, we need her spells.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, she's the most powerful, well, most knowledgeable witch.
Yeah, we can't not have Hermione and her wand. So it's a good thing he got a new wand.
I'm always mad at him.
Oh, it's his house. Oh, no,
No.
it's not his house. It kind of looks like the Weasley house a little.
Keep off the dirigible plums. The Quibbler editor.
Keep off the dirigible plum.
Oh, he's an editor for the magazine.
What is it? Who are you? What do you want?
Hello.
Who are you?
Wasn't he at their wedding?
Met a few months ago.
The wedding?
Could we come in?
Where's Luna?
Luna. She'll be along.
Awkward. Isn't Luna at Hogwarts?
It was about something you were wearing around your neck at the wedding. It was a symbol.
You mean this?
Yes. What we wondered is...
What is it?
Oh, we're finally gonna find out.
Sign of the Deathly Hallows, of course.
The
The name
title
of the movie, just
Okay.
like Snape and the Half-Blood Prince.
Familiar with the tale of the three brothers?
Three brothers.
No.
What?
Deathly Hallows.
I have it in here.
Three brothers.
Why hasn't she told us any of this?
There were once 3 brothers who were travelling along a lonely, winding road.
Midnight. Mum always said midnight. Twilight's fine. Better, actually.
In time, the brothers reached a river too treacherous to pass.
Oh, look, it's like a...
Being learned in the magical arts, the 3 brothers simply waved their wands. They found their path blocked by a hooded figure, cheated because travellers would normally drown in the river, and said that each had earned a prize for having been clever enough to evade him. Asked for a wand more powerful than any in existence. So Death fashioned him one from...
Oh my gosh.
No coincidences.
and asked for the power to recall loved ones from the grave. So Death plucked a stone from the river and offered it to him.
Oh my gosh.
A humble man, he asked for something that would allow him to go forth from that place without being followed by Death. And so it was that Death reluctantly handed over
Oh
his
my
own cloak
God.
of invisibility.
Oh, that's the cloak Harry has.
And cold, for she did not belong in the mortal world. Driven mad with hopeless longing, so as to join her. And so Death took the second brother.
Wow. Oh my God. This is beautiful.
Only when he attained a great age did the youngest brother shed the cloak of invisibility and give it to his son.
Wow.
And went with him gladly, departing this life as equals.
Oh my gosh, I just connected something insane.
The Elder Wand.
Oh.
The most powerful wand ever.
I see now.
Each shape represents, yeah.
Just a wand.
The Resurrection Stone.
Stone.
The Cloak of Invisibility.
Now we know.
Together they make the Deathly Hallows.
Hmm.
Together Master of Death.
Master of Death, nice.
Brothers Cadmus and Antioch are thought to be the original owners of the Hallows and therefore the inspiration for the story. But your tea's gone cold.
He's acting weird.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a little suspicious.
He's very jumpy.
They were angry, you see, about what I'd been writing. So they took my young.
Oh no.
But it's really you they want.
Oh no.
Who took us up?
Voldemort.
Oh, he said the name too.
Did he just die? What just happened?
Nah, he just got hit by the impact.
Go, go, go. Oh.
They kidnapped her because he supported me. He was just desperate.
Yeah, I don't blame him. Surprisingly, I don't blame him.
Me either.
It's a desperate father. What are you gonna do? Oh.
Shit, and it's the freaking werewolf guy.
Oh, he's so scary looking.
It's Harry. It's Harry guy.
It's the hairy guy.
Oh, come on.
Snatch him!
No, 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 no. Go, 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 go. Guys, do a spell. Run! Oh my gosh! Do a spell!
Fight back, yeah. Nice. Oh, they're surrounded.
What the heck?
Tell me who possesses it. The Elder One lies with him, of course.
Oh, with Dumbledore.
Yeah, it's his wand.
Oh my gosh.
That's why we bought this. It's Dumbledore's wand.
If he doesn't learn to behave himself.
Oh no.
What's your name? Dudley. Vernon Dudley.
So they don't recognize him.
Mhm.
Oh, I see.
There's no Vernon Dudley on here. You hear that, ugly? This says he's lying.
Oh no, they're gonna see the scar.
Change of plan. We're not taking this lot to the ministry.
I don't see his scar.
Yeah, like how would you know? Like he lifted his hair, but I didn't see the scar showing.
This is Hogwarts, right?
No, this is the place where Voldemort was in the beginning.
Oh, yeah. I guess I'm just slow.
Oh, I don't like this lady. Crazy lady.
Oh God.
Crazy lady. Oh, you can see that the scar has been inverted, kind of.
No, we won't be forgetting who actually caught him. I hope, Mr. Malfoy. You dare to talk to me like that in my own house?
Oh, it's their house.
What's wrong with his face?
Yes. What is wrong with his face?
He came to us like that. Something he picked up in the forest, I reckon.
Oh my gosh, please save him. He does know.
Wand. We'll see what her last spell was.
You could do that? You could check what the last spell was?
Got you.
No, she's joking.
Reckon it's mine now.
Oh my gosh. Ooh.
Wow.
What the heck?
Put the boys in the cellar. Conversation with this one.
Peter Pettigrew.
Oh no. Oh no.
What are we going to do? We can't leave her while you're alone with her.
Oh,
I
know that voice.
Me too.
The voice of an angel.
The voice of innocence.
Oh, Luna. Oh, Luna.
And she recognized Harry first. Interesting, right?
Take from my vault.
Oh no.
I didn't take anything.
Oh.
Is she biting her? Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
There's no way out of here. We
Help
tried
her.
everything. It's enchanted.
Ollivander.
Help us.
Who is that?
Let her go. Get back.
Oh god, the rat. Oh god, do something to him.
Isn't that the goblin from the first movie?
Key,
Yeah.
please. Key, please.
Yeah, I think it is.
I remember him.
Ah, Dobby!
What are you doing here? Dobby has come to rescue Harry Potter, of course.
Oh my gosh.
Could you take us with you?
Of course, I'm an elf. Meet me at the top of the stairs in 10 seconds.
Nice.
Got his wand too. Lock him up. Close the door.
Who gets his wand?
You get it. Oh, the snitch.
Got into my vault.
Oh my gosh. She okay? Oh my god, why would she do that?
Expelliarmus! Superboy! Drop your wands.
Oh no.
So drop him!
And she would do it
She.
without hesitation.
Of course.
It's all bright and shiny and new again. Just in time for the Dark Lord.
Where is the Dark Lord?
What the heck? Oh no no! Oh! He just took his wand from him.
Lucius, he keeps away.
How dare you defy your masters!
He has no master.
Has no
Yes.
You-
Dobby is a free elf.
Dobby.
Yes.
And Dobby has come to save Harry Potter and his friends.
Let's freaking go, Dobby. You bow to no one, Dobby.
Oh.
Oh, is that a knife? Oh, it's a
What
knife.
the heck? Oh.
Ron got really hurt last time.
We're safe. We're all safe.
Harry Potter.
Oh no.
Oh
Oh,
my
no. When I heard his voice like that, no. Oh no.
Hermione, have something in your bag. Hermione, Hermione.
Such a beautiful place to be with me. Dobby is happy to be with his friend. Harry Potter.
Now he could be sleeping.
I want to bury him properly, without magic.
It's a great place to be buried. Beautiful place to end a journey. These mountains remind me of Hogwarts.
What the heck? Oh no. No way. Oh my god, I knew it.
Oh wow.
I knew it. Cause they told him that it lies with him. Literally lies with him in his
Wow.
grave. Oh no. The most powerful wand in his hands? So much for this thing. Hello?
Good thing I'm coming to save the day.
No, you're coming to destroy it. Oh god. Oh god.
Wowzers. I think that maybe this time you should kick us off.
Me?
Yeah, you go through all your notes.
What?
Or do you want me to go through, like, I don't know. It's up to you. Like, what do you guys think?
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I usually go through them pretty quickly.
No, you don't have to.
And even though I have pages and pages, guys, don't be alarmed here, but first we should say what it made us feel.
Yeah.
Because I feel like this one was pretty intense. I mean, we're already nearing the end and we only have one more to go, and you know, there's been a lot of people that have been lost along the way. And we'll get into that, but it's just like when you think about the weight of it, it's very, like, it's just very heavy. It's very real.
It's very heavy. It's very real. Can I mention one thing before I forget that I just thought of?
Yeah.
Is that in the scene with the tent, right, when Harry is dancing with Hermione to that song, I even wrote down the lyrics of the song. Hold on, I'll find it. Just give me 1 second. Right. It's like my handwriting is interesting sometimes.
Mine too. I'd like to start scribbling.
Anyways, like when they're dancing, it says, oh, here. Dance, children, lift your voice. The train hasn't left the station yet, or something like that about a train. And then basically saying like, could you save me a seat or something like that, right? And it was basically, what's interesting to me is that then in this movie, the only glimpses of Hogwarts that we get is of the Hogwarts Express, which is a train. And then when the Death Eaters, in the middle of a war, right, the Ministry of Magic has fallen, they wander through the train, the Hogwarts Express, that's taking all of these students to Hogwarts. And you see one of the Hogwarts students say, like, wait until my father hears about this, or something like that, right? Which shows just how disconnected some people are from reality. It's like, and I think that the trio, they didn't go to Hogwarts at all because they chose to kind of evolve and to grow up.
Yeah.
And I feel like those who were on the train are still scared of venturing into the wilderness, of doing all of that inner work, which is what they did.
Yeah.
It's like that's an archetypal process in the alchemical purification, you know, of achieving the Philosopher's Stone, which is how we started this whole series. And then you have, for example, Philosopher's Stone, right? The symbol for the Deathly Hallows is very similar, not exactly the same, but very similar to the symbol of the Philosopher's Stone. And the difference is that Philosopher's Stone doesn't have the wand in the middle, and it has like a circle
And
encompassed by a square inside of a triangle inside of a circle. And then in the 1500s, like they would try to estimate the proportions of that relationship between the inner circle, which is representative of like the soul, right? The soul is contained within the square, and the square shows the four corners of the globe and the four corners of the world in this way of thinking. And it represents the material world. And then you have the triangle, which represents, I think, the ether. And then you have the broader circle. I might be butchering it. I think I am. I didn't really like brushing up on that. But it's interesting to me that the train was filled with students still. And Harry and Hermione and Ron decided to venture into the wilderness. And they did the hardest portions of development as a human being.
But that's why that makes a lot of sense, like why we don't see Hogwarts. It's because we are experiencing everything that's going on kind of through the lens of Harry. And so if Harry is no longer at Hogwarts, then that's what we're experiencing too. We're experiencing a separation from that. And it's also a lot of like symbolism for the loss of innocence and stuff. It's that school is the last thing that they should be worrying about. It's like they don't have peace of mind he can't even go. It's like the Snape is the headmaster.
Yeah.
So he's being hunted. So either way, like
Snape is the headmaster, but he's under the orders of Dolores Umbridge, because in the Daily Prophet it said that she's executing an educational reform again. And I found it very interesting too, like when they were inside of the Ministry of Magic, right outside of her office, you saw these workers, magical workers, printing propaganda using magic, but in a very monotone and very organized and very soulless manner, just like a printer. It's like they could have just used a printer, but they're using magic to just replicate the same thing and create this tool for indoctrination and for limiting the reach outside of the box, so to say. And so Hogwarts used to be like a school of magic under Dumbledore's rule, but now it has become a school of indoctrination,
Yeah.
of just propaganda, feeding propaganda. So it's not even a school of magic anymore. It's just a system where you throw students in and you produce workers that abide by the societal norms now.
And it's limiting, right? Because it was a school of it's a school of witchcraft and wizardry, right?
Mhm.
But witches now, like, now there's way too many restrictions on what defines a witch and a wizard. So if you're a half-blood or if you're a mudblood, right, which is what they call them, like if you are muggle-born, then you can't even attend the school. So so now, like, the name of the school itself is kind of nulled. Because they are still witches. They still possess the power the power of magic, but then they're treated as less than because they aren't pure blood.
And you see that the pure bloods of Slytherin, for example, or at least Draco Malfoy, they get drafted as Death Eaters. So even Draco doesn't go to Hogwarts, but he goes for the opposite reason, which is to hunt and destroy the world. It's like hunt Harry Potter, bring evil, and disseminate it across the planet. And then Harry's trying to just bring light and disseminate light across the world.
And it's definitely specific to Slytherin because Neville is also a pureblood, and so is Ron. And so I think that it's like specific to, I guess, the Slytherin house. Like, it's specific to whoever is willing to follow, kind of, follow Voldemort.
And whoever's parents have ties to him, just like Crabbe and Goyle.
Yeah.
At the graveyard in the Goblet of Fire.
Yeah. And also, there were people commenting that Neville's parents aren't dead, that they were just tortured so much that they went mad. It's like they're basically like, which people said is like almost worse, because it's like his parents are basically unrecognizable, and they're just mentally gone.
mentally gone.
That's what they are.
They are mentally gone.
But yeah, I think you should do your notes first. It's like part of our ritual. It's like we can't break our ritual.
Okay, fine. You sure though?
Yes, I like when you do
you
it
sure?
first.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
All right. All right. So before I get into the notes, right, let me just think if there's anything else. So this movie had so many beautiful shots, beautiful and poetic, and the most beautiful shots weren't the ones where they were using magic.
Yeah.
It was the one where they were immersed in nature. And I think that in and of itself is the greatest form of magic. It's when you witness nature's glory firsthand, And I think that's when it really shined through. I think in the Order of the Phoenix, for example, like what inspired us to even get wands was the fight between Voldemort and Dumbledore. Like, I think that was insanity, right? It was bloody brilliant.
Yeah.
And that was beautiful in its own way. But this one has this real life grounded feeling. Like, even when they're surviving, you can tell that they're resorting to more muggle-ish utensils and items. And every time that they're transported, it's to somewhere that Hermione remembers spending time with her muggle parents, right? I think both her parents are muggle.
Yeah.
Yeah, so with her muggle parents, like when they stumble across London, and every spot that she takes them is a spot that she remembers spending time with her parents. So I think that there's a lot of muggleness, and then muggle in this case translates to being human, but then also being a wizard is like also being human. So like we see ourselves in all of them, in both sides.
Yeah.
Like we're not one or the other because they're all human beings. Well, not all of them, with the exception of the goblins and the elves and the house elves and stuff. What was I going to say next? Right. So it's the humanity. Oh, I really enjoyed, because a lot of what I'm saying is already what I've like written down, but I just want to like go off of intuition. In the beginning, when they all take Polyjuice Potion to transform into Harry Potter, there were 7 Harry Potters. I'm curious to know if you break them down, or like maybe in the books they like break them down in a certain symbolic way. But I'm curious to know if each one represents a book in the series. You know, like it could be as simple as that, as like representing a book. It could be something as complex as astronomy, maybe like celestial symbolism with Fred and George representing Gemini, and you have like different zodiac signs. I would be curious also to know how that pans out. Another obvious one is the chakra symbol, or the chakras system, which you guys can see that we have a little decoration piece in the back. And the chakra system consists of 7 energy centers in the body, where it's believed that the proverbial ball of light and ball of energy that Ron was talking about travels through your body and reaches, well, it comes from the heavens, enters your vessel, purifies the vessel, and then traverses and just climbs up and down, just like the Kundalini serpent.
Yeah.
So that was pretty cool. Like a lot of 7 symbolism. But then that part with the Harry Potter, here's the interesting thing, right? Everybody is at war. The heaviest cross is being carried by Harry Potter. For you to understand the war in a visceral way, you would have to embody Harry Potter's predicament and feel the weight of his cross.
Yeah.
And then that's why they all took the polyjuice and they all risked their lives. Literally, almost like one of them died, and he wasn't even disguised as Harry Potter. So it's interesting. None of the Harry Potter people died, but they all felt the imminent risk of death.
Yeah.
And that's how Harry Potter lives his life.
Yeah.
And has been living it for a long time now, up until this movie. So I thought that was really beautiful, because it's this idea that you put yourself in someone else's shoes, and then they take on the uniforms of the enemy, which are the workers at the Ministry of Magic, which we see firsthand, like through their own experience. Like these are just regular people too. So it's them empathizing. Sorry guys, I'm like very rusty, but empathizing and sympathizing with the enemy as well, or the perceived enemy.
Yeah.
And so they're under their skin, and they're kissing their wives, and they're like living their lives basically, and just trying to understand and better understand the enemy and how they think. But then we see that they're very clumsy, and it's all about controlling the weak people, because then when you have anyone who's remotely strong enough to resist, they are incapable of like containing them, which is what happens at the Ministry. Like it causes chaos because of 3 young adults can't be captured by the army of Nazis that they have. You know, it's like it's pretty wild.
But that's so interesting that you said that, because I hadn't thought of it that way, about how they becoming Harry Potter literally become Harry Potter in the sense of they're now like imminent danger anywhere that they go, and if they're spotted, it's like they will be what's the word I'm looking for?
In danger.
They will be like oh god.
Hunted?
No, wait. Anyways, they'll be confused with being Harry Potter, like the actual Harry Potter.
Yeah.
And so, but the interesting thing is that, like, all of this that's happening isn't just happening to Harry Potter. So to live any other way is kind of foolish. It's like, it's putting everybody in danger, like not just Harry Potter. Like even if Voldemort took out Harry Potter, right? And then that would solve all the problems. It wouldn't, because then Voldemort would just be like wreaking havoc still. Like he now possesses like so much power that he would continue to kill muggles and kill wizards and kill mudbloods and kill whatever half-bloods. And so it's like it's basically a Holocaust. Like it's basically a genocide. And so it doesn't matter if like it's not all because of Harry, you know, like it's happening to everyone. So to live in any other way than that is just wrong. It's like, sure, his life is the most in danger, but everybody's is.
Usually it's the case where the biggest risk to jeopardizing the evil one's rule is usually the biggest solution or antidote Anecdote? No, anecdote.
Anecdote, yeah.
Anecdote?
Antidote?
Antidote.
Okay.
Right? It's like a remedy.
Yeah.
It's the biggest remedy for neutralizing it, for curing it of that. So like if they kill Harry Potter, right? Then Luna's father will maybe be with his daughter, but then they'll live in a world where it's just complete darkness, and he won't be able to write, and he won't be able to be a writer, and to have his ideas anymore and share them, and to live the life that he lived before. And then that's why they said that Harry Potter is the last hope, and that everybody should trust him, and that's what Dumbledore said to Lupin. Lupus. Lupus?
Remus Lupin? Lupin, I think.
Remus Lupin, yeah. So, I just thought that was, like, really interesting how they really show that aspect of walking in someone else's shoes and just really feeling it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Especially, like, them physically getting hurt, too, like, just like George did. Mm-hmm. It's like... That's just a taste, and Ron, but then him specifically, like, being disguised as Harry Potter. It's like that's just a taste of what Harry has had to go through. It's like Voldemort has casted Avada Kedavra on him. Like, I already forgot how many times, but he did it in this movie again, and Harry was able to fight it off, and now he doesn't even have his wand. So it's like, now if that curse is cast on him, it's probably... like, I don't know that he'll be able to counter it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because that was the whole point. Mm-hmm. And especially now that he has the Elder Wand. So
most powerful wand.
Not only are they not going to be able, like, not only now do they not have their twin wands, but Voldemort has the most powerful wand, and Harry doesn't even have his, which was basically a very powerful wand.
Yeah.
And we see that wands all have like different levels of power because Lucius's wand crumbles when trying to like compete with Harry's. Mm-hmm. So in that case, it's like, I wonder now if that's going to kind of impede on Harry's power because he doesn't have his wand.
He's like his ability to defend himself, right, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna just go through the notes because I think it's easier to just do that. Even though I have a lot that I want to say right off the bat, but we'll just get to it because there's so much. I do also want to say that this movie, so far, I think it's the one that has the most information packed into it. Like, useful information. Not saying that the other ones didn't have useful information, but this one has, like, almost everything is useful.
Yeah, I think the last one was very confusing, and people told us that there was so much information left out, which I think maybe this is important before we continue our conversation, but people were saying that Voldemort's mom casted a spell on his dad to, like, basically casted the love spell on his dad, so it wasn't consensual.
Oh my god.
And so they had a child that was already like unnaturally not meant to be here.
God, that adds so much to the story.
Yeah.
In terms of layer, like, why didn't they mention that?
Yeah, and then there was something that they said about Severus Snape, but now I forgot.
The fact that he was a product of disingenuous union.
Yes.
You know, like,
so he doesn't know love at all.
He doesn't know nothing about love.
Oh, like, and that's why he ended up in the orphanage that he ended up in, because I bet that
his parents didn't want anything to do with him. Yeah.
Especially and I think that, oh man, I wish I remembered everything that they said, but I think that his dad ended up dying from like madness or something. It's a very complex thing, and the books are so much more detailed, I'm sure. So it's like we're missing so much in the movies, and we can only kind of like guess and put things together ourselves, and go off of like people who have read the books and can like share some information, but we're kind of like just winging it here. It's like,
yeah, all we could do is just base it like off the movies, but
Yeah.
then we will eventually read the books, and we do plan on reading the books on this channel and then just breaking it down and doing a whole like book review for each one.
Yeah.
And then just dissecting it like we dissect movies. Like that's coming very soon, and we'll like get
doing
to-
like podcasts
Yeah.
for just breaking down all of Harry Potter. It's like, because I feel like these videos, they can't even do justice to everything that we can say, especially if we had all the information.
Especially after after consuming something. I've said this before, but after you consume art specifically, and I hope this doesn't sound pretentious, but I think it's universal. Anybody who consumes art, by looking at a painting, by watching a movie, by listening to a song, like you do have to sit with it. It does have to seep through your pores and kind of invade your bloodstream and kind of access your heart, and then your heart is going to make whatever it's going to make of it, and then it's going to communicate with your brain. It's going to go to your brain, and you're going to kind of like rationalize it. But you need time for that. Like it doesn't just happen instantly where you have like all of these epiphanies and euphoric realizations. But then sometimes we have those when we're doing these post-reaction reviews, but then a lot of times we have these like days later. I'll be in the shower, like with Interstellar, for example. I have a theory that I want to talk about in Interstellar. That is the reason why we're gonna start podcasting and just like dissecting and talking about it in depth. Like spend another hour, 2 hours, just breaking down these movies, because there's so much to do. There's so much to talk about. We have to read Lord of the Rings, which we have the book, and we're gonna read it. Do that as well, and just do it for everything. But I feel like it's impossible to get everything across. And that's why today, like, since it's a part one, because it's titled part one, we aren't going to do a super long review, because we do have to have the other half in order to make the final kind of like assessment of what this, like how this concludes. Because this in many ways felt like the first half of a movie.
Yeah, it felt like an introduction to an end, you know?
Yes.
Because we got like so much information. Like we learned so much about Dumbledore. We learned so much about like this Deathly Hallows and like the sort of Gryffindor having venom that's able to kill the Horcruxes. It's like all these things that we kind of had all these loose ends, and now they're just tying up.
And now it's explained.
It's like we're still just scratching the surface, because we have no clue still, and there's only one more movie, which is how I felt with Lord of the Rings. I was like, when are they going to get to Mordor?
Yeah, like when does it
when are
pay off?
When are they going to get rid of the ring, and what's going on?
Mm-hmm.
And that's how it feels with this like part one. It's kind of like, okay, now Voldemort has the Elder Wand, and we're still not any closer to getting rid of all the Horcruxes. Like we only have 4, right? Which I couldn't even count what the 4th one was, but I guess
I don't know. I guess it'll break it down.
yeah, but okay, there's 3 more. So it's crazy, like how much time do we have, like, and how, I don't know, it's just getting very, like, it's getting very real.
Yeah, because this movie used the entire movie to destroy 1 Horcrux.
Yeah, just that's it. I don't know how they're going to do 3 in one movie.
Yeah. So my first note here, just going through the notes, the first one was Hermione obliviate ? I was confused in the beginning, like I didn't really, I kind of like got the gist of it, like her fading in the photographs. I understood that she was wiping the memories and she was getting emotional, so she's detaching from her parents because she doesn't want to put them at risk, and she doesn't want to jeopardize their health because of her choice to maybe venture off and do all of this healing, which if you try to ground the story, and maybe this comes off as an insult to like appreciate like big fans of Harry Potter or of any film that we watch here, but I always like to seek the real life application and the real aspects of things. Not saying that this isn't real, but it's a work of fiction, right? But in this way, like symbolically, I feel like Hermione was leaving home to find herself. And then the way to do that is that she has to remove and relinquish the chains of her parents' expectations on her.
Mm-hmm.
So she's doing what Malfoy is too much of a coward to do. And I feel like that's why they are destined to cross paths the way they did when she punched him in the face.
Mm.
It's like she's the one who takes initiative.
Yeah.
She's more courageous than Malfoy. He crumbles and he cries behind his friends. So I think that she has that kind of like same story arc where it's the parents who are really imposing their beliefs and what they want, and they want her to be a great student and they want her to be a great professional and do this and be good at school. And so she kind of just leaves home in order to face her own darkness and her own kind of inner struggles. And that's what going into the wilderness represents. It's going into the dark night of the soul. It's going into the cave. It's diving deep within and just understanding yourself better. So I really understood that, and I really found it really well made, like very interesting how at the beginning, and then it shows Harry Potter's childhood home empty, you know, like devoid of any life, even if it was snarky, annoying, hateful life, but it was just empty. And I feel like that emptiness does bring a sense of sadness even to Harry Potter, even it being the Dursleys.
Yeah.
Because I feel like there was a certain sadness when he opened the cupboard and he saw his old station, and he looks around and there's no furniture and there's all this wallpaper too, which I even wrote down, which is my next note actually, which is funny. Dursley's wallpaper just stood out to me because these are people who in their way of acting in the world, they don't really show any real personality, any likability, any like uniqueness. But then their home is kind of decorated in a way where they project it outwardly but silently. And it's this idea that you don't really embody that. Like if you go to an artist's studio, an artist's home or like workspace, more often than not, it's going to be a mess.
Yeah.
Right? Like there's no order in the process of creation. There's only chaos. And like that's why if you look at Basquiat, for example, who I'm a fan of, it's like his workflow would be just him drinking coffee, just walking around barefoot, stepping on portraits and canvases and just paint everywhere. And there's no sense of harmony for someone looking in, but for him, everything is in its rightful place.
Yeah.
Everything is exactly where it needs to be. So it's this idea that it's all just flipped on its head. But that's why I really like the idea that the Dursleys have beautiful, dare I say, exotic wallpaper.
And you can also say that because we've seen how they are, right? Like when it's Dudley's birthday, it's like they shower him in gifts. Like they made sure he was going to the best school and had the best uniform while they gave Harry his like hand-me-down. So they're very like outwardly projective people where they like outwardly project that they're this image, right? And that's what wallpaper is. It's like wallpaper is used to cover bad paint. It's used to cover a basic wall,
which is
yeah.
You're like looking around like it's to cover bad walls. Looks around at the whole basement that's filled with wallpaper.
Yeah. It's like, bad paint.
Didn't you once tell me about how yellow wallpaper, because like you like read in your psychology class?
There is a story which I forget who the author is, and I also haven't read it in a long time, so please everybody correct me if I'm wrong, but it was a story about a husband who thought that his wife was like becoming delusional and kind of like mad, like going mad, like becoming mentally ill. And she begins like chipping away at this like yellow wallpaper, and it's called the yellow wallpaper. It's like a very significant thing. I think it's like a short story.
Okay.
I think so. Like a
And she starts peeling it, right? You said?
Yeah, I think so. And she's like trying to tell him that she's not going mad. Like again, I don't remember the story.
Okay.
So, but
then the point is that it's a sign of mental illness.
Yes, it is.
So looks around at the wallpaper. Oh, mental illness. But specifically like this outward portrayal of that.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know, like I found that interesting, the whole wallpaper thing.
And you can't hide what you truly are, and that's why behind closed doors, literally, they are horrible. They are horrible people. It's like the mom, the uncle, the aunt, and Dudley. They're horrible people, and so all this wallpaper which is meant to hide the wall behind it, right?
Mhm.
It's meant to make it look flowery. Like, it's just a representation of what they are.
Yes.
It's like you can't hide what you are. You can go portray whatever you want, but
You're absolutely right, because the home is the extension of the soul.
Yeah.
Because it's what contains you. So if what contains you is beautified, then you can live with the idea that your inside is filthy and ugly and like rotting and decaying. As long as you create this illusion for yourself, because then you wake up and like, isn't that the cautionary story of like millionaires and how they feel lonely and how money doesn't buy happiness
Yeah.
and they live in these extravagant homes that all, by the way, most homes look like hospital waiting lounges. It's like it's cold, it's very generic, it's like it's copy and paste from this mansion to that mansion, and then they achieve these accolades and these milestones, and then they're like, wait, I don't feel happy. It's like, what's going on, you know?
Yeah.
But I think it's because it's what contains you. You have to beautify it with what's within. But then with them, they don't have sources within, right? Because like they're unable to tap into their soul, into their hearts, and so they can't really give Dudley love, like motherly and fatherly love, which is what he desperately needs.
And that's why, like, speaking of homes, that's why the Weasley home, despite how like chaotic it looks, like how disorganized it looks,
Perfect example.
it feels like a home.
Yes.
Like
it's an artist's home.
you don't need to hide, like, you don't need to hide anything, basically. You don't need to try to like beautify it because it's already beautiful, like in the state that it's in. It's like
because the people in
because
it
of the people
are
in it.
beautiful.
Yes.
The people inside of the home make the home beautiful.
Yes.
And then people who aren't capable of being beautiful themselves and making the home beautiful, they usually rely on beautifying a space.
Yeah.
And usually it's abiding by whatever interior design magazine says is in and trending for that week or for that month.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just interesting. Like Dursley's wallpaper. I'm gonna use this for every reaction, by the way. I'm gonna use it as like a pointing stick. So even when we get into like
And
other series and like other
see
stuff.
over here.
Yeah. So over here, you see that the Dursley's wallpaper were clearly different. So the next one here is Polyjuice. I usually mark them down. It's been so long. It's been 60 days since we've done a reaction video. So bear with me, guys, please. And by the way, I saw and I see all the comments because I'm always like just checking and I'm trying to read all of them. A lot of deep end comments, which means if you're new to the channel, if you reach the end of this review, comment below deep end and we will know and we will be taking note.
Yeah, and also that doesn't mean you just skip to the end.
Yeah.
It means you watch the whole thing.
Imagine it's like, oh, so if I find myself in the end of the video, I can technically there's a loophole here because Callie said that in Article B, section 5 during the
someone commented depend. I was like, no, that's not what we meant.
Failed.
It's like close.
Yeah.
It's quite close.
Quite close. But Professor.
I
love saying that. But Professor. Polyjuice, everyone feels his burden. 7 Harry Potters, 7 books, already said it. Oh, the whole Hagrid full circle moment. I found that so beautifully poetic and so fascinating to think about. Hagrid delivered Harry. Hagrid came from the sky like a fallen star, like an angel descending from heaven on his motorbike, on his Harley Davidson or whatever is popular in England. He came, descended from the heavens with this child who is the chosen one, who has been imbued with divine electricity, divine energy. That's what the Thunderbolt, in my head, up until this point, that's what I've been able to deduce. It's like, that's why it's the mark that sets him apart.
Yeah.
Because he's been touched by divine essence, right? Because if you look at the,
if you look at this,
and then all of a sudden I just like my beard starts like falling off, and then the Polyjuice effects like wear off, and I'm just like
this is really me.
Yeah, I'm just a 12-year-old boy going through puberty with the voice cracks. Didn't Dumbledore do this during Goblet of Fire?
Yeah, he was like, silence or
Yeah,
whatever,
silence.
or attention or whatever.
I'm telling you, I'm gonna use this for every reaction.
Hey, I want to use that one.
No.
That's not fair.
Fight me for it. Fine, here. You can
Okay,
use it.
thank you.
I'll be
That
the evil
one's
one.
harder to hold.
Anyways.
It's so heavy on top. This one's so.
But the whole idea of Hagrid, the whole idea of Hagrid descending from the heavens, right? I just found it so beautiful, because then Harry Potter, now when he closes the full circle, the full cycle, which is going from infancy to adulthood.
Mm-hmm.
He has a beard. He's older. All of them are older. They're probably in their late teens, early 20s.
16, they said.
They're 16?
He's about to turn 17.
He looks like he has like 4 kids.
Well, they always do that, right? Like they always
Yeah.
cast like. Well, no, I'm pretty sure they were their age. Maybe not.
No, he turned 17 in the movie. And then I'm curious to know how old Daniel Radcliffe was, because I guess at 17,
Yeah, you could have
I
some
guess.
facial hair, but
I could see it. Yeah,
they usually do cast like slightly older for younger roles
yeah,
because
yeah.
'cause-
Just like those like coming of age ones where the popular kids are like 25.
Yeah, I think it's like maybe it's also like a maturity thing, you know? It's like being able to handle like criticism on set and stuff. It's like you have to kind of be
Mhm.
equipped for that. Like you can't just be some teenager who's gonna, you know.
I concur. To me, it was a completing of a full cycle moment, right? So he starts an infant, literally an infant, and then goes into adulthood. And then Hagrid is the one that brings him into this process, into this incarnation, into this experience as Harry Potter, the Chosen One. He introduces the Chosen One to the world. And he comes from the heavens, descends down, and then introduces him. And then he's the one that kind of takes him back out of this like process and like allows him to have his break outside of it. And then owls are very symbolic, obviously, like they represent wisdom and the occult and hidden knowledge and information, and their eyes and their ability to like have straightforward vision and to turn their necks. I think it's 260 degrees, almost completely 360. It's like they can like they're and soundless.
Mm-hmm.
Like no sound when they fly.
Yeah.
There's this video on YouTube. I don't know what the title is, but it's very, very interesting. They compare like falcons, pigeons, and different birds, and then they compare it with a snow owl. I think it's what it's called. A beautiful owl, beautiful bird, majestic. It's like it's so mesmerizing. And then it flies, and you hear nothing, nothing, and it's just so seamless and it great hunter predator. But then my point is,
Have
Hedwig,
you ever seen its legs?
yeah, its legs are scary.
They have long legs
Yes.
hidden under there.
And it kind of looks like a dinosaur.
Oh my goodness, it's crazy.
Wands are good back scratchers too.
Yeah,
I just realized.
I've been scratching my head with it
Yeah,
earlier.
me too. I've been like
I'm
pensive,
like,
like extracting memory to put in the pensive. But
Hedwig.
so Hedwig too, like there was a closing of that gap as well, because owls are considered the conveyors of hidden information. And so now the way that I saw that is that Harry is basically, unfortunately, in a very dramatic and very visceral and very real emotional aspect and way, he is discarding, not by his own choice, but he is taking off his training wheels on his bicycle.
Mhm.
So now he doesn't need an owl to kind of cross between realms and provide him that hidden information.
Yeah.
So that was symbolic of him burning his boat
Yeah.
in order to seek the information himself. So he has to find all of the information. It has to come from him. It can't come from any messenger bird.
But you know what's so crazy too is that Hedwig came to basically sacrifice herself for Harry.
Oh, yeah, it's a girl. I keep
Yeah,
forgetting.
it's a girl. Yeah, when he said she, I was like, oh, I was like, oh yeah, it's a girl. But
I thought it was a dude.
I didn't even think like I never even thought about it as my like I hadn't even thought if it's a girl or a boy. But what's interesting is that she comes to sacrifice herself to save Harry, right? While
Mhm.
he's with Hagrid. And then the point that I'm trying to make is that they had become like the reason why she ends up getting killed and why they ended up being able to spot Harry Potter and Hagrid is because of her.
Yeah, because she saved the real Harry Potter.
Right. So, but then my point is that she was noticeable to them because she was coming to rescue Harry. Like, she was coming to protect him.
Yeah.
And then they were able to distinguish that was Harry because of Hedwig. So they're one and one.
Mm-hmm.
They're literally intertwined. That's why Sirius wouldn't risk sending messages with Hedwig, because he knew that they would be able to connect Hedwig to Harry.
Mm-hmm.
So Hedwig is just like a part of Harry, basically. It's like you can't not associate one with the other.
Harry is well, Hedwig is to Harry what Nagini is to Voldemort. Yeah.
And what, like, basically our pets are to us, right? It's like they become literally
Extensions of us.
an extension of us. It's like the essence of their character and everything, just like, Ron's owl was kind of clumsy.
Kind of.
It's like, yeah, kind of. But it's like all an essence of yourself and an extension of yourself. And then the point that I'm trying to make is that I think that was the last bit to connect to what you're saying. It's like the last bit of innocence in Harry dying completely, because it was the gift that Hagrid gave him.
Ooh,
and she came to save him while Hagrid was basically passed out. So it's like she swooped in. It was like a call almost. It's like when Hagrid basically can't do anything, the gift that Hagrid bestowed to Harry when he first meets him and is like setting him up to go to Hogwarts comes to his rescue.
Which in many ways then becomes an extension of Hagrid also.
Yes.
Because it becomes like Hagrid's anima in this case, because it's a female bird. But it's Hagrid's spirit, and the kind of like calling and just being... Yeah, and then speaking on intuition and like things happening in that way, when Voldemort appears, Harry is half asleep, like half passed out, and his arm does the work for him.
Yes.
So his wand saves him and protects him.
Yeah.
So I think that was an interesting thing too. But then, yeah, I found that interesting because like even half asleep, half like passed out, he was able to overcome Voldemort, the most dangerous wizard of all time.
But that's why I'm saying like a wand is literally an extension of yourself as well. It's like in order to be able to cast spells, you need to believe in the spells that you're casting, right? It's like it's all about the intent on the spell that you're casting. But then it's also about the wand, which is why it chooses you. It's like the wand chooses its owner, just like we hear the wife saying in the courtroom. It's like the wand chose me when I was 11 years old, which is interesting. It's always 11 years old because that's how old Harry was when he got his wand. But yeah, so that's what I'm like trying to figure out, is that in that moment it was Harry's wand doing the work for him because it's an extension of himself, but now he's defenseless in that way because he doesn't have it anymore.
Can I share something that I just thought of, and it's one of my personal, I don't want like people to think that I'm a genius, but it's one of my like personal realization moments. It's like a eureka, and I'm only saying that because eureka is usually associated with like whatever.
It's like an epiphany.
Epiphany, yes, personal epiphany. So my personal epiphany right now, while you're talking about the wand and how it's an extension of him, is that's why when they discuss wands, the first thing they do is they break it down in terms of material and what it's composed of. Yeah. And usually the things that they mention that a wand is made of are natural elements. So it's a hair, it's hair from the Heart's dragon, it's a phoenix feather, it's elm, it's oak, it's this, it's that. Pine. So I think that, just like you're saying, wands in the real world, like in our Muggle world, historically they have been used as tools and vehicles for manifestation. Just like you said, it's a vehicle for intention. So you channel your intention through the wand, and then you direct it, just like those storm rods on top of buildings that capture and then ground electricity, like ground thunder.
Yeah.
Ground thunder, ground lightning.
Lightning, yeah.
So that it doesn't fry buildings and it doesn't cause fires and stuff. So that's how wands are.
Mm.
So that's why at the end, beautiful, right? Like at the end, Voldemort does this and then he channels it. He channels that divine light, divine spark, which is what Harry Potter has, which is the electricity. It's the divine electricity of the universe. He channels it through his wand.
Yeah.
You know, because his goal, I feel, in acquiring this wand, which we find out that it's just so happens to be the most powerful wand, which we were gonna get Harry Potter's wand.
Yeah.
Like we went there like wanting to get Harry's wand and maybe like Voldemort's, because like we thought, and then that's why we kind of like skimped on the price of this one, because like we didn't want to spend too much.
Yeah.
But then we wanted to get one with the box, because then we thought like at least one has to come in the original Ollivander box.
Yeah.
So we were gonna get Harry's in the Ollivander box so that we could reenact that scene. It's like, I wonder,
Mm-hmm.
you know,
And then
because
it's
it's the brother of that wand. It's
Gave
to give
you that scar.
Yeah, it's like, but anyways, so Voldemort wants to overcome God.
Yeah.
God being just the universe and the divine.
Yes.
He wants to bridge that
my
gap,
gosh.
right? Like he wants to establish his hierarchy over it.
Yes.
And so he wants the wand that is able to channel the most amount of divine energy, which is magic.
Yes. And wait, okay.
I'm still not done.
Okay, go finish. I'm going to hold on to it.
Are you
yes.
going to hold on
yes.
to it? Promise? Okay. It's just quick. But then my point is this, guys. Look, bear with me, please, because this is mentally gone. Please, spare change, sir, please.
Please.
Please. The wands, they break down the wands by elements. So it's made out of this tree, and it's made out of this animal, this like mythical animal, usually a phoenix, a dragon, or sometimes it might be even like unicorn, the horns or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whatever, like it's different mythological creatures, magical creatures, but it's all a fabric, a product of the real world, right? It's all combinations with what we have. So even when we see centaurs, right, half man, half horse, it's like we see horses in the wild and we see the man. So this mythical, magical creature is a product of the real, palpable, material, natural world. So I think that the wand choosing the wizard literally represents nature panning itself out in the way that it needs to pan out.
Yeah.
It's the natural order of things.
Yes.
And it's also a representation of who you are and your placement in this world, which is why we have Leonardo da Vinci's Vitruvian Man, which is literally is trying to find your placement within the larger cosmos. It's like man's placement in the cosmos. And so I just found that interesting. It's like when it's broken down, it's natural, but it's used to perform magic, to perform all of these like amazing, disastrous at times and horrifying spells.
Yeah. And to your point, right? Lucius's wand is he said that the core is
dragon string.
Dragon heartstring, right? And why again it crumbles when it's being used against Harry? Maybe it's because it's not Voldemort's wand, and maybe like that's the whole thing. But also because maybe this is like a stretch, but Harry's already faced a dragon. He's faced the biggest dragon, the horntail, right? The Hungarian horntail or something.
So a dragon is nothing.
So dragon is nothing.
Wow. And Lucius' wand has a Slytherin basilisk snake on the end of it. And Harry was saved in the Chamber of Secrets by Fawkes.
Took down
Phoenix.
and took down the snake. Yeah. So it's like it's like these weird parallels, you know?
There's so many layers, which is why like I love doing this, because it's like it's so many layers and you only discover it again as you're dissecting it. So we're sitting with the food.
Yeah.
And it's like slowly, like that's when these epiphanies happen. It's like, oh, that's why, you know? Because I didn't write any of this. Like there's nothing here about that.
To your point about wands, right? Can we talk about the whole story of the three brothers?
Yeah, we could jump there.
Just really quick, because we're talking about...
let's talk about it.
We're talking about the Elder Wand and stuff.
Yes. Let's talk about it.
So death, right? Which is this figure that we meet. It's literally death. It's like, I thought that at first it was like a Dementor or something, but then they revealed to us that it's death.
Which is a psychopomp.
gives the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the invisibility cloak. And then who dies first? The person possessing the Elder Wand. Why? Because think about this. Like, maybe I'm stretching again, but it's mentally gone. So that's what you're here for.
It's never wrong to be mentally gone.
The one that possesses the most power, like, isn't it true that the people who possess more power are more susceptible to death?
Yes.
And so...
Yes. There's a story about that.
Yes.
Do you want to hear it?
What's the story?
The Sword of Damocles.
Damocles.
Yeah, I think it's called Damocles. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's been a while since I've like brushed up on this. But there was a story. I forget what king it was. I think it was the king of... I'm not even going to try to remember where the king was from. But all you need to know is that there was a king and there was a court servant.
Mm-hmm.
And then one day... so the king was very like always under this pressure of like getting assassinated, having to deal with all these problems, war, ongoing, quarrels and all this stuff, and he was stressed. Like he had no ability to feel at ease and feel happiness. But then one day, one of his servants turned to him and said like, oh, like must be nice. Basically, he said like, oh, like it must be nice. Like, wow, like you're living the life. It's so amazing. I would do anything to live your life basically for a day.
Yeah.
And then the king basically to like show him just how deceptive power can be, and power and wealth and all that stuff. He said, okay, like you want to live as a king for a day? Fine. I'll let you live as a king. And then he allowed him to have all of the best women that he had to offer, all of the best food, banquets, unlimited access to everything that his heart desired. But the one catch was that while he was indulging in all of these things, he was sitting on the throne, and then above his head, the king tied a sword using one string of a hair of a horse or something. And then this sword was dangling over his head, being held only by a string of hair. And then he said that that's what it feels like to be king.
Yes. And that's what it feels like to be Harry Potter.
Yes.
Because the power that he possesses is that he escaped the curse of death, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And then Ron is so envious of being the chosen one, right? Like all this, like it's been hinted at time and time again in multiple movies. Like he keeps comparing himself to Harry and what it must feel like to be the chosen one, but what Harry keeps telling him is exactly that. It's like, this is what it feels like.
You think I chose
to
this?
Be the chosen one. It's like it's not all sunshine and flowers. So even though he also enjoyed the popularity and the kind of recognition and stuff, it's like it comes at a hefty price. Like he doesn't have parents because of it.
Yeah.
It's like it's crazy. And so
But
exactly that.
Yeah.
It's like exactly that. And then so that is why the first brother or the first of the three brothers dies, because power makes you the most susceptible to getting killed. It's like we saw it with our last president that recently, like what happened and stuff, you know?
Yeah, like what happened, yeah.
It's like,
it's crazy.
I don't know if that's propaganda or like what's going on, but it's like, that's what happens when you're of a high status. It's like...
You have a target on your back, man.
You do.
Like, it's definitely hard.
And look, Voldemort now possessing that wand, I think it's very symbolic because he's just as much afraid of death as Harry is.
No, he's more afraid of death.
He's more afraid of death because
he's trying to conquer the one object that he believes will conquer death.
Yeah, he's trying to become immortal.
He's trying to overcome death and become the master of death.
Yeah, but you can't. And so it's literally shown in these like three artifacts, right?
Mm-hmm.
These three powerful artifacts because that's what they basically are. The Elder Wand didn't save the first brother. The Resurrection Stone ends up killing the second brother because which is also symbolic. It's like he wanted to bring back the love of his life that he didn't get to marry, right? It's like they were supposed to get married right before she died, right? and then he brings her back, but she doesn't belong to this world because you can't like
You can't keep a bird caged and then expect it to sing beautifully every time.
And you can't bring back the dead. It's unnatural. That's
Yeah.
why Voldemort looks the way he does.
Yes.
He doesn't look like Tom Riddle anymore. He
looks like a snake.
He looks so far from human than like everybody else in the thing. But then to my point is that it's all like it's symbolic, and then he ends up, I don't want to say the word, but he ends up unaliving himself because that's also symbolic too. When you do marriage vows, it's till death do us part, right?
Mm-hmm.
And death had already parted them before they even could make the vows.
So whatever comes after that isn't founded in love.
Yeah.
Because once death has taken it,
that's it.
Once death has taken life, then there's no more love.
Yeah, then it just becomes kind of like obsession, or so, not obsession, but
just
it
become
becomes
a representation of what life once gave fuel
Yes.
to it, because life gives fuel to love and love gives fuel to life.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So if you have death come and take life away, then what you have is just a zombie. Essentially,
Right.
he was married to a zombie.
Right.
And then that's why he unalived himself.
Yeah, and then that's like the only way that they can be together. Basically, it's like in this afterlife of death. It's like, I'm guessing, you know.
The most interesting one for me was the invisibility cloak.
Yes, because he is evading death, and then my point is, here's gonna be the crazy part. It's no coincidence that Harry's dad comes into possession of the invisibility cloak, right? And it's not what saved Harry that night that his
No.
parents gets killed, but it's symbolic because he possesses it, and that was the only brother that was evading death. But then at the end of the day, that brother also died because you can't escape death, period. So even Voldemort doing everything that he has, like splitting into Horcruxes, I think at some point you're going to just have to face that death is knocking. It's like death.
And not just face death, but you have to do what they explained when they were explaining the story, that the third brother greeted death as an old friend.
Yeah.
And then also there's this idea of passing it down generationally,
Yeah.
right? So it's a generational gift. And what's the gift here? It's that the invisibility cloak is symbolic and represents the idea that you come into full understanding of the nature of life, and that you don't try to one-up death, that you know when to remain hidden and when to not remain hidden, and when to
Yeah.
act. And I feel like all of these three represent different stages of understanding of death too. It's like there's a primitive understanding, which is I'm going to have the strongest weapon and I'm going to overpower death. Nothing overpowers death.
Nothing.
And then you have the resurrection stone, which is I'm going to revert the actions of death. Nothing can revert death, and nothing can revert time and bring back anything. You can only create new things. And then the invisibility cloak is basically, to me, how I saw it is this. You become so in flow with how the world is that you just become so kind of at peace with life that you become invisible. You become invisible to death, because death can't find you, or death doesn't even see you until it's time.
Right.
Because you've lived so peacefully, so filled with love, so filled with just understanding of everything, that you've just transmuted this like bodily form. Imagine like you be like water, my friend, right? Like that's Bruce Lee. So if water's in a cup, it takes the shape of the cup. If water's in a bowl, it'll take the shape of the bowl. And so that's what they became. Like that's what invisibility is for me.
Yeah.
It's the ability to adapt to the point where you just like, you're not preoccupied with death. And like that's the problem with the first two brothers, is that they were preoccupied with death. And so they were trying to live a life that was centered around doing the impossible, and the impossible just happens to be the opposite of what they are living, which is life. So you can't live one thing. Like you can't enjoy a hot bath while thinking all the time about the cold water. Right? Like you can't enjoy a hot bath while thinking and remembering the coldness that water can be. So that's the whole point.
Yeah.
It's just dive into the hot water And just like Harry dives into the unknown, it's like you have to, there's a lot of like water symbolism here. And then I just want to say that in the story of the three brothers, when it starts, I found that so cool too, because there's a lot of like river motifs throughout history, throughout mythology, right? So if you go to the ancient Egyptian Nile, right, it's
The Nile River.
it's the most symbolic and famous river, I think, in the history of humanity.
The Nile is a river in Egypt.
Yeah, there was a whole TikTok. The Nile is a river in Egypt, because like people were in denial. You know, it's so funny though. The Nile is, but yeah, see, like even that recently just like pops up randomly. Like people just on TikTok are just weird, but there's a Greek myth and understanding that there's something called the Styx River or River Styx or something like that, and then you have to get on the boat with the thing. I don't want to say person because it's all myth, but with the entity called Charon, I think Charon or Charon. He grants you safe passage through the Styx River. But my point is that the Styx River, imagine this is a river, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is one side of the river, and this is the other side of the river.
Yeah.
In the beginning of the story, it says that the three brothers were trying to traverse a treacherous river, right? Like a chaotic river that's hard to pass. You can't swim across it. You can't build anything to swim across it. But then they willed and manifested a bridge. The Styx River is the barrier between the dead
and the
living.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the other world and the natural world.
That's exactly what I thought too.
And so for them to venture into the natural world, they had to first confront death.
Yeah.
It's so funny, and that's why it's so beautiful, man. Like, oh my God, like that's why I love these.
Yeah, like there's
so beautiful.
There's so many layers, like you can't, I mean, not that you can't, but there's just so much more than the surface of it, you know?
Because look, like I saw it as if they were making the decision to be incarnated into the real world.
Yeah.
And so in order for you to live in this world, you have to live with death. You have to accept death.
Mm-hmm.
No one watching this and no one in the history of humanity has ever been able to cross their arms and be like, I'm not going to accept death. And then all of a sudden, like, death never takes part in their life. Like, you can't do that. So the first step is when you cross the river and you enter the other world, you have to acknowledge death, and then death gifts you something.
Mm-hmm.
And then what you ask for is telling of your destiny.
Yeah. Just like the idea of like a genie and 3 wishes. It's like kind of the same thing.
Yeah,
it's
and you can't ask for more wishes.
Yes, exactly.
That's the whole idea.
Exactly.
And it's 3 wishes, right?
Yeah, and you can't ask to be the genie either. Right. It's like there's always, you know?
Yes. So like that's what blew my mind so much that I was like, what the heck, man? And then that's why it shows like the different levels of understanding. So it goes from the most powerful weapon is actually the lowest level of understanding, and the most like innocuous object that grants you kind of just nothingness, the state of nothingness, which is what the Buddha would preach about, right? It's the absence of pain.
Mm-hmm.
It's the absence of suffering. That's what nirvana is.
Yeah.
So when you stop suffering, you stop being reminded of the finite aspects of life, kind of, and you're allowed to live.
Yeah.
And then that realization, this level of enlightenment of the invisibility cloak, is what you pass down generations and generations. And that's how you build generational spiritual wealth, and that's how you break the generational curses.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and just cycles, you know, like for example, like I've talked about this before, like I'm the first person in a long lineage, and again, this isn't ego, this is fact. It's like, this is just part of my story. Long generation, the long lineage of just people. Like my mom is one of 8, right? And then her mom is one of who knows how many, like I don't even remember, which is bad because I should know. But my family is huge. I'm the first one to reach this level of like proficiency in doing something intellectual, if that makes sense, right? So like most of my family, they kind of fall back on like manual labor and just like other avenues of surviving in this world. And I was the first one, I feel, who just put my foot down and said, like, no, like, I want to be a creative person. I want to be kind of unorthodox. I want to kind of just start a YouTube channel. I want to, do this and do that and just have it work out kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And hopefully that makes sense.
It does make sense.
But then I'm going to pass that to my kid is my whole point. It's like, that's my invisibility cloak, is being able to learn how to just flow, which is what we do. Like we haven't recorded in 60 days. Usually, like, I would be so depressed about it, but there was so much happening, like with Shadow specifically, like he was my only priority. So like, I'm just flowing with life. It's like, I can't do anything about it. Like life happens to us. Like it does happen to us.
Yeah.
But then we have to just decide how we do it,
And that's another thing too, is that like, we don't really treat this as like just a job, where it's like we are like, okay, we need to do this number of videos and we need to do, because there are a lot of people like that, and that's fine. Like if that keeps you motivated, then
I can't
so
do
be
that.
it.
I can't
But it's
do it.
like for us, in order to do this, like we need to be not mentally gone.
Yeah.
It's like you're not seeing us because we are mentally gone. Like that's why we have the name Mentally Gone.
That's perfect to say.
And so
yeah.
Because when we sit down, it's like we want to be able to immerse ourselves like in this whole thing. It's like we want to be able to do this and talk for hours and not have our mind wandering on like all of these other things that are like stressing us and like feeling, because it's just how like delicately we treat this. It's like we treat it with a delicacy. It's like
Which is to say that's not to say that we're not going to be disciplined moving forward.
Right, yeah.
Because we actually architected a weekly schedule that you guys are probably going to be very excited and very happy, we hope, because we're doing it to create more and to just build a stronger community of people and just build this channel up and just, spread these videos and just have people kind of just come in and just take part in what we're doing and communicate, share ideas, and just be unorthodox, free thinking, mentally gone, right? But then my point is, we want discipline.
Yeah, and
right?
truthfully, like that would just make us happier because we get to do more of this.
It would change my life.
Right.
Literally change my life.
It's like we want it to be that it's like there's the exceptions of when we just absolutely can't and whatever it is, but other than that, it's like this is what we want to do as much as possible, like because we love.
I want this to be like my career. Like I want a life where I am able to wake up every day and record.
Yeah.
It's like wake up every day, record, and then when I'm not recording, I am experiencing life, learning, reading books, and just having adventures, experiences, maybe travel together eventually. Like I've been in hermit mode, which is crazy to say, but like for 4 years now.
Yeah.
Like you've seen, I've gone months where I don't leave my house. It's like it's kind of not healthy for sure, but for me, it's very in line with the whole wilderness aspect. It's like I've been incubating myself. I've been like really like looking in the mirror, really trying to understand, who am I in this vessel? It's like, have you guys ever like really thought about that? Like you stop and you think and you're like, what is this? It's like, what is this? But then that doesn't make me unable to function in society. It just adds to this idea of like, I have to process a lot of shit that has been done to me when I was like young in my childhood. All of these traumas, all of these relationships with people and influences that this person had on me, and why I walk this way. It's because this person had it like imprinted this idea onto me. So all of these things are just all cataloged in your inner sanctum, and then you have to visit your inner kingdom, look at the wall, check off the list, and start like identifying these externalities, and then eventually you'll find the true pure light, which is hopefully what you guys are seeing more and more with each reaction. Because I feel like if you get the first reaction we ever did on this channel and compare it to this one, it's day and night. It's like you guys could go and do that right now and then compare the post-movie conversations that we have.
Yeah.
It's like sometimes I feel that we will eventually rewatch a lot of movies that we've already watched, because we feel like we're evolving past ourselves.
Yeah.
So if we're evolving past ourselves, then we're becoming different people.
Yeah.
And then therefore, like, we view the world in like a different lens, and we start viewing the world for the first time in many different aspects. It's like, I've had moments where I'll go on a walk, for example, after having like deep realizations and just meditating and just having deep kind of like conversations with myself. I'll go have a walk, and then I'll start analyzing things that I've never analyzed before. Like, I'll start paying attention to stuff.
Yeah, that kind of happened with us. Like, we saw a vulture around like where we live around, and then we called like animal like basically called like
animal control.
Animal control, but I think it was like a rescue. Yeah, we called animal rescue because it was an injured vulture, and then they were like, "Oh no, that vulture has been there for the past 4 years."
Yeah, it's weird.
We've never seen that vulture there, and we've been living in the same place. Like, well, you've been living here longer, but in the last 4 years specifically, we've been living here together.
Yeah, which you should also say that this vulture doesn't fly.
Doesn't fly, yeah. It can only like kind of leap like
hop.
A little bit, yeah. And
like run and stuff.
Yeah.
So it has a broken wing, and it's a huge, black, kind of like menacing but beautiful creature.
Yeah.
It's like, it feels royal. It's like every time, like, we've stumbled across it, like literally walking with Shadow, and then we're like approaching like parked cars, and then it just like comes out of a corner.
Yeah.
And then we're just like, oh my God.
But
it's like an omen, kind of, you know?
But the point is that we had never seen it all this time until now. And it just goes to show, it's like, we started this channel a year ago. And what you said, like, there's been so much that has changed since then. Like, so much, like, in the videos itself that has changed. And it just goes to show, like, just how much more like aware we are of things, and like how much more like attentive that we have become, like with a lot of things too, you know? It's like pretty crazy.
It's pretty great. Look, if you had told me prior to the pandemic that I would be like, if you showed me a video of me doing these reactions when like prior to the pandemic, I would have like told you like there's no way that's me.
I would have told you I never had been in front of a camera.
I was so kind of like I was just like a mess.
Yeah.
A mess of a person, so insecure. And then now I'm just like letting go. It's not cockiness. I hope it's not cockiness, but to me it generally doesn't feel like it's like showboating, it's like boasting or any of that. It's just enthusiasm. It's like I get passionate about this shit, man. Like that's why I say like I had a freaking eureka moment. It's like I think that I figured something out for myself that makes sense and clicks. I want to share it. So it's kind of like this, it's just very fascinating. And then all that to say, I don't even know what we were saying, but that's the whole point. Is that like we just never know. Yeah.
I can't think either.
But just cut me off if I'm talking too much.
No.
Okay. The notes, I'll just like skim through. Hold on. So Hagrid, baby, Harry, and adult. Yeah. So that was the whole idea of like the full circle moment. There was a moment which is later on in the notes, but I'll just say it now because it has to do with babies. I found it so random. I didn't quite understand what happened when they went to the Bagshot lady's house and he was fighting Nagini, and then they broke through a wall and they landed inside of this nursery of this like baby room.
Yes.
Right? And then it was in that room that Harry attacked Nagini with like a brick. So it was when he really landed a punch on it. And I think that it's very interesting. I think that specifically in that room, because they could have chosen any way to film that scene, right? Like they could have, and they chose to do it that way. And I think that there's something there about Harry revisiting. Think about it. Harry was killed in his crib, right? Or killed in his crib. He was attempted murder while he was in his crib as a baby by Voldemort. And then he overcomes and overpowers Voldemort's spirit animal or anima or just representation. It's like it's his embodiment, right? It's an extension of him. The snake is the archetype of Voldemort. It's the archetype of change in like a positive way, but when taken to the opposite, because everything is polarity, right? It's the law of polarity, of duality. There's yin and yang, good and bad, cold and hot. on the opposite side, it's the epitome of kind of evil.
Mhm.
And that's usually what it's showed in like mythology and like biblical studies and stuff. But then he overcomes it and defeats it while in his infant, like in an infant's room.
Yeah, I thought that was maybe his nursery. But then I was like,
But
but
then
it
his
looks
house
very
was-
it looks very similar. Like I think that it's meant to look very similar.
It looked like a reproduction of his childhood nursery, but then I thought his house is completely destroyed. Like it's
Yeah.
been untouched probably since it happened, you know, it's been cursed.
Yeah, but I think that either like it was definitely meant to look similar, and it's exactly what you said. It's like it was Voldemort killing his parents, but then also attempting murder on him in a nursery, and then now he gets like the one up on Voldemort in a nursery again, like a
He-
full circle moment.
He confronts him.
Right, yeah. Yeah.
So it's the confronting, because one person commented that Nagini is the same snake that Harry freed in the first movie from the zoo. But then we saw that comment at the first time, and then both of us looked at each other, and then we're like, oh my God, that's insane actually to think about. And then a few days passed, I think people started commenting in response to that person, and then I think somebody like fact checked it and said that that's just like a myth.
Yeah.
And then they explained that Nagini and that snake have different prints, right?
Yeah, they do.
But then I thought to myself, like, do snakes change their patterns when they shed their skin?
I don't know.
Do
That would
they?
be pretty interesting. But then what confused me too is that the snake was bred in captivity. So, like, unless Nagini was also bred in captivity, then
Because the snake in the first movie was Harry's first use of magic,
yeah,
right?
yeah, yes, I think so.
Technically, because even when he survived Voldemort, it was his mom's love.
Mm-hmm.
So it was his first use of magic, happened to be involving a snake.
Yeah,
And then his first thing was a snake because it's Voldemort. He's like a snaky guy.
yeah.
And then it's just a full circle moment.
And then that makes sense of why the bag shot lady was only speaking parcel tongue,
Yeah, that
because
part was
she
crazy.
she was just a shell of a human.
Mhm.
The essence of her was the snake.
She was like possessed
Yeah, exactly.
by Satan, I guess,
by
in this case.
by Nagini. It's like basically.
By the devil.
Oh, that's so crazy.
But the crib part was super trippy to me because it looked like they had stumbled into a Hollywood set piece of a child's nursery, you know?
Yeah, but then it shows like what you said. It's like him being a defenseless baby to now being this capable wizard. You know, it's
This man who's like becoming a man.
And Hermione being with him and saving him and protecting him, right, is very similar to the motherly figure, like of his
Ooh.
mom protecting him in a nursery too.
Ooh, that's nice.
With love, it's like
Yeah, out of selfless
Yeah.
love.
yeah,
That's nice. That's very interesting. Yeah, it would have been even crazier if it was Ginny
yeah, I would have.
because she looks like
Ginny
Lily
looks-
Potter. Yeah.
She does. Why is Ginny going to Hogwarts?
Did she go to Hogwarts?
She was on the train, I think.
I don't even remember.
That's why I was like, why wouldn't her parents like know to keep her home? It's like the worst time to. Well, I guess I don't know. I guess it's
Well, her father Arthur, he's a part of the Order of the Phoenix. Because I thought this, like, what if there's like a group team, just like Malfoy allowed Death Eaters to infiltrate Hogwarts to kill Dumbledore? What if there's a group of the army of Dumbledore
within
who's
a.
infiltrating Hogwarts to find or to help Harry somehow?
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know what
that
I'm
makes
saying?
sense.
It's like Harry has to go out into the dangerous real world, and then they help in other ways.
Yeah.
Or maybe Neville is training them in Dumbledore's army using the Room of Requirement.
Or it's also like part of, you know, kind of resuming life as normally as you can, right? Just that's why they still had the wedding, and that's why they were still going to celebrate Harry's birthday. So it's like, especially Ginny being the youngest, it's like, you know, you have to go and you have to just, you know, kind of be under the radar because she might be more at risk, like being home, than she is at Hogwarts with the other students.
Right.
You know, so it's
right.
kind of like you have to go and you have to just, you know, whatever.
Because it's interesting, too, that even when evil takes over and becomes tyranny, which is the case with the Ministry of Magic, like Hogwarts belongs now to the Minister of Magic. And the Minister of Magic is overrun by puppets of Voldemort. And then Snape is the headmaster of Hogwarts. But then my point was... Fuck, I lost it. Hold on, guys. What were you talking about just now?
Ginny
It's mentally
resuming
gone.
normal life and the wedding and sending her off to school because she's safer there than at home.
Oh, yeah. That school becomes an extension of the Ministry of Magic, and we saw that the Ministry of Magic, it still kind of operates somewhat officially. And so at Hogwarts is my point, like they're probably not killing students.
Yeah.
And especially under Snape's rule. So it's safer for Ginny to be under Snape than for her to be with her mother at their house, which is now unprotected, just like they invaded the wedding.
And just like they captured Luna. It's like there's snatchers. So it's like anybody who has any connection to Harry Potter is in danger. So the
especially the love of his life.
The least suspect that you can make yourself, the better, you know?
And isn't that what Voldemort achieved with the Chamber of Secrets?
Yes, he captures Ginny.
He captures the princess.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
He captures the princess, puts her in his lair, in his dungeon, and then the dungeon is protected by the monster that the hero, Orpheus... It reminds me of the Orpheus myth, where Orpheus descends into the underworld, into the underworld of Hades, and he descends there to try to rescue Eurydice. I think that's how you say her name. I learned all this stuff in Brazil, by the way, and just really quickly, no colégio médio, ensino médio, a gente estudou bastante mitologia grega. Mas eu esqueci tudo porque eu não falo muito bem português, que eu não tenho o hábito de falar português, mas eu tento continuar a falar português, e o meu português agora tá uma bosta, mas antigamente eu escrevia redações, Unip, USP e pautora, sabe? Tipo, eu escrevia, e ela tá fingindo agora que ela entende tudo, né? Mas ela entende um pouco de português.
No, I understand everything.
That was just a little Portuguese, just like to make sure that you guys are paying attention.
Greek mythology.
Yeah.
I know everything.
And I was good at speaking Portuguese. Like I got really good in the span of like 6 years because we used to live here. Like I grew up here and then we moved there, and then I already explained it. But yeah, anyways, Orpheus myth is Orpheus is the hero. He descends into the underworld to save his wife, who has been captured and retained there by the king of the underworld, which is Hades. And it reminds me of the Chamber of Secrets, which is what happens. Like Harry is Orpheus, and he goes and he tries to save his wife.
Yeah.
Who becomes his love.
Yeah.
Which
we didn't know at the time.
Yeah.
She was so little.
Okay.
What was I going to say? That really quick, since we're on the topic of the Chamber of Secrets, that's when the Gryffindor sword presents itself, right? Because it presents itself to worthy Gryffindors. So then, I talk about it after, but I think that...
Let's talk about it now.
I think that that's why Harry was able to find the sword of Gryffindor, like with that Patronus, which we still don't know whose Patronus that was. But I think that both him and Ron are kind of led to the sword one way or another because they are both worthy Gryffindors.
They are worthy, yeah.
It's like, so the sword of Gryffindor like only presents itself to like worthy Gryffindors who are in need of it. And they were both in need of it. And they're both worthy Gryffindors. So it's like they found each other and they found the sword.
Which is another example, which I wrote here somewhere, that scene, the moment I saw the frozen lake with the sword at the bottom of it, I immediately, I wanted to just, explode inside. Just completely, man, it's crazy. And that sounds super wrong, by the way. I just wanted to explode.
Inside.
I said inside. I didn't say outside.
That's worse.
I know, that is worse. But when I saw the sword at the bottom of the frozen lake, I immediately thought about King Arthur. the old story of King Arthur.
Yeah.
Who pulls the sword out of stone.
Oh, yes.
Because only the worthy one is able to pull the sword, right? But then in that story, like, there's more to it. When King Arthur, after he pulls the sword, because he's worthy, out of the stone, he breaks the sword in combat. And then the wizard Merlin guides him to a lake. And at the lake, Merlin introduces Arthur to an entity who's called the Lady of the Lake. And so the Lady of the Lake basically just extends her hand out, and then Merlin tells Arthur to throw his broken sword into the lake, and then the Lady of the Lake presents to him in exchange the Excalibur sword, which is the most powerful weapon in the universe.
What?
Essentially, yeah. So then he gets the Excalibur sword from the Lady of the Lake, who literally just as a hand just pops up the sword and then gives it to Arthur.
What the heck? And that's why they said that name. They said Merlin's beard before.
They've said Merlin's beard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like all connected.
Trippy, I'm telling you, it's freaking trippy.
Oh my gosh.
It's so many so much depth, and that's why I can't imagine how it's possible to do a review for these movies in one sitting.
Yeah.
It's like I could spend weeks breaking down this film.
Yeah, I think, look, it's like nothing is a coincidence because, like writers, they have to think about all these things. It's like they don't just have these ideas out of nowhere. Everything is inspired from other things. It's like everything is sourced from inspiration of other forms of art and other resources and like,
Speaking of, everything is kind of connected, right? I'm not saying that anyone stole anything, because I feel like everybody kind of pulls from the creative ether, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's the collective consciousness, and that's why you see all of these similarities, even if you live in one part of the planet, isolated, and from another part of the planet, but you guys develop the same kind of ideas and archetypes. Like, that's what Carl Jung kind of like dissects and brings forth. But my point is this, is that even the locket, right? Like, the locket reminded me immediately Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, it did.
The one who wears it gets corrupted by it, right? And then in Lord of the Rings, it's this vehicle of power. So in that series, in that franchise, it's the equivalent of maybe the Elder Wand.
Yeah.
Right, it's the power to destroy, it's the power to do everything. But in this one, when Harry opens the locket by speaking Parseltongue, I feel, right?
Mm-hmm.
He opens the locket, there's an eye.
Yeah.
Which is the eye of Sauron, right? So it's the eye, it's the all-seeing eye, it's the evil eye.
Yeah.
Because the all-seeing eye sees both good and bad. But then in that case, Voldemort, or whichever voice kind of emanated like out of that locket, said, "I have seen your heart, Harry. I have seen your heart, Ron."
Mm-hmm.
That's why there's a heart on the locket.
Yeah.
So it's literally overlaying on your heart center, on your heart chakra. And I just found that funny. It's like, that's the whole idea. But then whoever wore the necklace, that was supposed to be representative of them going through their biggest fears, biggest insecurities, which is putting other people's life at risk, which is Harry's, and then Ron's is not being good enough and having a lot of insecurities in how he looks and his like sense of self-worth. And it starts with Malfoy diminishing his value by establishing that he's nothing more than a hand-me-down, multiple of this family. It's like, you have nothing, like, you're just a Weasley.
Yeah.
Basically, like, you're not Ron Weasley. You're not the Harry Potter.
Yeah.
And then also, like, the aspect of jealousy with the hormones and this idea of, like, territorialism and just establishing your territory and just feeling jealous of whatever man comes close to your crush, even if it's your best friend, and then having, like, these things. And it's all just throwing them all for a loop. And I think that's why in the wilderness, it's the equivalent of venturing into Plato's cave, which I've mentioned so many times that it's kind of disgusting at this point. It's like I just sound like a broken record, but it's the same thing. It's like you venture into the dark cave and you find your inner light, and that's why Ron was given.
You okay?
Almost poked my eye out there. Maybe I shouldn't be allowed to play with this.
I almost poked my microphone.
Yeah.
But what's interesting about that, right, is that the locket and the shadowy, corrupted thing of it that starts speaking is revealing Ron's deepest fears.
Mm-hmm.
Something that I noticed is that each of them acted differently like while they were wearing the locket. It's like Hermione was just kind of like
sad.
Just sad, yeah, like just very melancholy.
Like my hairy legs, guys. I have to scratch it.
And then Ron,
for free?
I think that it
for free? Whoa.
I think that it heightens the, like, it just amplifies whatever it is that you're already feeling.
Mm-hmm.
So Hermione was feeling very melancholy and feeling like grief from like basically losing her family. It's like she gave up everything to like for their protection, but also to help Harry. It's like she even gave up going along with Ron to continue helping Harry because she knows that that's just where she's needed. And like, you know what I'm saying? So
helping Harry becomes an extension of helping your parents survive.
Yeah, and then to my point is that she was wearing the locket right before their dance, but all she was is just sad. So it just amplifies whatever it is the wearer is feeling.
That's why I found it interesting when Umbridge
is wearing the locket, and I wonder how long she was wearing the locket. And if she was wearing it in the Order of the Phoenix, but it's just amplifying her negative traits.
But that's what I was going to say, is that Umbridge was the only one who acted just as she normally would.
No, but it could be just amplifying what's already like existent.
But she was already a bitch.
That's why I'm saying, what if she was wearing it in the last movie?
But I think the guy recently sold, maybe in the last movie. I don't know.
Either way, though, look.
Because in the Order of the Phoenix is when she was being a bitch.
She's like, technically she is on another level because now she's ordering muggles and half-bloods to be killed. Yeah, and then building like this statue of like muggles being slave workers and stuff.
It's like unencumbered
I think
tyranny.
I think that either way it's heightened, even if we're not seeing it portrayed directly to Harry. It's like she's like way in over her head. It's like she's way high. She's way higher now off of power than she was at Hogwarts.
Yeah, and she's not even conscious of it anymore because she's possessed by by the necklace.
And then for Ron, it just amplified his negative traits, which is that he's envious, that he's worried about his family, and then it's just like all this anger and resentment, and it's like anger towards Dumbledore too. Like he keeps saying like he didn't tell you anything else, like he didn't give you the answers, like he didn't tell you how to find the Horcruxes, like he basically left us blind. So he's just feeling a lot of anger, and then that's what manifests. And then for Harry, when he kind of has like a little explosion while he's wearing it, it's because of all of that, like all of the gravity that he's feeling and kind of also not allowing himself to feel. But you see with Hermione, like the loss of her parents, like even if it's not a physical loss, it's an emotional loss because now they don't even know that she exists and whatever. But she's just very sad about it. And then for Harry, it's like he experiences so much loss, but he rarely allows himself to like sit and feel the loss really. It's like, like he feels more,
because he has to save the world.
Instead of feeling sad about it, he just feels very responsible for it. And I think that that's what manifests for him. It's this like kind of like that he has to do it on his own because he's like it's his responsibility.
I think that he has experienced the ultimate form of loss.
Yeah.
Many times over, right? With like Sirius and with his parents. And so he understands the pain of loss and he doesn't want anybody to experience that.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's where his responsibility stems from. His like drive to like, no, like I can't go back to Hogwarts. I have to go hunt Horcruxes.
Yeah.
It's like I have to do this.
Yeah.
It's like I can't ask for Professor McGonagall to help me. I can't ask for anybody else to do it for me. I have to do it.
And that's why he tells Ron, he's like, what did you think? That we were going to find the Horcruxes and you would be home by Christmas? It's like, he's not even thinking about his birthday, which is also symbolic because think of this. The first movie, right? All of it is about Dudley's birthday and how he's treated versus Harry's birthday, which happens right afterwards, and him spending his birthday alone. He's very preoccupied with like his birthday just being what it is. It's like it's very miserable. Like
and this is the first movie since the first one.
Yeah, that he's
birthday is mentioned.
Yeah, and
right?
I think so.
Because they've mentioned like Merry Christmas, Harry.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's Happy Birthday, Harry.
I don't know. I don't think so.
That would be crazy if it's the movie that like they do full circle.
I think they do, like every time he reunites with like Ron and Hermione, because it's always on the day of his birthday that they just like say Happy Birthday, Harry. It's like
okay.
But it's the first birthday that he's not preoccupied with his birthday is my point.
That he's not feeling nostalgic of his
He
parents.
forgets basically that it's his birthday, and then Hermione tells him, Hermione's like, we made you a cake, and then he's like, I could care less about my birthday. So every other year it's like, sure, let's celebrate birthday, but I think that that's symbolic of like real life. It's like when you have such like big problems, it's hard to like enjoy things as simple as like your birthday, right? Because you're just so preoccupied with so many other things that it almost feels like it should just be secondary. It's not a priority, you know?
Yeah.
And like that's what it is. It's like, just like he said, this wedding is like shouldn't even be the priority, but okay, I'll stay and we'll celebrate it. It's, you know?
Which is funny that you say wedding because like that's the next check thing.
Like, see?
And then I wrote wedding in the midst of chaos. I think that's beautiful.
Yes.
It's the celebration of love while hatred is disseminated across the world, you know, and hatred and evil. So it's the celebration of the highest good, which is love. And I just thought about this idea that like there are ancient tribes, Native American tribes specifically, where they will dance for days and days on end. So they will like enter this trance without even being under the influence of any neurotropic or anything like that, psychoactive compound, but they will be in this trance-like state, dancing, just spinning and dancing to the sound of drums, and the drummers will drum for days.
Yeah.
For days. Think about that.
That's, yeah.
It's like for days. Most people can't focus on one thing for more than an hour. It's like most people can't like sit down and like read a book for an hour. Disciplined without like overstimulating. No, like me too. Like I need to listen to sounds. I need to do stuff. Yeah. But to be able to just lose yourself in a trance-like state.
Even now, my brain, like my head, I could feel it like
thumping. Yeah, it's the first time back.
Like, oh, I haven't put this much brain power in a long time.
Potato.
I am a potato.
I am a potato.
I'm a potato.
No, I'm the potato. But yeah, it's just the idea of like losing yourself in a trance state, trance-like state, and just being able to dance. And I think that that's the whole idea of the invisibility cloak. It's being able to just completely align yourself with the rhythms of life, with the sounds of the universe. Like if you go on YouTube, you can search up the sounds that each planet makes, for example. Like it all produces a certain music. And even when you like start a microphone just like this and you start it up and you don't say anything and you just put it inside of an empty room, it's going to have a static that is symbolic of the emptiness of silence. So silence has a noise.
Yes.
Silence has a sound.
Yes, it does.
But yeah, so wedding, beautiful. Beautiful wedding. You come to me on the day of my daughter's wedding.
I had something to say about the wedding. Wait,
which we have to finish The Godfather Part 3, by the way. We've never finished. There's so much to tie up. Like John Wick needs to be tied up. A bunch of stuff that we have to finish, man. Marvel, very soon.
Oh, I'm gonna find it right here. Oh, so the wedding, right?
Yeah.
The wife, which is Fleur, right? Which
Fleur.
I thought is so strange. Like,
Flower.
again, Ron was kind of eyeballing Fleur at one point. And then all of a sudden, his oldest brother, Bill, is getting married to her.
Do you think that that's also symbolic? Of like, do you think that contributes to Ron's insecurities even more?
Yes, it is. It's exactly that.
Because she did end up marrying a Weasley.
Yeah, but not him.
But not Ron Weasley.
Exactly.
Because Ron Weasley doesn't have the confidence that his brother Bill, right?
Yes.
Bill Weasley has.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then, what was I going to say? But she was wearing a black and white wedding dress. So typically it's like white is the wedding dress. It's like it's supposed to be like purity and, you know, whatever. But then hers had like black lace on it. And I think that that was just supposed to be symbolic of how the wedding would turn out. Like there's light and darkness. And then it kind of like went up into chaos. And I saw someone get killed. I don't know who it was, but rest in peace. And then
it's just like yin and yang, right?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
So that was just like
Duality.
a little note. Because I look a lot at like imagery and stuff. But yeah, go.
No, like that's brilliant, and I think that that's exactly
That's bloody brilliant.
Blimey, Gabriella, that's brilliant.
Bloody brilliant.
But Professor, Ron, the Illuminator, showing the light. We saw how that tied up.
Yeah.
Very, very, very beautiful, right? This movie, if I were to define it now that we've like talked about it a little bit more, it's the movie of tying up loose ends. Most loose ends were tied.
Yeah.
But not even loose ends. Like they weren't even really loose ends. It's just complete cycles.
Yeah.
So it just shows the cycle of life of like birth and rebirth, birth and death. And then even death is introduced. It's like even the resurrection stone. It's like birth, death. So it's like it's we go through constant deaths.
Yeah.
Ego deaths, personality traits that you abandon, just like a skin of a snake, and that's why the snake is symbolic of eternity, right? You have the Ouroboros, which is eating its own tail. So like that represents the eternal nature of life. It's just you eating your own tail, and you just shedding all of the skin, and you renew yourself with every sunrise. And that's what the Egyptians believed, you know, like the dung beetle would literally hike up little hill mounds, pushing poop, and then Egyptians viewed that as representation of something as divine as the sun coming up, and they would believe that the sun, every time the sun would set, the sun would go into the underworld and basically fight off demons and fight off all of these like monsters, and then every morning it would come up victorious. So every morning that the sun came up was a reason to celebrate. And then today we just treat it like your alarm goes off and you're just like sleepy and you're just like, oh my god, it's 6 a.m. and you're like, oh, close the blinds, man. Fuck, I have a hangover. It's like, oh, I cursed. Sorry. It's okay to curse.
I actually do cuss a little.
I actually do cuss a little.
What's your favorite curse word? Probably fuck.
Yeah. So exactly.
Fuck.
So Miranda Cosgrove, yeah,
Probably.
she approves this message. Sorry guys, I really try to keep it PG-13.
About the Deluminator, what
Yes.
did he say to him? He said that basically give this to Ron, and that when it's most dark, it will show him light. So when is he shown light, and how is he shown light? So when it was most dark for him is when he was literally self-imploding the most and exploding, but also like self-imploding most, and he was alone. And then that's when the light presented itself to him. So it was a emotionally dark time for him. So it was when his darkest moment, it was the most dark. It's like he had nobody, and he was living with all of the worst things that he could possibly live with, because this locket just brought it all up to the surface for him. And then he's now on his own. And then that's when the light presents itself. And then it presents itself in the form of his love for Hermione.
As pure love.
Yeah.
Which is the love that he has for her.
But that's crazy.
Because God is love, right? So like that's what all the hippies say,
Yeah.
right? All the spiritualists, every religious book, God is love, man, peace and love. That's what it is. So I think that's why God is a God of your own understanding. It's this idea of like you interpret that.
Yeah.
And then it shows in every single case, and that's why every religion has a different interpretation of the natural deities or natural forces that govern our reality.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's all filtered through their own culture, like through their own understanding. But Ron also, by isolating himself and being alone and being in the darkest of darkness, he felt what it's like to be Harry Potter.
Yeah.
Even more.
Yeah.
Because him going through the polyjuice potion was not enough for him to sympathize with Harry on like a very deep spiritual way, because like he still felt like, oh, like whatever, you know?
Yeah, and he also felt accomplished for like saving Tonks's life, because then she says that she wouldn't have been there without Ron.
That was so trippy.
So it was kind of like
without
an
Harry.
ego. Without Harry, yeah.
Because when he hugs Hermione, when he arrives at his house and the polyjuice is wearing off, he starts hugging her as Harry and then finishes as Ron and is wearing Harry Potter's glasses. So it's like he only received acknowledgement and accolades because it's related to Harry still when he saved Tonk's life.
Yeah. So then he can't even really still feel.
It built more resentment.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
That's true. I didn't even think of that. I did not think of that. But it's just crazy that Dumbledore like had said that in that way. It's like it's not about the darkness being literal.
Mm-hmm.
It's about the dark night of his soul, kind of, you know?
Yeah. And everybody goes through a unique dark night of the soul. It's like a tower moment.
Yeah.
In like tarot and stuff. If you guys are into tarot, not saying that I'm into anything really. I just like dabble. Like I'll like pick up a book and I'll just read about it. Okay. So Hermione, Tales of Beetle and Bard. I just wrote that down.
Yeah, me too.
Ooh, can I share something?
Yes.
Okay. So interesting, right? So recently I have been trying to learn more about like specifically like Russian mythology and fairy tales. And it's not like specifically Russian, but I got this book that is very interesting. It's called the Fairy Book, the Red Fairy Book, right? And in this book, it has Jack and the Beanstalk, Rapunzel, the Golden Goose, the 3 dwarves, the 12 brothers, the 12 dancing princesses, the 6 sillies, and many more. And then I was like, because I've been studying a lot of Carl Jung, and Carl Jung is all about archetypes. And then I'm like, okay, so how does the human brain create all of these myths and all of these religious experiences and these interpretations? And why do they all kind of have all of these like similarities? And if you cross-examine them, like there's more similarities than differences. And I was like, all right, cool. When I started looking at all the stories that it has, just like paging through it, I stumbled across one that just blew my mind. Hold on. Which is kind of like when they found the HALLOWS symbol and they started saying like, this isn't a coincidence. Because it can't be a coincidence. Hold on, guys. Because I don't believe in coincidences. I really don't. I think that everything is a meaning, like synchronicity is a meaningful coincidence, or it's a coincidence that has meaning, and everything in life has meaning to me. Wait, sorry. Oh, okay. The Death of Koschei the Deathless, page 46. So this whole story, I'm not gonna read the whole story at all, but this story, The Death of Koschei the Deathless, is about a evil entity that hid his soul in objects that would exponentially become more complex. So he hid his soul, and mind you, this character is described as being skeleton and snake-like.
So it's Voldemort.
This character in the story, he hides his soul inside of a needle that is inside of an egg, that is inside of inside of a duck, that is inside of a hare, which is a bunny, that is inside of an iron chest, that is buried underneath a green oak tree that is located on an island called Buyo, I think. Buyo. And this is an island that disappears and appears, but it only appears to those who are deemed kind of like worthy of its appearance and like worthy of coming across it. Who are powerful enough. 7 degrees of separation of like hiding his soul.
That's crazy.
And it's an old Slavic Russian tale. And when I read about it, because I was like skimming through it and I actually read a bunch of these, I was mind blown. I was like, there's no way. That's Voldemort.
Yeah.
It's literally the story of Voldemort.
And see, like, that's what I mean is that J.K. Rowling, she definitely read.
She had
you
to.
know, like writers, they read other works of books and stuff. It's like that's how they're inspired to write themselves. And then it's like, where does she get this stuff from? And then it's like, you know, the symbolism and like that references the Bible. And it's like, it's all of these things.
Everything comes from somewhere and nothing comes from nothing.
But even that story is probably just also citing an even older story and then an even older story and an even older story. And it's like, it's
and
just
that's when
cycle.
you start tripping out because written word is a relatively new invention.
Yeah.
It's like there was a period of time when it was all oral.
Yeah.
It's like that's why Socrates would like never wrote anything down. Plato was the one that kind of like captured it for him. Like he was a Socratic method is speaking.
Yeah.
Speech.
Hand me your phone really quick because I need to search something really, really quick because it's something that I started like piecing together in my head. Hold on a second.
But yeah, so when I went to take a bathroom break after we watched the movie, I picked this book out of the forbidden section of our library, of our personal library. And because I just had to share this because to me, guys, it's crazy. It's like I'll have moments where I'm just like, there's no way that I dreamt of this thing and now it's popping up here, or I saw this thing in this very niche place or time and then now it's just popping up everywhere.
Yeah. So look, this is going to be super trippy, but I started thinking about like everybody's name, honestly, because they're all like symbolic, just like we saw like lupus, it just means wolf in Latin, and everything like kind of has like symbolism, right? I was literally breaking down Voldemort's name, right? And I took French in high school, and also like
it does sound French.
Mort, right? Mort is like for us in Portuguese means death. Marchi, right?
Yeah.
But in French, mort is death also. And then de mort means of death, and then vol is short for the word thief in French, which is voleur.
No way.
So he is the thief of death.
No way.
Yes. Or the theft of death. Like that's what Voldemort is. He is the thief of death.
What?
Voldemort. He's the thief of death.
What does that mean?
It could mean what he's doing. It's like he's literally trying to steal death. Like, I don't know, in like a metaphorical sense. Like he's the thief
trying to
of it.
imprison death.
Yeah.
Because in this story of Koschei, he like there's another telling of it. So there's two versions. There's a version where he does that, and then there's another one where he's imprisoned by a queen, I think, and then she falls in love with a prince or a king, and then she tells him like, whatever you do, don't open that door. And don't go into that room.
Yeah.
And then he, out of curiosity, goes in there. And then Koschei is tied up and imprisoned. So I think that there is an idea of making one feel like when you're the master of death, you are a master of something or someone, specifically when it's like a personified being. So it's a something, it's a someone and not a something. When you're the master of someone, you are not an equal to it. You are above it.
Yeah.
You are superior. So Dobby has no master, right? Dobby is free.
Right.
So I think that that's what he wants to do. Like to your point, it's like he wants to steal death.
Yeah.
Hide it in his basement, tie it up.
Yes.
And then live forever.
And he's
That's crazy.
Oh, that makes so much
pretty
sense.
Wild. Yeah, this little thing right here is crazy. This work of art is wild.
Because it's like, why would his name be Voldemort? It's like,
Yeah.
what does that even mean? But a lot of people will just think like, oh, it's just a cool kind of villain name. It's like Voldemort. It's like, yeah, he sounds menacing. Like, I don't want to mess with him.
Just like after we saw Prisoner of Azkaban and we saw Harry Potter going like Expecto Patronum. After that movie, I told you that I searched up Expecto Patronum, and it basically breaks down to it's like Latin for expecto means expect.
Yeah,
right?
expect.
And then patronus or patronum comes from patron, and patron is a form of support.
It's
so
a guide.
patron of the arts, right? So like Leonardo da Vinci relied on patrons in order to survive and to continue creating. So a savior is what it could be viewed as, because in that scene, like, see, like if I had this information, then it would have been like another interpretation.
Yeah.
In that scene, he was expecting a savior to come and save him and Sirius from all of the Dementors. He was about to die, but then he goes back in time and he saves himself.
Yeah.
So he casts Expecto Patronum. So it's like, it's so symbolic. It's like the person who's casting it, who's repelling the evils, the Dementors, the embodiments of depression and just the lowest of energies, the person repelling them is basically saying expect a savior.
Yeah, exactly. Expect protection, basically.
Expect to be saved. By light. It's like, and then we go back to the beginning of this conversation where wands are just vehicles for channeling divine intervention. So it's like expect a savior. It's like you're setting the intentions where you're going to expect that light is going to save you.
Yeah.
That's what Patronus is. I almost broke the one. That's what Patronus is.
Yeah.
And then the Patronus is an animal, which is a spirit animal. Sorry.
Yeah. Wait.
Sorry.
No,
I felt it coming.
No, it's okay. I don't know.
I just got excited.
I know, me too. Wait. What was I talking about before?
I don't even know.
The Thief of Death?
Oh yeah, Voldemort's meaning of his name is that he's the thief of death.
Right. So then it's like, yeah. So then, yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, it's basically that though. It's like all of these things have to be looked into, because it just sounds like, it sounds like it would just be like a cool name or whatever. But then that, to your point, it's like all of the words, like just like names, right? Like like our names all originate from somewhere. It's not like your name was originated yesterday or something. It's like they originate from centuries and decades and however long ago, millennias of time.
Union of different words from different areas.
Yes, and different languages, and like that's why languages exist. And so again, like I think that it's brilliant. Like the writing is brilliant. I think that something like that, like Thief of Death, it's like it's such a fitting name. Like I kept trying to figure out why his name was Voldemort, and then it just all made sense. And I just, it's so crazy. And then the Expecto Patron, all of the words, like even
repellum, muggleness or whatever he said, to repel muggles.
Yeah, and then like total protection, like Hermione casted a spell that was like Totalia whatever, that like put like a total protection. It's like all of them are just linguistically similar to what like is existent in languages,
which when you discover like when you dive into into like ancient Egyptian mythology, every resident of ancient Egypt believed in magic as if it was like breathing. It's like magic was so real for them that it was the equivalent of like breathing for us. It's like you can't deny breathing. To them, it was like, of course magic is real. But then for them, magic was spoken word.
Yeah.
So during the ceremonies of like after the mummification, and then it depends on like different hierarchies of social class. Like some people could afford to be mummified, others couldn't. And then the material used, it all varied basing off of your social class. And then even the ability of having like priests, like high priests, kind of like conduct magic spells over your corpse and to like allow you to basically grant you safe passage in the Duat in the underworld, which is like the field of reeds, and it's just like huge deep thing. But then my point is the ones who would speak the best, they were the ones who were considered the high priests. and they were the ones who would morph reality with their words,
Yeah.
and that's what the Egyptians believed.
Yeah, and that's why symbols are prevalent. It's like
Symbols,
words. It's like
I think it was or it was like Confucius
Confucius.
or Lao Tse-tung. I can't pronounce names, but they said that the world isn't ruled by words but by symbols.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
like symbols rule everything.
Oh, that's and symbols are universal. It's like
Yeah.
there is no language barrier for symbols. It's like
There isn't.
everything is symbolic, which
Mhm.
is the saying. It's like, right? Like everything is symbolic.
I'm just like curious because we've done 5 hours total, and I feel like we have a lot to go.
I know we do. I have a lot still too.
Oh man.
We got this.
Woo. Okay, let's do this then.
Okay,
I'm
go.
gonna try to pick up the pace.
But I'm like getting through mine too, so don't worry. Like
Okay.
I usually spring through these.
Okay. It's and then just FYI for the camera, it's currently 2 a.m.
Wow.
So we started this at 8.
Yeah, 8 p.m. Yeah.
Okay. So if I start I start deteriorating as we go, so just mind the whatever. The next one I wrote Harry, Snitch, Perseverance, and Skill. So Dumbledore said that the snitch represents his perseverance and his skill. The golden snitch, I don't think I'm going to really talk about this idea because I haven't really grasped it myself, but in alchemy, like there's this idea that they usually represent an orb, like a material orb that's supposed to represent the material world. And then on top of this little ball, they have like a cross kind of emanating above it. And if you've ever played like Assassin's Creed, for example, then you understand like the pieces of Eden and the apple of Eden in that series, in that franchise. It's like this like orb. So that's essentially the symbolism and the archetype that's permeated throughout culture, right? So then it represents enlightenment, is my point. So it's the same thing as the caduceus thing, which you see on the sides of ambulances, and it's the main symbol for healthcare around the world. The caduceus was the staff of Hermes, and also the staff of Hermes Trismegistus, and what's the other one? Hermes Trismegistus, Thoth, right? So Thoth, Hermes Trismegistus. But the staff, the caduceus, has wings at the top. And the idea is that enlightenment allows you to give yourself wings. And you kind of float and you're able to fly. And the fact that Harry Potter, I think it has to do with this, the beginning of the series up until now, from his first interactions with the snitch, it was always so fast and stuff, and he could barely like keep track of it, and he had to put a lot of effort into figuring out where it was going, and whoever catches the snitch wins the game. And I feel like that's also reflective of real life, like whoever is able to elevate themselves beyond the material normacy and the confines of this space, of this reality, then they're able to achieve spiritual enlightenment, nirvana, whatever you want to call it. And then now he's like so nonchalant, like it belongs to him.
Yeah.
He has earned it. So think about that. He's not playing the game to catch the snitch and then give it back.
Yeah.
He has won the game and he has won the snitch. So the moment Dumbledore gave him the snitch should tell us that maybe that in theory there's a happy ending.
Yeah.
Right? Because in theory he won the Quidditch match, which is life.
Yeah.
That's how I view it. It's like it's always like a micro and macro.
Because
thing,
it's all symbolic. Like what Ron received was symbolic for him. What Hermione received, which like the title sure was like Bard and Beetle or whatever, but it's what had the Deathly Hallows symbol drawn inside of it, right?
And the story of the three brothers.
And why was it given to Hermione? Because she reads books, which is why if you look at her bedroom, she has books and bookshelves. It's like in her bedroom. Meanwhile, like Ron doesn't even have like his own bedroom, and Harry's is kind of like in this broken home. It's like, but anyways, she specifically gets that because she's able to decipher symbols and she reads and she's intellectual, and so that's why she's given that. And then Harry is given the snitch because of what you're saying. It's like the Quidditch match is just symbolic for the game within the game, because the game is the Quidditch match, but then there's a bigger game, which is the Seeker catching the the snitch,
Mhm.
and that ends the entire game. You
Right.
win the entire game if you catch the snitch, right?
Yeah.
That's just symbolic for life. Like, this is all a game, but there's a bigger game, and
Mhm.
if you win the bigger game,
Yes.
you win the game for everyone. It's
But-
basically that. It's like, because everything is connected, so you're winning the game for everyone when you win the game. It's like
Yes.
when you catch the snitch, which is when you reach enlightenment.
Just like Bruce Wayne pulling people out of the
yes.
hole. Yeah.
That everybody wins when the seeker, which is why it's called a seeker. It's like he's
Mhm.
seeking
Seeking
enlightenment.
enlightenment,
You can't reach nirvana without I forget the word that they use for wisdom in Hindi, but it's like you can't reach it without wisdom
Yeah.
and without suffering, but
Yeah.
both together, which is why the seeker's job is very hard. Like you said, it's like it's so sporadic and it's on a higher level, right?
Yeah,
They have
you
to
have
fly
to
higher.
and you have to master.
You can't fly
flying.
on the ground. It's like you can't
Not
be,
only do you have to fly, because flying isn't enough to catch the snitch. You
Yeah.
have to master the elements.
Yeah.
And that's why in one of the movies, I forget which one, I think it was Goblet of Fire or Prisoner of Azkaban, when he is playing Quidditch in a storm.
Yes.
And then he falls, right? So he's confronting the elements.
Mhm.
So he's in the air, but he's mastered the air so well that he could play go through the storm.
Yeah.
Go through the eye of the hurricane. And like that's the whole idea.
Yeah.
But then most people don't realize that there's a broader game, that there's always a bigger game, and they live life kind of like blinded to the fact that there's a broader game, and they get distracted by the smaller games around
Yeah.
them. And then that's when people become addicted to like following the Kardashians or following sports or playing video games and like just losing themselves in the drinking, alcoholism, vices, like all these things, gambling. It all comes because these are smaller games that you imbue your life with, and you trick yourself into believing that they add value to your life.
Yeah, and you find entertainment from
In
it,
beating the
right?
games,
Yeah,
yeah.
but it's not like the bigger game is so much more
Yes.
worthwhile, is so much more rewarding than
Yes.
than the Quidditch match and the points in the Quidditch match. Like that's basically it.
Or knowing the players of the Quidditch teams, which is what Ron showed us, that he was he knew the stats of everyone. Like he's a follower,
Yeah.
right? So Harry didn't really know anything about Quidditch. Harry has always been kind of like oblivious to smaller games. But then I think that even knowing everything that there is to know about the Kardashians, or knowing everything that there is to know about every player on the Cowboys,
Yeah.
right? It's like you know everything. People get a satisfaction from having that information, having that knowledge, because they
Mhm.
feel like they beat the game in that realm. It's like
Yeah.
they know the most about sports, the most about these people, the most about celebrity gossip. And then here's the crazy thing, is that they should, instead of focusing so narrowly on the small kind of miscellaneous stuff in front of them, the small games, the small man-made games, they don't start thinking about, what if I start seeking to know everything that there is about the universe? It's like, instead of learning everything that there is about Muhammad Ali and Mike Tyson or Jake Paul, let me learn everything that there is to know about the universe,
Yeah.
about God,
Yeah.
about myself, about existence. It's like, that's when you win the big game.
Yeah.
And that's what he won when he received from the most powerful wizard, who in this case is basically God, gave him the golden snitch.
Yeah.
That's it.
Ooh, that's so crazy.
That's a pretty trippy thing, because he said, and I wrote it down quickly, snitch is perseverance and skill. That's what you need in life. Perseverance and skill.
Yeah.
Talent, you can be born talented, but skill is something that you develop.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. And
Right?
that's why they say that discipline
Beats talent.
overrides talent, because
Any
if
day.
you're not, if you're not disciplined, then your talent can only go so far.
And that's what we've been struggling with this channel. It's like, now it's going to change because we're disciplined.
Yeah.
So we're establishing discipline. We're going to commit to a schedule. And then hopefully we become better human beings in our search for wisdom too, because every time we watch these movies, I'm learning so much. I learn more, no joke, learn more doing these reactions than I learned in all of my life in
college.
Inside of classrooms.
Me too.
Any classroom, any
Yeah.
level of education.
Yeah, me too.
You know? Okay, so Sword of Godric Gryffindor is the Excalibur sword. so easy for him to catch now. So it's the snitch is so easy for him to catch. Just like running through these because a lot of these are necklace. Luna's father. I was confused. I didn't know what it was, but then they explained it. Aberforth is Dumbledore's brother. I'm curious to know what's up with that. You know, like they didn't really develop that. Bathilda Bagshot, they developed it. Godric's Hollow, cool. Creature. Oh yeah, Creature reminds me of Gollum in like a certain shot. It was like dangling the locket. And then it showed Creature kind of, you know, part of the shot. And then it showed Creature being like, I tried everything. Like, I tried to destroy it or whatever. And it's evil and it possesses you. And it reminded me of Gollum.
Yeah, and I was going to say that what I realized, too, is that, look, Creature, like, in comparison to Dobby, right? Which is why Dobby shows up at that point. It's like, it's supposed to be two contrasting house elves. It's like... Think about this. Dobby was a house elf and he was serving Lucius and whoever else before, but he was serving Lucius and then he became a free elf. Creature seems like he has been in servitude to the Black family, right? And he is suffering like extreme PTSD of like being the house elf for the Black family, especially the Black family, which we know have people like Bellatrix, which are, you know, kind of kind of insane, but basically him saying that he was put up to destroy it. It's like he was basically ordered, like, find the way to destroy it. It's like try every single way. And then he said that he could not destroy it. And you can see the PTSD like in his face. Yeah. And then anyways, and then basically that it's like that even though he was like very nasty towards Hermione, and then he said that she was like a filthy mudblood and stuff, and then he was like acting that way, and he's called a creature, so he kind of acts like a creature, acts like a golem. But I think that just like Gollum has a story, Creature also has a story, and so it's like every character kind of, you know, has a
backstory, which is what we saw with Voldemort. It's like he was Tom Riddle.
Yeah.
But an interesting thing about Creature is that he's a house elf, a servant to an empty home. Yeah. Because the Black family has been gone for a while, like in forever, right? It's like there's only Bellatrix now that's like left, and we learned that Malfoy's mom, right, is like related because they're sisters. So it's like the Black family doesn't even live there. So like, what's the point? But Creature is still stuck in that home. And then even in the absence when there's like nobody there, it's like he just like lurks around and he just hides in closets and stuff. But then Dobby is just out in the world and still choosing to serve Harry Potter. Yeah. To like serve this like that.
Yes, and that's something, oh man, well maybe I'll save it for the end, but yeah, I'll just save it for the end. Go.
It's up to you.
No, go.
Okay, so Creature, Gollum, Locket, Evil, toilet transports into Ministry. This part I found super interesting, the toilet transportation system into the Ministry. Yeah. I thought that was like so funny because it's a criticism, right? It's like their way of going into work is just flushing themselves down like shit. Yeah. Basically, so like they're nothing but poop. Yeah. And they're pieces of poop. Like that's probably J.K. Rowling's way of establishing that criticism towards societal standards of like work culture, 9 to 5, dressing
lining up to go basically flush your whole life away down this kind
robotic. Robotic and just under the tyranny and the authority of these people who don't even know what they're doing. Yeah. Just like the guy's wife. And then he says that we're gonna like run away and we're gonna whatever, you know. And then she seems hopeful because she's like, okay, like there is hope. It's
except
like you don't
that was Ron.
Yeah, like who knows what her actual husband's gonna do. But yeah, the toilet thing I thought was very, very poignant, whatever.
Poignant.
Guards with arm patches, obviously Nazi reference. You know, like you don't even have to. Like,
yes,
that was very
and
on the
then
nose.
Bellatrix writing mudblood into Hermione's arm is basically what they did to the Jews. It's like they made them wear like
numbers, identification numbers. Yeah.
It's
which
crazy.
a lot of the, like, every single Jewish person who has survived a concentration camp still bears to this day that tattoo. And most of them, if not all, well, not all of them, but like most of them pridefully still bear it because it's a reminder, but it's also a sign of perseverance.
Yeah.
Which is overcoming all odds. All odds. Like, you're at the hands of monsters, you know? It's deep, man. Deep and dark. Expecto Patronum. I found that cool because I just wanted to, like, mention that we, like, discussed that after a movie. The whole expecting a savior. Snatchers, I just wrote it down. World War II vibes. There was a shot where they were kind of hiding in like a farmhouse and like a barnyard, in like a barn meaning, and they looked up and they saw Death Eaters just flying above, and they were listening to names being called on the radio of deaths, and they were walking through rubble of destruction, destroyed buildings and chaos. And I thought to myself, that's a World War II reference. Like, all of this is World War II.
It is.
Especially with the Nazis. So it's very, very powerful.
And even that, right? It's like, it's basically what I feel like the news is in general. It's just, maybe it's not like reading off names of everybody who's died, but it's the same kind of essence of it. Like, it's the same kind of tone.
Just in Florida, man gets killed after walking his dog.
Bad news. It's meant to make you feel, and people stay like attached to it too, especially when there's chaos happening. Like, if they know that there's a hurricane coming or they know that there's a war going on, it's like everybody stays, not everybody, but a lot of people stay so like interlocked with it, just like Ron with the radio next to him all day, and then it just starts slowly driving you crazy. Like,
you know what I've learned to view these people as? Like, people who are obsessed with the news.
Yeah.
Because I come from a family who like are obsessed with like bad news on TV, like specifically talking about it a lot and like watching it, consuming it. Is that I feel like when you're addicted to news, you are addicted to the understanding, and you're just like reaffirming this inner belief that you have that the world is just shit. That there's no good in this world for you, that you never experience any good. So of course, see, like, it's dangerous. Of course it's dangerous to go to the movie theaters. That's why I don't go to the movie theaters. It's not because I'm lonely, that I never got married, that I whatever and this. It's not for those reasons. It's because of the fact that the world is shit is the reason why you don't do the things and you don't pursue joy and happiness and love.
Yeah.
So it's like the people who, if you know someone personally who's addicted to bad news specifically, like watching news outlets that just feed them all this bad shit, you should psychoanalyze them, because that's probably what you'll arrive at.
Yeah, and well, you should like offer them some like. You
can't fix people. Like, that's a different story.
Like, offer like a shift in perspective. It's like, hey, you know, there's this is your life. It's like.
But people arrive at a point, especially when they become more concrete with age, that they just can't like you can't bust inside.
Yeah.
Whoa, what? It's like you can't break
back shots.
You can't break their shell. It's like they've become so deeply ingrained where everything that they consume and see has to reaffirm their already existing belief system. Yeah. And anything that doesn't, they become defensive and sometimes aggressive towards it.
Yeah.
So that's why I say, like, whatever, like, just, you know, just like you could lead a horse to water, but you can't force it to feed.
If that's what brings somebody peace, then that's their peace. It's like, all right. Like,
the thing is that doesn't bring peace, but it brings some form of like coping
peace
with reality.
And like familiarity. It's like, if that's how you feel comfortable, then that's okay.
And that's why to each their own is such a popular thing.
Yeah,
To
yeah.
each their own. All right, I'm literally more than halfway through.
You got this.
Okay, big movie. 5 hours. Okay. Necklace corrupts. Had no effect on Dolores Umbridge, but then you were right about that. Like, I didn't really think about that. It just exacerbated her inner tendencies of evil and just control and power hungriness. Dance. Children Lift Your Voice. Train Left the Station. I want to add that song to a playlist. I'm going to find it. I Open at the Close is what was written on the snitch. Don't know what that means yet. I Open at the Close.
Maybe at the end.
Yeah, that's what it implies, right? Is that at the end, so the close of a chapter, the close of a cycle, the close of a story, it hasn't opened yet, and it says that it will open. So we'll see what happens then.
Yeah.
It's like I can't work with that because it's just a riddle, and they didn't really like develop that in this one. Triangle, synchronicity, coincidences to me don't exist. So synchronicities are meaningful coincidences. It's when the universe is speaking. That's what I wrote.
Mm-hmm.
Godric's Hollow. I found this mind blowing. Godric's Hollow is the location of the sword. No, they thought that the sword would be in Godric's Hollow.
In Godric's
or something.
Hollow, yeah.
But it's also the birthplace of Harry Potter.
Yeah.
It was the residence of the Dumbledores, and it was the founder of Gryffindor's home.
Yeah.
All of these things, like he was born in this environment that produced greatness.
Yeah, and hollow is empty.
Yeah, hollow implies emptiness, but emptiness is what you aspire to achieve in order to achieve enlightenment.
Hmm.
So emptiness is what the Buddhists would teach you. It's like see the beauty in the emptiness.
Yeah.
You know?
Whew, that's weird.
What?
No, I'm just like
It is
thinking
weird.
it's like, it's crazy.
You want to see a crazy thing?
Yes.
You guys ready for this? When Hermione was putting the garland on Harry Potter's parents' grave, it just hit me completely because I was reading some Manly P. Hall, which is occult philosophy, and he like talks about like different traditions, but specifically the Druids, right? The Druids had a culture around Christmas, which is where it derives Christmas. This is how like Christmas came to be, how we know it today, kind of. It's the origins of it. They would bring an outside tree inside of their home, and they had like all of these rituals and stuff. But one of the rituals, which is the only one that really matters here, is that the highest priest, the highest druid, who were these long white bearded, long white haired wizards, right? They would climb an oak tree, and then other wizards, other priests would be below the tree holding a cloth, a sacred cloth, and just holding it out, and then the druid would cut down a garland, and then this garland could not touch any hands, and it could not have any contact with the floor, with the soil, because it had charged within it all of this like divine energy that came from God. And so she chose to put a garland on the grave, like not a rose.
Without touching it.
Without touching it.
Magically.
Yeah. It wasn't a rose, it wasn't a flower. She chose a garland.
Oh,
and during Christmas time, he visits his parents' grave.
And it's a circle shape. It's
Full
like
circle moment.
it's a continuity. It's just like,
Infinite.
Yeah.
It's an infinite loop. Like you can't establish a starting point or a finishing point when you look at a circle.
There's the beginning, like there is no beginning or end.
Yes. And that's why the Son of God is the sun that we see outside also, because it's the beginning and the end. I am the Alpha and the Omega. It's crazy.
Oh my gosh.
It's like you can't really decide like where it ends and where it starts. It just keeps going. It's a circle. But then we view circles as like fixed and finished objects.
Yeah, it's like we view it as just shape. It's like that's what they taught us.
But then we don't understand like gravity is a constant pull, right? So whatever keeps something structured has to be constant. Atoms are always constantly moving and constantly shaping and establishing connections, chemical reactions and connections and bonds. So it's always an active thing in order to keep this solid thing stationary. It's like there's a bunch of atoms working right now to keep this in the shape and to not keep it from floating up to the moon. So it's like even a circle has to has effort put into it, or is undergoing effort to maintain its structure.
Yeah.
So it's constantly being a circle, because being is a process of constantly being, right? So a sun is the constant process of being the sun. Anything that is has to be. That's just like a crazy idea. It's like a weird idea, but I don't know if that makes sense.
No, it does make sense.
Harry Potter fights Nagini in nursery child bedroom. To me, that's the equivalent of him wrestling with his most earliest trauma, which is Voldemort trying to kill him at the crib. And then he wrestles with Voldemort in a snake form inside of a room that replicates kind of a nursery.
Yeah, that replicates where he lost his parents. It's like the
In the
biggest
town.
shift in his life.
In the same town.
Yeah.
And the same town where Dumbledore's family was established, where all the great ones come from.
Yeah.
The founder of Gryffindor, Dumbledore, Gryffindor's sword.
Yeah, it's so strange.
It's
I
wild.
still don't know what to make of everything though yet. It's like maybe by the next one.
Yeah. Bagshot speaks Parseltongue. I just wrote that because it's the only human being to speak Parseltongue with Harry.
Oh yeah.
I don't even think Voldemort has spoken Parseltongue with him.
No, only like through
Through the basilisk.
Yeah, yeah.
So it has, but then was it the basilisk or was it Voldemort speaking? Because Voldemort isn't the basilisk.
The basilisk.
Right?
Yeah, yeah, definitely the basilisk.
Sword frozen in the lake. I wrote King Arthur, Lady of the Lake, Excalibur. I already talked about that. Ron, Ball of Light. We already talked about that. Deathly Hallows, Three Brothers, Wand, Stone Resurrection, Cloak Invisibility. We already talked about that. Bridge over River, the Styx River. Talked about it. Oh, last thing. Last part was that Luna, I've already mentioned this before, but Luna is very intuitively sharp.
Yes.
Right? She has crazy intuition. That's why she can see the other side with Harry. Like she could see the Thestrals, and she has like a very strong intuition. Draco Malfoy was this close with Harry, with one of his eyes still clean, and he couldn't recognize his biggest enemy by being face to face. And then the moment Harry descended into the dungeon in the darkness before Ron turned on the light, Luna said what? She said, Harry? Because she sensed him.
Yeah.
So she knew it was Harry before even seeing him.
That's... What does the word Zeno mean?
Zeno, there were a bunch of philosophers with the name Zeno.
I'm
like
gonna
started
have to
with Zeno.
search that later.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because her father's name is Zeno something like, but Zeno I've heard before specifically like that.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's interesting because, what was I gonna say? That she's always had that. It's like she's always had like always shown that kind of very sharp intuition, like you're saying, which is why she. Oh, what was it? Like, doesn't she join them when they end up facing all of the Death Eaters with Neville, and she went with them? It's like, how would she have known to go with them?
I forget.
I don't know, but
it's
anyways,
it's like an intuition.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know if I saw something. I think I saw something in her room, like when it was showing her house or whatever. But there was like something there, like about friendship or whatever, which is interesting.
In whose room?
In her room, I think.
Luna's room?
Yeah. I don't remember though. Like it happened so quickly. Like I was trying to pick up on things and then it just slipped. But yeah. Anyways, yeah. Keep going.
No. That's about it.
What?
Yeah, like that's all I got.
No.
I think that again, like if I missed anything, which I'm sure I did, then we'll either talk about it on the next one, or I will make an effort to start up the podcast and we'll talk about it on the podcast.
All right. Well, I'll go through this quick.
You don't have to be weak.
Because we talked a lot about a lot of stuff.
Something
interesting is Harry was carrying around a shard of glass, which I don't really remember where that's from.
Yeah, I thought it was from the
Mirror of Erised.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought of that, and the Mirror of Erised is supposed to represent someone's deepest desires, right? And in that mirror, Harry sees his family. And then in this shard of glass, he sees somebody's face, which looks like Dumbledore, right?
I thought it was Dumbledore.
I don't know, but it looked like somebody. And then what's interesting is that he looks at he looked into it a few times, and I think that it's interesting that it's a piece of glass, right? And the mirror of Earset is also glass, and looking into the mirror of Earset, it represents your deepest desires. And then in this like glass, it seems like he's looking for some form of guidance or connection as well. It's like he's trying to reflect that whole thing that he did with the mirror of Earset, and then being able to see his parents. And then after that, when he faces Voldemort's multiple Voldemorts.
Yeah.
When he faces Voldemort, his parents come to him. But then to my point is that it's very interesting that this is a shard of glass, because it's meant to represent the pieces that everything is in now. It's like it's no longer this whole mirror complete. It's like this broken glass, because that's what it's become. It's like it's a broken glass, but even within a broken glass, you can connect with somebody.
There's one thing that you just sparked in me. Can I just share?
Yes, that's the whole point.
Because again, like I said that I probably forgot something. And this is something that I forgot, right? The glass reminds me of, I forget which hero it was, but the hero that eventually kills Medusa.
Yes, Narcissus? No, not Narcissus.
But whatever his name is, I think it's Hercules or something. Like whatever that hero is, he uses his shield, the reflection of the shield, to know and to see Medusa, because you can't see her directly, otherwise you'll be petrified. And so it kind of reminded me of that. But then I was just going to mention that with the cloak of invisibility is what I forgot to mention, is that it reminds me, speaking of Greek mythology, of the helm of Hades, which is the helmet that Hades gave and gifted heroes so that they could traverse between realms without being noticed.
Yes.
And it also just happens to be the helmet with wings that we see Hermes using.
Yes, which is how, like, for example, Sirius did with the fire. It's like he was communicating with Harry in this like unnoticed way, where he didn't have to like physically be present, and he could just like, you know.
Yes, but I really like the idea that you said about it being broken.
Yeah, it's broken now because
it's what you have, and you have to see your reflection through a broken shard of glass.
Yeah, and now it's like his whole reality is just fragmented. It's like whatever complete picture that he thought he had, or even like this complete illusion of like a family and stuff, like it's completely shattered.
It's shattered
because every which way that he's tried to like create family, it's just completely shattered around him. It's like everybody he's connected with, he's lost, basically, with exceptions of a few, which is his friends and Hagrid.
But yeah, and then the only thing that he could see with the small shard of glass also is the emphasis on the eyes, and the eyes are the windows to the soul. You know? So like he doesn't even see his full body anymore. Like he can only recognize himself through his eyes.
Yes.
Which is what it is. It's like didn't someone say that he has his mother's eyes?
Yeah, yes, that he has his mother's eyes, yeah.
Who said that? It was
multiple people.
Lupin, right?
Lupin. Yeah, Lupin.
The werewolf teacher. Yeah, he said that he has his mother's eyes or something like that.
Yeah, I think multiple people have told him, because then he started saying it himself, like every time they said, "Oh, you look just like your father, except for," and then he's like, "Except for my eyes." Yeah, it's like I have my mother's eyes. It's like he started being able to.
There you go.
Okay, I have. What's interesting is that Hermione is. All of them are kind of reflecting on their environment in the beginning, which I think the intros are very important, which is why the Warner Brothers logo always gets like incrementally darker, and it changes with each movie. The intros are also just as like important as the outros. It's like the outros lead us up for the next film, but the intros are literally leading us up for the entire film.
Yes.
And then I think it's interesting.
The tone is set from the very start.
Yeah. And then it's interesting that they're all kind of reflecting, the three of them, Hermione, Ron, and Harry, on their environments. And so you have Hermione standing in her childhood bedroom and she's reading the newspaper, but she's basically taking in her bedroom one last time before she makes her departure, because after she does what she does, her bedroom no longer exists.
Right.
Like, that's the whole point. We see that she disappears in the picture, so everything like tied to her existence disappears within that home as well. So it's the last time that she'll be standing in there. And then it's literally paralleled with Harry, the last time that he'll be seeing the Dursley home as like the home that he grew up in.
Yes.
Because it's now empty.
And do you think that Ron was standing outside of his house because he feels alienated and
Yes.
he feels like he doesn't want to be a part of it?
Yes, and then Ron is standing outside of his house and he's kind of like, yeah, like I
Because
think,
he doesn't really feel like he belongs anywhere.
Yeah.
I think that that's what he struggles with, is like identity, right? So if you don't have an identity, then you don't know who you are and you don't know where you came from.
yeah.
You know?
Yeah, exactly. Which
like,
I
where you
said,
belong.
I don't even know if he has his own room. It's like, do they share rooms? It's like, I don't know, like what the case is, but I think that that's very prevalent. It's like all of them. There's like a lot of broken home symbolism, right? Like we see the Dursley home becoming empty. They leave. Aunt Petunia has like this very like melancholic face. Like it's not angry, it's not like anything, it's just very sad. Like you could kind of sense the worry in her heart. Like I don't know if it's because of like what happened with like her sister, and now she's like watching it manifest so much so that it's affecting people who aren't it like in the magic world, you know, who aren't a part of it. Like Muggle families are being killed left and right, like for no reason. But anyways, and then you see Hermione's home becoming, for her, like it's becoming empty because she's separating herself from it. So now that's like a broken home, quote unquote. For Ron, it's like it's a broken home because just what you said, it's like he's always felt secondary, and then even that fear of like his mother wanted a daughter, and then that's why as soon as she had a daughter she stopped having kids.
Oh my God, I never even thought about that.
So it's like,
oh my God, I never even thought about that.
It's literally,
Oh my God.
it's like she was just having kids until she finally had a daughter.
I never thought about the fact that she kept having
And
kids.
she
to have a
has
daughter.
7 kids.
She has 7 kids?
7 kids.
No way.
Yes, she does.
No shot.
She has Fred and George, because I was like trying to figure this out. She has Bill. She has Ron. She has Ginny. And that's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I could have sworn there was like 2 other ones that he mentioned.
Isn't there one that was like in Egypt in the prison
I don't
of
know
Azkaban?
if that was Bill, but I'm pretty sure they've said it before that she has 7 kids.
7 kids is crazy if it's 7.
Yeah, there's 7, or unless that's counting the parents. Like there's 7 Weasleys, but either way,
That's still pretty interesting.
It's 7.
7, yeah.
Yeah, but anyways, I think that's what it is. It's that there's 7 of them. But anyways,
George.
I wrote that: Fred, George, Bill, Ron, and Ginny.
Percival Weasley.
Percival?
Is it? Isn't there one that was like the house? Oh man, like there was a Weasley that was like
Yeah, there is.
teacher's pet.
I know I'm not making it up. There is 2 more kids.
It's not Henry.
I think it is like No, I don't know if it's Percival. It's something though. We're thinking Percival now because of Dumbledore.
Albus. He has so many names.
Percival, Brian, Albus.
Wulfric.
Yeah.
Wulfric.
I didn't
Percival.
even write it down. I was like, I
I
missed
couldn't
it.
keep up. I was like,
I
whatever.
missed it. What are you gonna do?
Ooh, a lot of names.
But anyways, yeah, and then Luna's home literally gets destroyed. So it's like this whole thing is all about, well, not all about,
Disrupting.
but it's homes becoming broken. Harry sees the home that he was born in,
Which looks like it was burnt down.
home.
Yeah.
It's like it's the symbolism of broken home. It doesn't not have to necessarily mean that it's literally broken, but in that case it is. But it's all broken homes. Everybody is comes from a broken home.
Not just a broken home, but disrupting routines.
Yeah.
Because even in the diner with the girl who represents most people, who's like just like trying to like zone out and just ignore everything that's crumbling around her, she had no choice but to acknowledge that the world is falling apart.
Yes. And all of the cars, when Hagrid like lands into the road and all the cars are moving in the same direction, they're all leaving.
Yeah.
They're all leaving their
Evacuating.
homes.
Yeah.
Like, that's crazy to think about. Hermione's parents were talking about Australia because they need to leave there because
'cause it's not safe
there's
anymore.
people dying.
No.
It's like that's why they were talking about Australia.
Australia, mate.
Everyone is leaving their home.
Kangaroo, mate.
All of the homes have become broken as a result of Voldemort, kind of. As a result of think of Voldemort as just being a symbol for darkness. It's like darkness will break homes. It's like it'll consume people's livelihoods.
And what it does at different levels too, like at the level of government, at the level of interpersonal home relationships, at the level of romantic relationships, which is what they like represent with them, right? It's like the trio shows that friendship and love and loyalty is what keeps them all together.
Yeah.
It's like that's what overcomes darkness.
That home is where the heart is. Like, it isn't in, like, that's why they're all so willing to kind of give it up. It's like to sacrifice it. Like, sacrifice the homes, the perceptions of a home to be home with the people that they love. Like,
I just have another trippy thought about homes. Is that's why it shows them camping and living a nomadic lifestyle.
Yes.
It's because home is wherever you are with the right people.
Yeah.
So they create home wherever they go. And then we humans have evolved, become civilized to the point where we've become territorial. And so we determine our home by the perimeter of a space.
Yeah.
Of like a country, a cutout in the map. That's our home.
Yeah.
But most people live in broken houses. And most people can build, like, buy the biggest home, the most beautiful home, and they feel empty.
Yes, exactly.
And like that's what we talked about, full circle.
Yeah, exactly. That's so funny. But yeah, I think that the books in Hermione's room, it's all like symbolic of her receiving the book from Dumbledore and her being like an intellect and all of that.
A scholar.
Let's see. Okay, past this. I'm gonna go fast.
Yeah, my head is also doom.
Hermione has a bag that's filled with a bunch of stuff, right?
Which is every mom.
Yes, but think about this, right? Think about everything in like a metaphorical sense. She's carrying around a bag that has like a bunch of stuff in it. It's like it's endless. It's like an abyss. It's like
it's a bottomless abyss.
It's a bottomless abyss.
Apparently it has a bottom because we heard the books falling like a few stories.
But we know that it's like a deep and it's full of things. I thought of it as like a metaphor for the weight and baggage that you carry. It's like we keep it under wraps. We keep it undetectable to others, but it's literally an endless abyss. Like, if you really go down into it, it'll like it almost feels that way. It's like it'll never end. Yes. It's like, do you want to hear my story? How much time do you have? Right? But it's like we always keep it under wraps. That's what this little bag is. It's like it's such a little bag. You wouldn't think that there's all this like weight to it, like all of these, like all this substance to it. But there is, and like that's what we are. It's like we have like so like we carry around our form of baggage that we just keep contained in a nice pretty little box. Like that's how we usually portray ourselves, and
we usually don't allow other people to go
into the bag,
looking into our bags and messing around
without permission, which is why then when Hermione tells Harry, then he starts like taking things out. And it's also like oh, my throat. It's also like all of the, she's obviously like carrying as much as she can because she had to leave her house. It's like, that's like another layer to it, but it's just interesting. It's also kind of like having all your possessions in one place and, you know, not letting go, like not unburdening yourself of weight of, or...
And I think also that in the first few films, like we saw that most students were kind of annoyed of the fact that she was so, like such an avid learner and trying to like assimilate as much information as possible.
Yeah.
To the point of turning back time and trying to catch all the classes. But then later on, as shit starts hitting the fan and getting serious, everybody kind of starts admiring the fact that she knows all the spells, that there's probably something in Hermione's bag that can help us. And what it represents is Hermione's potential in terms of like being of value
use, yeah.
and of use. And that her true purpose is not to be of use for professors and grades, but it's to be of use for the cleansing and the purification of the world through the boy who lived, through Harry Potter, who's going to guarantee the survival of her parents if he prevails.
Which is why she sticks with him.
Yeah.
Because if she hadn't, like, then that would be, like, that
she
would
didn't
just
stick
go
with
against...
Harry Potter, the boy and the man.
No, she stuck...
It's the representation of what he
Yes.
represents. So like, she basically said, come on, Ron, like, you want me to choose between
saving the world?
Your pettiness right now, or saving my parents, saving my future, saving the world,
saving
all the
humanity.
children's, humanity. It's like that's what Harry Potter represents, and that's why
Yes.
Dumbledore told all of the Order of the Phoenix members in the last meeting they had, trust Harry Potter because he's our last hope.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, that's like so crazy though. It is.
It's pretty crazy.
Also, something else about the mirror thing that I had is that a broken mirror is pieces and fragments, right?
Mm-hmm.
But a mirror, regardless, offers clarity because that's what it is. It's like it offers clarity in the sense of like you're getting a clear image. It's like that's what a mirror is. It's a clear thing that you see into
But it's reverted.
And yeah, but
it's inverted.
But it shows back though, is my point. Like even if it's inverted, but the way that I saw is that this broken piece, which we still don't know what it's meant to be yet, is a piece of clarity of a bigger picture. You know what I'm trying to say? So it's like
it's hope that there's a complete mirror at the end of this.
And that clarity sometimes doesn't come in the full picture, but comes in fragments. It's like that's what happens. And so whatever this shard of glass is, we'll figure it out, and it's just coming in fragments. It's like this story is coming in fragments. Everything about reality to us like kind of comes that way, but it's always, even though it's fragments of glass, it's still glass nonetheless. You're still getting a clear image.
Right.
Even if it's just a piece, it's like you're getting a clear image.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's great. And he keeps it in his sock, right?
Yeah.
And then Luna said that he was bleeding or something. It's like that it's an interesting place to put it.
Yeah.
And he puts it at his Achilles heel.
Yes.
So it's his most vulnerable point is next to his heel that could cause him to become handicapped.
And that's what the mirror was in the beginning. It's his most vulnerable point. It's how Professor Quirrell got him into the Chamber of Secrets, made him look into the mirror and was trying to manipulate him, and how Voldemort was trying to manipulate him was through this glass.
And then Dumbledore was the one that kind of humbled him and taught him, Harry, be careful with this mirror because it just mirrors your desires, your innermost desires.
Yes.
It doesn't mean that it's anything of value necessarily because then Ron saw himself as a Quidditch champion.
Yeah.
It's all ego. But then like my point is that when he used the mirror, he saw Dumbledore is what I interpreted as.
Yeah, I thought so too.
So it's kind of like it's another full circle moment. It's that it started with a full body mirror and Harry was so small. And now he keeps a fragment of that mirror tucked into his Achilles heel.
And maybe his desire now is to have Dumbledore there to solve.
That's what I thought.
It's like he's already overcome the desire of his family because he also understands that he has them within.
Mm-hmm.
It's like
Sirius Black taught him that.
Right. And he has Sirius within, and it's like all of the people that he's lost, he understands that the loss is just of this physical sense, but that they live through him.
Mm-hmm.
and live within him.
Yeah.
But then in this moment, like if that is a piece of the mirror of desire, for example, it's like he's probably seeing Dumbledore
It's like,
like,
help me out,
hey,
bro. It's like, give me
I
a tip.
desire that you would help me.
Like, come back, man. I need you.
But something else I had was that Voldemort is seeking to achieve like true immortality, right? Like he's trying to evade death.
Right.
Even though he's already died. Like I don't understand. Well, basically almost died or whatever. I don't know. I don't know the whole gist of that. But
he died, but he had Horcruxes.
Right, okay. So
So
then his soul is still...
Yeah, so in the story of Koschei the Deathless, it says that as long as one of the objects remains alive, then the physical manifestation will never die.
Oh, I see. So that's why even though he wasn't human per se, like
he
at
was
one
like
point,
wandering the earth, kind of like haunting it, yeah. His essence.
Something that I thought of is that this is wrong because true immortality, which isn't that of like evading death, is about the imprint and legacy that you leave behind.
Yeah.
And that's why Harry Potter will be immortal already before Voldemort ever will be. It's
and Dumbledore has already become a legend.
Yeah.
You know, like he's already immortalized.
But I just thought of that because it's just interesting. Like the whole, it's not about like eternal life, but rather like the impact that you have. Like that's the most immortal thing that you can leave.
I feel like those who reach immortality focus on life while they're living, and those who focus on immortality in terms of like fear, like Voldemort, they focus on death while they're living.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly.
It's like they want to live forever,
Yeah.
but you can't. But then those who become known forever are usually like the Mother Teresas, the Mahatma Gandhis. Like they focused on life and love.
And there
Buddha,
are people
Jesus.
who died super young who are immortal in that sense. It's like are
Mac
still
Miller.
spoken about to this day. It's like
artist Mac Miller, Basquiat. Yeah.
Next thing I have is that well, because I'm like jumping around too. Let's see. I have that Dobby goes from a servant to a hero. So he lives his whole life in servitude to masters, which is like the Malfoy family, for example. And then that just goes like the story of Dobby, which it was like so
Dobby.
sad. I can't even I don't even want to talk about it too much because I just it's just really sad. Yeah.
Cry.
No.
I'm kidding.
But I already cried. But anyways, it's interesting because as a house elf, you have to have loyalty without a choice.
Yeah, because you're a slave.
But then when he's free, which is what we see, is that he chooses loyalty without having to, without the necessity of needing, of it being imposed on him.
Yeah, without having it reinforced, without having it charged.
Yeah, so it's I just thought that was interesting. It's it's the idea of loyalty without freedom, which is imprisonment. It's you have to be loyal out of confinement, obligation, and then loyalty by choice, which is what he represents. It's he
which is
chooses.
what Hermione showed too with staying with Harry.
Yeah, it's he became a free elf, but then he still chooses to. Which also is trippy because the first time we meet Dobby, he hadn't even been free yet, and he was trying to protect Harry Potter.
Yeah.
He was loyal to him before he had ever considered him a friend.
But that's why Dobby received freedom, because then Creature did not receive his freedom, and then Harry knows how to gift them freedom, and he doesn't gift Creature freedom.
Yeah.
Or neither did Sirius Black, because it's in the heart of the person to achieve freedom. And freedom only comes from selfless acts of love.
Yeah.
That's the form. That's the highest form of freedom.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. This I talked about. Come over here. Let me see. This I talked about. This I talked about. Oh, the professor of Muggle studies, her name was Miss Charity something.
Really?
Yeah,
Charity?
Charity.
What?
I just wrote that down because
How did I not catch that?
I don't know.
Charity.
Yeah, it was Miss Charity and then like another name.
Miss Charity Case.
Yeah, but it's just interesting because it's like, you know, the Muggle situation, and then her saying that Muggles and wizards and witches should be able to kind of like
mate,
and that should be okay and whatever. And then it's like, no.
Which is the whole idea of like interracial stuff too.
Yeah, it is.
It's like back at a certain time, for example, like my ancestry is Brazil, right? But then deeper than that, it's like it's African mixed with native mixed with whatever else it is, like Celtic or whatever it is from my dad's side. And then with you, it's like Portuguese mixed with Moors mixed with whatever it is in your ancestry. But we would not be allowed to be together.
Yeah.
It's like a few years back, for example, it wouldn't be possible.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's the same. So it's very recent, is my point. Like
it is.
And
it's
we're
pretty...
so civilized, right? Like we're so civilized, and then people don't question what does civility mean, really.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
9 to 5s, you know, working in cubicles, you know. What does that mean, really?
I know.
What does it mean?
Let's see. But I just thought that was interesting. This I wrote. No. Polyjuice potion. Yeah, they've been using like polyjuice potion, which was interesting too, because we saw that in earlier films. So everything has gotten kind of tied together. Like it wasn't just a one instant kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Then I wrote about Hagrid and the cars, which we already talked about. Harry is the best hope. We have to trust him. What did I write here? Oh, George making jokes while he's hurt. It's like that's how they've always, him and Fred specifically, which I think is interesting, right? Because they're the middle children. Technically. And most of the time the middle children kind of have to learn to cope with like the circumstances of being the middle child and also being part of a set. It's like there's really nothing that distinguishes you from the other in terms of looks. Like they look identical, they act a lot the same, they whatever. And so
it's two levels of like the processing, right? Because then you have the middle child and you have being twins.
Yeah.
And then you have identity crisis between twins, and usually they're so different from one another because they put so much effort in distinguishing themselves.
But then it's like a coping mechanism because for them we've seen it in previous films. It's like anytime things are going like awry, they
open a shop.
Yeah, they open a shop. They try to bring laughter. They try to bring light. They're kind of mischievous and they joke a lot and they play around. And then he literally has a hole in his ear and he's making jokes.
And he put a toothbrush in it.
Which is so much different than Ron. Like Ron has a very much bitterness to him.
Dark, gloomy all the time, kind of like defeated. Ron is very defeated.
And it's definitely because all of his brothers are older than him. So it's like he's literally the
I think it has to do also with the fact that his brothers Fred and George, they're twins, and so they have each other as best friends. And then Ginny is a girl, and then Ron can't really relate with Bill because Bill's much older. So Ron has nobody.
Yeah,
and then his mom is always worried about everybody else.
He's alienated, like you said. It's like he's just...
So Ron is the ultimate middle child.
Yeah, he
is. In that sense.
Yeah,
you know?
It's like it goes degrees and degrees more until the one right before the youngest.
Yeah.
It's like that's how it is. It's
that's
like...
usually it, yeah.
But don't care about a wedding. There's bigger things. Oh, and then Ron saying that you think that people are dying for you, like this isn't about you, mate. And it's like, you know, it's bigger than you. It's what I said. It's like if anybody tries to fool themselves into thinking that it's all about Harry. It's wrong. It's like it's affecting everybody.
Mhm.
So it's a bigger situation. Okay.
Which is funny because then Ron tells Harry that as if Harry doesn't already know that.
Yeah.
It's like Harry knows that everybody's life is at stake.
Yeah, he's the one saying that. But Ron also says that out of spite.
Of
Because
course,
he's
yeah.
still trying to diminish that it's about Harry. Because it is about Harry in the sense that it's like Voldemort is after Harry. It's like the reason that all of this is happening is because it's like wanting to rid the world of Harry Potter.
Mhm.
For the most part. It's like that's why he's hunting him down.
Yeah.
Why he has the
But
Ministry
then
of
everybody's
Magic.
life is at risk.
Yes,
the
because
whole world because of Harry Potter.
yeah. But it's not like you can't ignore the fact that he is a crucial role in it.
Because then I would think about this, right? If Harry Potter didn't exist and it just happens that it's the ripe time for evil to come out of hiding and to manifest itself in the world, does that mean that Voldemort would be symbolic of things kind of taking this dictatorship turn, and that's what J.K. Rowling was trying to represent?
Yeah.
Is that when Voldemort comes, it's usually represented by these dark moments in history.
Yeah.
Like Nazi Germany, older, like Genghis Khan. It's like that's Voldemort. It's like
Yeah.
Voldemort comes and just destroys and wreaks havoc for a period of time, but then everything that comes to light has to kind of bend and bow to it.
Yes.
You know?
Yes,
And then it's all
exactly.
cycle. It's like it's yin and yang. So there's epochs of peace, and there's epochs and eras of evil and darkness.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man.
So because even when they're inside of Lucius's manor, it's like Voldemort has to be kind of conjured.
Yeah.
It's like he's not like a physical being that's like he's physical, I guess, but he's not really like there. He's an idea.
Yes.
Right?
His name is a spell.
Yes.
That's why when they say it,
he pops up.
Or his Death Eaters are called. It's
Luna's dad said
Yes.
Voldemort, and that was the word that he had to say for all of them to start attacking.
Yes, it's literally a call. It's just like that's why he established his name as Voldemort. It's like he didn't keep Tom Riddle for a reason.
Mhm.
It's like because Voldemort, just like Secta Sempra
Sempra.
is for which Snape invented. Voldemort invented the name Voldemort to be a curse. It's like to be a spell that when people said he would appear and kind of be
He like his essence would make
Yes.
itself manifest.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
It's like a bad luck thing. It's like don't step on a crack, you'll break your mama's back.
You know,
That type of thing, right?
Don't step on a line, you'll break her spine.
Yeah.
I would make that one up. I'm always like that. I'm very superstitious.
Yeah.
I'm not a little stitious. I'm superstitious.
I'm superstitious.
Dumbledore's father killed 3 muggles.
Yeah, that's-
I want to learn more about that.
They just like brushed over it.
It's like, hello, and where's his brother?
Yeah, like where's this brother? But I guess they'll like tie it in.
Yeah, I hope so. It's like the lady was like, I guess you didn't know Dumbledore as well as you think you did. It's like,
And then
girl,
the
what
audience is
heck?
like, oh, I guess we didn't. So are we gonna learn about it? Nope.
I know.
It's like,
She
alright.
like literally tells Harry, she's like, you don't know the man that you've been trusting. It's
Yeah.
like, what does that mean?
Yeah.
What?
Like, is he evil now? Like, imagine just turns into like he's the mastermind behind everything. I don't know.
Hermione saying that this, like, she brought them like near the theater that she would go with her mom and dad, and it
Mhm.
was just the thought of it that came to her head, and it's what you said. It's like she's feeling a lot of that sorrow, and she's kind of feeling like nostalgic, and even when she says that nothing's changed, but everything's changed about the forest that she brings them to, or brings Harry to rather. It's just all very symbolic. It's like nothing's changed because the feeling, or not the feeling, but yeah, like the memory of it will always remain unchanged. Like you can't change a memory of like a certain point of time, really. Like
You could manipulate it with the pensive, which is what we learned. So
Oh,
like
yeah.
memories can be filtered through current emotions and recollections of emotions.
Yeah.
And that's why memories are very faulty, and you can't really rely on memories. And then
Yeah.
you have to like document, and you have to like write it down.
But then everything's changed because everything has changed. Like circumstances have changed, like feelings have changed.
I think that she meant also like that things will never be the same.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, like
yeah.
everything will change, but that doesn't have to be bad either.
Yeah.
It's like it could be new, it could be fresh, you know, because people usually don't think about beginnings as like a good thing. Like they think about endings.
Yeah,
People focus on the endings of something instead of the potential for a new beginning.
Yeah, which is what Iro says. It's that failure is the opportunity to begin again.
Right.
It's like it's
Wise
just
guy.
a cycle, you know.
Yeah, wise guy.
You have nothing to fear if you have nothing to hide.
Yes, I've heard that before.
I think
up.
that's what Umbridge said. It's like you have nothing to fear if you have nothing to hide.
One mustn't tell lies.
Yeah, so her whole ordeal is that you are transparently you are transparent, but in her case it's that she's transparently a bitch.
A psycho. What do you think her case is? Like do you think that she grew up with parents who would like instill this discipline in her? And it made her to the point where when she got a little glimpse of power, a little taste of it, she completely went down that trope of the abused becomes the abuser.
Yeah.
Type of thing. It's like she did no inner work and then she just became evil. Because even Ron, right? Like Ron's kind of a loose cannon. It's like you see that he doesn't really have a moral compass. And it doesn't seem like he was like raised properly by his father, at least. Like he doesn't really have like a firm North Star, because even with the guys at the diner, he wanted to kill them for what they had done to Mad Eye Moody.
Yeah.
And he's like, what if he's the one that did like Mad Eye Moody? And that's very low, because Harry Potter forgave Peter Pettigrew, forgave
so many people. Bellatrix.
Bellatrix, yeah.
That's crazy. Oh, Mundungus, right? And we were talking about the toilet and dung beetle.
Dung beetle, yeah.
Dung means poop.
Yeah.
And he's a poopy guy. He's a crappy person.
He's a piece of...
piece of... Okay. This we did. This... Protego Totalia, she said.
Protego Totalia.
Umbridge had the locket. News of deaths. Reading off the names. You don't know how it feels. You have no family. They're dead. That was a pretty low. Because it's like not something that he can control, and if anything, I don't know if it's worse than losing a family that you've grown to know for so long, but I think that it's like that was just, let's say, okay, nothing he can do to protect you. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, comment below, guys. Like, this is another philosophical, I guess, muse. Is it, like, which is worse? To lose a family that you've grown to know, or to lose a family that you've never known?
Yeah, to not even have a family. To be familyless.
Comment that below. I would be curious to know what you guys think.
Oh, this was the song. It was singing, weeping, nothing we can do to protect you. I was like, what the heck? The song that him and Hermione were dancing to.
That's what it says?
Yeah, right in, like, as it was first starting, it was saying, weeping, nothing we can do to protect you. It's like it's all symbolic. Hermione is fearless when it's needed. So she's someone who you could tell that she's sometimes like not so confident in herself, but she's very much fearless, like when she needs to be. Harry's parents' grave, we already talked about. The parcel tongue, the flies, which we find out it's like that was weird. Is this the bedroom he almost died in? I was like, what the heck?
I thought so too. I was like, did they just break into his bedroom?
Voldemort wanting to kill him again in the same spot.
I know.
I was like, whoa. went with her mom and dad. Forest of Dean. Yeah, I already talked about that. The sword. We already talked about.
Sword.
Ron and Harry both being called to the sword. I felt like it was kind of just one of those things. Ron's biggest fears we talked about, so I think I might be done. Just double checking. Hermione light with his heart. Dumbledore knew.
Dumbledore. The Dumbledore.
Dumbledore knew everything.
Yeah.
It's like he already knew everything.
How, right? Like, how does he know
I
so
truly believe that he knew everything. I don't know how, but I just wrote that down. It's like he just...
Again, to me, he's supposed to represent God, you know, like in this case.
Yeah.
Every religious god, like the epitome of good.
Oh, God.
And then Voldemort is like the Satan. It's the devil. It's a demon.
Yeah. And then also, I feel like that's like the whole thing, right? Because it seems like, well, is Voldemort still able to look into Harry's mind, or has he fought that off?
I think somebody referenced it, and then I even said like, oh, like that's the Snape technique that Snape tried to teach him how to be mindful, which is like a mindful technique. It's like meditation. So it happened once. Oh, through the dreams, it did happen where he was still seeing Voldemort torturing the people.
Yeah.
Like torturing. The heck is the name of the guy from the ones? Ollivander.
Yeah. You're like looking at the box.
I'm like trying to. I'm so out of it right now. Like again,
Me
like
too.
I just become a potato.
But
I start a potato and I become a fraction of a potato.
I'm already done. Wait.
No, don't rush.
Death searched for the three brothers. Luna's dad felt like he had already lost his wife, in case we forgot, because Luna's mom is like dead. But that he didn't want to also lose his daughter, so it's like that's why Harry doesn't blame him too, and he knows like
I didn't blame him either.
Like he knows how he understands the character of Luna's dad because of the reflection of himself and Luna. You know, like she is who she is because of her parents.
Do you think that Harry, like part of his enlightenment journey, do you think that he looks at Peter Pettigrew and understands immediately that this man is acting out of fear?
Yes.
And therefore he is given forgiveness. And then you look at Bellatrix Lestrange and you see that she's acting out of just disorder, mental illness. And then he's like, all right, she's just mentally ill. And then you see Luna's father acting out of parental primal instincts, and then he's like, okay, like I forgive you.
Yes, always.
Like, that's what enlightenment is, right? It's like you understand that people are the way they are, sometimes not at their own choice.
Yeah, and that's why even Dobby is forgiving when Bellatrix is like, you almost tried to kill me, and then he says, no, I didn't want to kill you, just like seriously injure or maim you, and then that's it. But it's like technically the same thing. It's like you want to attract the same kind of the people with the same values as you. And that's
just
what
like
happens.
Hermione wouldn't.
Wouldn't do something like that. Now Ron, he's sometimes
but then
he's shaky.
Harry and Hermione anchored Ron.
Anchor him, yeah.
Because Ron needed friends exactly like Harry and exactly like Hermione.
Yeah.
Who are purity in both masculine and female, and then he needed that like nurturing essence.
Yeah, that's why he's brought back with the light.
Yeah, he's brought back to life with the light.
Yeah.
With the light of his friends.
He finds the light. Yeah, within himself through the love that, and also, well, I don't know how, like, I don't know if this applies, but because he's so alienated within his family, I don't think that that's the case with like, Harry and Hermione. It's like they recognize his efforts and stuff, but then he still acts like that they don't.
Yeah, he has a lot of inner stuff to deal with, man.
Okay, the last two things I have is, sorry, I'm also like, whoa.
No,
I'm
me
also,
too.
like, tapping out.
First time back after 60 days, and we like.
But we did good.
We did great. Yeah, it's 6 hours in. That's pretty crazy.
I wrote that I do believe that Draco was able to identify Harry. I don't think that he was confused that it was Harry, especially because he saw Ron and Hermione right there, and it's literally the trio of it's literally the hated trio.
Speaking of like mirror broken pieces, like those three are always together.
But I think that that's beautiful. If that's really the case, that he did recognize Harry, but he wasn't identifying him to Bellatrix, I think that that's just a testament of his like conflicted feelings. Because you see that when Voldemort does Avada Kedavra on the Professor Charity woman at the Lucius table, right? It's like in their house. He like Malfoy just looks like he's like, you know, like he's just holding back like fear, and he's just there frozen in fear basically.
I don't think he's a bad guy. I think that he has a good heart and he has a big heart, but it's just his father's kind of like looming presence. Because even like his father's falling apart, by the way, like that's why his father looks the way he does.
I know, he's like, my lord.
Because that's what happens when you allow evil to sit at the head of the table in your home.
And then another thing is that at the table, you just reminded me, which I didn't even write down. At the table, right? Voldemort is at the head of the table, right?
Yeah.
And then there's two sides. One of the sides has like Snape, has like whatever, all these other people that we don't really recognize. On the other side, it's Bellatrix, Lucius, his wife, Draco, and then not sitting at the table, but also on the right side. On the right side, this is where Bellatrix and whatever, and not Snape, Bellatrix, Lucius, but at the right side, at the end of the table, not sitting, is Peter Pettigrew, right? Now, I don't know what point I'm trying to make with this, but I saw it as if it was like, this is his right-hand men on this side.
Oh, I see.
It's like, it's the people who are loyal completely out of fear. And then these might be the people that are loyal for other reasons, which is Snape. It's the guy who becomes the Minister of Magic. Why would he get appointed? Not because he's fearful.
He was at the other head of the table.
Oh, he was at the other head? I thought he was at the corner. But anyways, whatever. Like, whatever. Either way, the right-handed people, Bellatrix and whatever, it's all of the people who we've already seen show fear.
Right.
Lucius, his wife, Malfoy, and they're at his right hand. So it's like the people that he can like take advantage of and are his right-hand men. It's like the ones that he can use and abuse and whatever.
And it's also considered a perversion of the purity of the Last Supper, right? It's like it's a distorted dark version of the Last Supper.
Yeah.
It's like you have all the evil people kind of.
I just find it so weird that they didn't touch on anything about Snape in this movie, like anything.
Yeah, the last one was all
it's
about
like
him.
This movie, it's like we saw him for what? Like a minute total, maybe? It's like, and he didn't even say anything.
Yeah.
I don't think he had any lines. Did he say any lines? I think he had a few lines.
I don't remember hearing turn to page 394.
I think it's 94.
That'll be crazy if you remember that. Because I can't remember what I just said 5 minutes ago.
I think that's about it. I'm just making sure. Yeah, that's about it.
That's it?
Yep, that's the end.
Okay, so we have part 2 coming up.
Also, guys, I got a new notebook. And I've been using this new notebook because I finally finished.
You finished the other one?
Yeah.
What?
I think so.
Actually, I don't know why I'm acting surprised, because I also finished my notebook.
You've been finished with your notebook.
And then I forgot to even tell you guys that I kind of like stuffed it in here. The old one had 2 pages. And then my anxiety was just like, what if I run out of pages while I'm writing?
Oh my gosh.
And so I did not trust the process, but I added a new booklet on top of the old one.
This is how Callie is. We get dog poop bags for Shadow, right? And they come in these rolls with like a whole bunch of poop bags. Instead of finishing the rolls, he starts a new roll because he's afraid that he's going to run out of poop bags. Mind you, he never poops more than like 4 times on our walks. Like that's like the
4
absolute.
times? No,
that's
there
the
have been
absolute.
times when it was like 5.
Okay, but that's like it starts getting like little, like he just starts dragging
Listen,
it out, guys.
Let me explain the other side of it, right?
What's the other side?
In
I'm
the place
tired
where
of
we live.
unfinished rolls. It's like we're never gonna finish those bags.
In the place where we live, to upkeep the community, they have put signs now that say that if you do not pick up your dog's poop, there are fines up to $250. So am I gonna get a fresh roll of doggy bags?
Just take
to prepare, just in case he diarrheas on me, and then I have to like panic and run away and hide in a bush and potentially pay $250? Or am I just gonna carry a new thing?
Can I tell you what it's like? It's like if you had a roll of toilet paper and there's still like some left, and instead of finishing that roll of toilet paper, you go grab a new roll, and then you completely leave the unfinished roll like on a table because that's where you leave it.
No, she left out the part that also I take the unfinished ones along with the whole ones, and that's what I do with toilet paper too. If I go into the bath, I don't trust when it's like on the like on its tail end, because I've had instances where I'm like, yeah, that should be enough, and then it's not enough. Because it just doesn't stop, and then I'm like, there's no more paper. What do I do? So I've had cases like that, and then I have to figure it out, man. That's life. But then now what I do is if I see it like skinny, I'm like, I need a fresh toilet, like fresh roll, and then I use both of them. And with that being said, guys, thank you so much for tuning in to another episode of whatever this is. It's a reaction video review blabbering fest. Yeah, I have no brain cells. If you got to this point, comment deep end. Don't poke my eye out.
Comment deep end.
Dude, I actually meant it. Don't poke my eye out.
That wasn't your eye.
Yeah, but I went like this. I assumed that you took it out, and she's just like sticking it there now. It's like, what the heck? Comment deep end.
Deep end.
And more reactions very soon, and more content too. Like, we're going to be disciplined. Now we're disciplined.
Yes.
So
we have a schedule now.
all right. So with that being said, don't forget that it's never wrong to be mentally. Wait, don't forget to. It's been a while. Forget. Erase it. Forget that. Erase it. Don't forget.
Obliviate.
Don't forget to like, subscribe, share this with whoever you think would enjoy this. Comment below. Let's have conversations. Let's start a dialogue going with ideas. If you resonated with the stuff that we talked about, if you didn't, let us know why. And with that being said, don't forget that it's never wrong to be
mentally gone.
You freaked up.
I forgot. I thought you were supposed to say to be. Obliviate.
Oh no, obliviate you. Obliviate you. So let's try that again. As always, don't forget that it's never wrong
to be mentally gone.
I thought I was doing something wrong.
Peace to the world. Avada Kedavra.
No.